Triennial review. We are back on the record. And I'm going to ask the Commission Administrator, Ms. Jones, if she has any housekeeping.
Well, I believe that we should take a roll call of the commissioners. I have asked among the participants if any is from the public and wishes to speak. At this point, no one has identified themselves. But let's go ahead with a roll call, and I will. I think we've got most everybody. I will begin. Commissioner Candelaria, are you present? Commissioner Certain.
Here.
Thank you. Good morning. Commissioner Dominguez.
Present.
Commissioner McWilliams.
I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Modi.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Musharafi. Commissioner Patton.
Here.
Commissioner Rader.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Cipher. He did send me a note, Madam Chair, that he will be late, but he will be present. Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Timmons. Commissioner Vigil.
Here.
I see you and I hear you. Vice Chair Wade.
Here.
Chair Stringer.
I'm here.
And let me go back to a couple of them. Commissioner Candelaria, are you present? Commissioner Musharafi, have you joined us? Commissioner Thompson? Commissioner Timmons? Okay, Madam Chair, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 commissioners in attendance. And Mr. Hearing Officer, I think you're ready to go.
Okay, it is 8:02 a.m. I heard the administrator 3 different times before the meeting began at 8 o'clock announce to any public members who wish to make comment that they should make themselves known. No one has made themselves known, so we're going to start with the testimony now. If there is a public member that joins who uses the chat and announces to the administrator that they would like to make a comment, we will either find some time before 5 o'clock or we will hear their comment at 5 o'clock. With that said, the department was presenting its direct and rebuttal testimony to issue number 2. There is a spreadsheet of issues on the WQCC website. It is available for anyone to access. We are in topic order number 2 in definitions section, and we have heard from Ms. Lemon, and if I'm correct, we have a witness named Fulham next.
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Officer, can we get appearances for today?
Okay, are there any, we did appearances yesterday, so are there any are there any changes to appearances for today? Court reporter, it's all the same as yesterday.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So let's continue with the department's direct. Is it you, Mr. Verhule, or Ms. Maxfield is going to conduct?
It is me to start off, Mr. Hearing Officer. Thank you.
Please call your witness.
The New Mexico Environment Department calls Jennifer Fulham. And Ms. Fulham, you have been sworn in, is my recollection. Ms. Fulham, please state your name.
Jennifer Fulham.
And what is your current position?
I'm an environmental scientist supervisor serving as the Water Quality Standards Coordinator with the New Mexico Environment Department Surface Water Quality Bureau.
How long have you held this position?
I've been the Water Quality Standards Coordinator for 4 years.
And what are your duties in this position?
As the Standards Coordinator, I oversee and facilitate the team responsible for amendments to the state surface water quality standards. So in part, this includes supervising and leading technical staff under the Standards Planning and Reporting team, conducting analyses of water quality standards, writing the technical support documents for those analyses, petitioning for the water quality standards amendments before the Water Quality Control Commission, and then filing those adopted rules with state records and archives and EPA to ensure they become effective for both state and federal Clean Water Act purposes. In order to do this, I must maintain a current knowledge of statutory requirements and procedures, assess and evaluate studies and data sets to ensure the use of the information was based on scientific principles, and then communicate with EPA Region 6 regularly regarding any state amendments and updates to the federal regulations or guidelines.
Please summarize your post-high school education.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology with a minor in geography from the University of New Mexico and a Master of Science degree in environmental science and management from New Mexico Highlands University.
Do you hold any certifications or have you received any additional professional training relevant to this proceeding today?
Yes, I've received training and obtained various certifications applicable to both my position and more specifically to this proceeding. In particular, I attended and received certification from EPA's National Water Quality Standards Academy in Washington, D.C., and as well as the EPA's Tribal Water Quality Standards Academy in Polson, Montana. I have certifications from EPA in quality assurance management, data quality objectives, and quality management plans. I've also taken the state's rulemaking training, as well as the records and information management training, and a full list of my trainings and certifications can be found in my resume, which has been filed as NMED Exhibit 8.
Can you tell us about your work experience that's relevant to this proceeding?
I can. As it pertains to the development and promulgation of water quality standards, I've testified and filed amended rules in 1 tribal and 3 state water quality standard rulemaking hearings. These included the 2005 Triennial Review of Tesuque Pueblo's water quality standards, state designated use amendments for Dog Canyon, Tecolote Creek, San Isidro Arroyo, and tributaries to San Isidro Arroyo, and the adoption of the state's first temporary standard for the city of Raton to Doggett Creek. And although ultimately withdrawn by the petitioner prior to the hearing, I also provided technical review, comment, direct technical testimony, and rebuttal testimony for a proposed Outstanding National Resource Water nomination, otherwise referred to as an ONRW, for the Upper Pecos. In addition to rulemakings, I've also reviewed and prepared comment on behalf of the state for EPA's 2018 recommended criteria for aluminum, and provided comment and ultimately approval on third-party work plans associated with various use attainability analyses, or UAAs for short. I've also led the most recent updates to the state's water quality management plan and continuing planning process, which was approved by this commission and EPA in 2020. Other work experience pertaining to data management, water quality, exposure pathway analyses can be found in my resume filed as NMED Exhibit 8.
Have you authored or co-authored any articles that relate to your professional work?
Yes, as found in my resume, I co-authored a study published by Los Alamos National Laboratory pertaining to exposure pathways for polychlorinated biphenyls following the Cerro Grande fire using semi-permeable membrane devices. And I was the principal investigator and grant manager on a research project funded by EPA for Tesuque Pueblo regarding elk habitat utilization. That was part of a larger investigation to determine if elk migration posed a radiological exposure pathway from Los Alamos.
Did you submit technical testimony in this matter?
Yes, my direct technical testimony was filed as NMED Exhibit 4, and my rebuttal was filed as NMED Exhibit 109.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No.
Do you adopt that pre-filed written technical testimony here today?
Yep, I do.
Okay, thank you for that introductory piece. Just to roadmap this for the commission and hearing officer and the other parties, we're going to continue along with the topic 2 topics. And the first one that Ms. Fulham will discuss are amendments to 20.6.4.7a NMAC, the definitions as they relate to attainable uses. Ms. Fulham, can you briefly describe the department's proposed amendments to 20.6.4.7a NMAC regarding the definition for attainable?
The department's proposing to amend the term attainable to include the word use.
Can you briefly describe the reasoning behind this proposed amendment?
The current regulations at 20.6.4.7a NMAC provide a definition of attainable, yet the application of the term is not the common English use of the word attainable. As described in 40 CFR 131.10d, the Clean Water Act applies attainable to uses, not criteria. So as currently found in 20.6.4.7a NMAC, the definition does not describe how it applies. It refers neither to a use nor a criterion. So this can cause inconsistency in implementing water quality standards. So the department is proposing to include the word use to clarify its applicability and align the definition with the federal term attainable use as described in 40 CFR 131.10d.
Why is the term attainable problematic if it's not amended?
The word attainable is used throughout 20.6.4 NMAC in its common English meaning, without the distinction between the common use of the word attainable and when it's specifically applying to when an attainable use is implemented, the standards could be implemented inconsistently. So additionally, in accordance with 40 CFR 131.10d, the term is applicable to the use and the criteria that support that use.
Was inclusion of the word use as part of the definition proposed previously?
Yes, in 2005, the University of California proposed to include the word use in the definition.
And because obviously the commission did not adopt that term at that time, what was the commission's reasoning for not adopting the term attainable use?
The commission found the word use unnecessary at the time because nearly every instance of the reference to attainable was paired with the word use in the context of the sentence.
Is there a definition of the word use at present in 20.6.4 to accompany the term attainable in these instances?
No.
So would one be able to discern what attainable use is simply by the definition of attainable and the common English use of the term use?
Possibly, but it may be read in various ways, and that could potentially cause discrepancies in the application.
Did any party object to these amendments that the department has proposed regarding adoption of the term attainable use?
Yes, Mr. Toll with Triad and DOE objected in his rebuttal testimony, filed as Lanel Exhibit 63.
And what was the reasoning behind that objection?
Triad and DOE object to the inclusion of the word use, as it would limit the term to uses that are achievable by the imposition of effluent limits. Triad and DOE further argue that this excludes many of the factors that prevent attainment of a use in 40 CFR 131.10g.
And does that reasoning change the department's opinion on including the term use in the definition?
No.
So you disagree with Mr. Toll's objections?
Yes.
What is the department's concern with those objections?
Well, Triad make two cases for not adopting the inclusion of the word use. The first is that it limits the application to a use, not a criterion. And this language would be limiting to a use and argues that that actually comports with the application of the term under 40 CFR 131.10d of the federal regulations. Application of attainable to a criterion is not provided under federal regulations since it's the use that's protected under the Clean Water Act. So we assess criteria to determine attainment of uses, but there's no provision that I'm aware of under the Clean Water Act that permits degradation of a use, so long as a single criterion can be attained through the imposition of effluent limits. Now, on the second argument, Triad and DOE's argument that it excludes the factors to prevent attainment of a use in 40 CFR 131.10G is unclear, as this section refers specifically to amending Clean Water Act Section 101A2 designated uses to a designated use with less stringent criteria through a use attainability analysis, or UAA. So including the word use in the term is taken directly from 40 CFR 131.10D. Triad and DOE's argument that 40 CFR 131.10D excludes amending a use in accordance with 40 CFR 131.10G is unfounded, as this would actually be a contradiction in the federal regulations.
Did Triad and DOE provide any additional recommendations regarding proposed revisions to the definition of attainable?
Yes, Mr. Fulton provided an additional recommendation regarding the proposed amendments.
And what was that? What was the recommendation of Triad and DOE?
Oh, okay, sorry. As it's currently proposed, the language discusses stringency as it pertains to a use. Triad and DOE argue the application of stringency is not applicable to a use, but rather a criteria.
And does the department agree with Triad and DOE with respect to that?
Yes.
Was the language amended in NMED Exhibit 110 to address that?
Yes, NMED 110 was amended to address the stringency.
So does the department wish to revise the proposed amendment to the definition of attainable in 20.6.4.7a NMAC at this time?
No.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the next row on the spreadsheet, but we're still in topic 2. This is 20.6.4.7e NMAC, the definition of existing use. Ms. Fulham, did any party propose amendments to 20.6.4.7e NMAC regarding the definition for existing use?
Yes, Amigos Bravos proposed adding language to describe how an existing use can be determined and the types of activities it could include. This was proposed in Amigos Bravos Exhibit 1. However, Amigos Bravos' Exhibit 24 was filed late last week, effectively withdrawing that proposal. The department proposed Amigos Bravos' original proposal, and therefore we support its withdrawal. The department does not support any amendments to the definition of existing use in 20.6.4.7e NMAC at this time.
Okay, great. Moving on to 20.6.4.7L NMAC. This is the definition of limited aquatic life. Can you briefly describe the department's proposed amendments to 20.6.4.7L NMAC regarding that definition?
The department is proposing to remove the reference to specific hydrologic conditions as part of the definition for limited aquatic life.
Can you briefly describe the reasoning behind those proposed amendments?
The use is not limited solely by hydrologic regimes, so much as habitat conditions. The proposed language reflects low flow conditions as a habitat limitation rather than the hydrologic regime for the water body, for example, intermittent or ephemeral.
Are there implementation implications for not adopting this proposed language?
As the definition is currently written, it could be interpreted that intermittent or ephemeral hydrologic regimes prevent attaining higher aquatic life uses. In addition, perennial waters could be prevented from having a limited aquatic life designation simply based on the persistent presence of water. It's important that the designated use definitions describe the use and habitat to which aquatic life should be able to inhabit.
Did any party object to these proposed amendments?
Yes, Amigos Bravos objected to the proposed amendment.
And what was the basis for that objection?
Amigos Bravos opposes the department's proposed amendment to replace ephemeral and intermittent with the term low flow, because the term low flow is not defined and it could cause perennial waters to be designated with a non-Clean Water Act Section 101A2 aquatic life use.
Are there instances where a perennial water is designated with a limited aquatic life use?
Yes, under 20.6.4.124 NMAC, perennial reaches of Sulphur Creek from its confluence with Redondo upstream to its headwaters has a modified limited aquatic life designated use, and that's due to naturally low pH values, which are not within the normal range to support aquatic life. The segment-specific pH criterion for this perennial water is a pH with a range of 2.0 to 9.0. For reference, pH values that support aquatic life usually fall within the 6 to 9 range, and a pH of 2 is equivalent to lemon juice or vinegar, and acid rain has a pH of 4. In addition, pursuant to 40 CFR 131.10G, a Clean Water Act Section 101A2 use, it can be removed if it's not an existing use and it's been demonstrated that one of the factors in 40 CFR 131.10G is preventing attainment of the use. There's no regulatory prohibition, though, based just on hydrology.
How would an aquatic life use for a perennial water be amended to limit aquatic life?
Since the criteria for limited aquatic life has the least stringent criteria of all the aquatic life uses, and is not considered to fully protect for the Clean Water Act Section 101A2 uses, any amendment to a water of the state to establish a limited aquatic life would require a UAA.
I'm sorry, I think I missed a word there. Did you say that it's not considered to have criteria to fully protect for Clean Water Act Section 101A2 uses?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. How likely is it that a perennial water would only have limited aquatic life as its highest attainable use?
One of the differences between limited aquatic life designated use and the other aquatic life designated uses is that most chronic aquatic life criteria do not apply to limited aquatic life unless they're adopted on a segment-specific basis. Given that persistent flow provides long-term exposure to contaminants, it would be a challenge to demonstrate that chronic aquatic life criteria do not apply in cases where perennial waters are found to have limited aquatic life uses, such as the case with Sulphur Creek. And although it has a designated limited aquatic life use, the chronic aquatic life criteria still apply because of its perenniality. Given Sulphur Creek is the only example in 20.6.4 NMAC, it's unlikely that a perennial water could demonstrate that it has never had a better water quality than limited aquatic life, but unlikely doesn't mean impossible. And this amendment is merely clarifying it's the habitat, not strictly the hydrology, that limits the application of the limited aquatic life use.
Did any party object to these proposed amendments?
Yes, Triad and DOE.
And what were those objections?
Triad and DOE also find concern with the ambiguity of the term low flow. They agree that the designated use is not limited to non-perennial waters. So Triad and DOE propose alternative language to include all three hydrologic conditions in the definition instead of the limitation to just ephemeral and intermittent as it's currently written.
And does the department find the alternative language that they proposed to be appropriate?
No, the department finds it unnecessary since the limiting factor is not strictly hydrology so much as it's the limiting habitat conditions, and that includes low flow, high turbidity, low dissolved oxygen, among others. That's what defines the designated aquatic life use. Adding all of the hydrologic conditions is unnecessary, and it doesn't add to the function of the definition.
So based on all the other testimony that the department has or that you've reviewed regarding this proposed amendment, does the department wish to revise the proposed amendments in NMED Exhibit 110 at this time?
No.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next line on the spreadsheet, still obviously in topic 2. This is with respect to 20.6.4.7 M as in Michael, and Mac. Can you briefly describe the department's proposed amendments to 20.6.4.7 M and MAC regarding the definition for marginal cold water?
The department has proposed to remove language referencing the hydrology and the maximum numeric temperature criterion in the definition of marginal cold water in 20.6.4.7 M and MAC.
Can you briefly describe the reasoning behind those proposed amendments?
The inclusion of the hydrology does not accurately describe the conditions of this aquatic life use. It appears to be residual language from when the state migrated from fishery uses to aquatic life uses. And as described in my direct technical testimony, which was filed as NMED Exhibit 4, the definition when it referred to fisheries included areas within a water body that provided cold water conditions at least some portion of the year. And although the incorporation of the term intermittent was used to capture the seasonality of these types of waters, it wasn't referring to intermittent hydrology as defined in 20.6.4.7 I2 NMAC, but rather the common use of the term intermittent as in occurring at irregular intervals or not continuously. Because there's a hydrologic definition for intermittent, the common use of the term intermittent here has likely caused confusion with appropriate application of the use.
Did any party object to these proposed amendments?
Yes, San Juan Water Commission initially objected as provided in Mr. Rose Bauman's direct technical testimony filed as SJWC2. Additionally, Triad and DOE objected as provided in Mr. Fulton's direct technical and rebuttal testimony filed as Lanel Exhibit 6 and 62 respectively.
And for San Juan Water Commission, what was the basis for their objections?
San Juan Water Commission initially objected to the lack of reasoning in the department's petition and inconsistency with amending other designated aquatic life uses similarly.
And did you address this concern in either your direct technical or rebuttal testimony?
I believe the department addressed San Juan Water Commission's concern in both my direct and rebuttal testimony.
And does the department want to revise the proposed amendments in NMED Exhibit 110 based on the San Juan Water Commission's concerns at this time?
No.
So moving along to Triad and DOE's objections, what were the basis for those?
In short, Triad and DOE argue the definition would not be aligned with the criteria established in 20.6.4.900 NMAC. Triad and DOE also assert hydrologic regimes and criteria should be included in all the aquatic life use definitions.
And do you believe you addressed that concern in any of your pre-filed written testimony?
My direct and rebuttal testimony filed as NMED Exhibits 4 and 109 explain the reasoning for the proposed amendments. However, Triad and DOE still argue the proposed amendments are unnecessary.
What is the difference between the definition for these uses and the criteria that support these uses?
Regarding Triad's and DOE's argument related to the alignment with 20.6.4.900 NMAC, for all aquatic life uses, the department holds that definitions for these aquatic life uses should provide a narrative description of the use, since these are the goals of the water body. The criteria supporting the use are a separate element of the water quality standards. Therefore, the numeric criteria are adopted and codified in section 900 of 20.6.4 NMAC, or in sections 101 through 899 as segment-specific criteria, not in the definitions. As described in greater detail in my rebuttal testimony, filed as NMED Exhibit 109, there's an extensive list of numeric criteria for each designated use, and incorporation would not add to the functionality of the water quality standards, and it would most definitely impose issues with implementation.
What is identified in the definition for marginal cold water now as it pertains to temperature?
Currently, the definition for marginal cold water identifies the temperature may exceed 25 degrees Celsius.
And what are the temperature criteria identified in 20.6.4.900 NMAC for marginal cold water?
There are two temperature-related criteria that are necessary to support marginal cold water aquatic life, as established in 20.6.4.900 NMAC. The first one is a long-term or chronic exposure known as 6T3, and that is 25 degrees Celsius. And then there's an instantaneous maximum or an acute exposure, and that's 29 degrees Celsius.
When you say 6T3, that's not 63. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on how that's spelled?
Yes, 6, T is in Tom, 3.
Okay. Thank you. The temperature identified in the definition is different from the criteria established in 20.6.4.900 NMAC?
Yes, that's correct.
Then which is applicable to marginal cold water aquatic life?
The criteria in 20.6.4.900 NMAC.
Would you explain why the criteria in 20.6.4.900 NMAC would be the defensible criteria for the marginal cold water aquatic life use?
It really goes back to the three parts of water quality standards. We have the designated uses, the criteria that support those uses, and then the anti-degradation policy. 20.6.4.900 NMAC is titled Criteria Applicable to Existing Designated or Attainable Uses, unless otherwise specified in 20.6.4.97 through 20.6.4.899 NMAC. The criteria that are applicable and protect for marginal cold water aquatic life are codified under section 900, not in 20.6.4.7, which is the section for definitions. So again, the definition should be a narrative description of the term.
So going back to Triad and DOE's argument that all hydrologic conditions and criteria should be listed in the definitions, why doesn't the department consider this option?
Regarding the argument relating again to alignment with 20.6.4.900 NMAC, as explained earlier, the criterion currently in the definition is not consistent with the adopted criteria in 20.6.4.900. And there are numerous other criteria in 900 that are not currently listed in the definition. So for the reasons noted, the numeric criteria should remain in section 900 or addressed on a segment-specific basis in 20.6.4.97 through 899 NMAC. As far as Triad and DOE's issue with removing the hydrologic regime, there are only a few uses to which the hydrology in and of itself is a definitive use, such as but in most cases, it's the range of the habitat conditions that define the aquatic life uses.
So based on the concerns that you've just described and discussed, does the department wish to revise this particular amendment as proposed in NMED Exhibit 110?
No.
Okay, I'm going to move along to the next line item on the spreadsheet. This relates to 20.6.4.7 U NMAC and 20.6.4.15a NMAC. Can you briefly describe the proposed amendments to those subsections regarding the definition of use attainability analysis?
Yeah, the amendment involves moving the first sentence in 20.6.4.15a NMAC to the definition section in 20.6.4.7 NMAC.
Did the department initially propose this amendment?
No, Triad and DOE originally proposed the amendment via the direct technical testimony of Dr. Brian Dale, filed as Lanel Exhibit 5.
Is this proposed amendment in line with other amendments the department has proposed?
Yes, the department has proposed similar amendments to move definitions found elsewhere into section 20.6.4.7 NMAC. Examples include the definition for harmonic mean flow and unclassified waters of the state.
Did the department or any other party object to these amendments?
No.
Does the department support the amendment as proposed by Triad and DOE?
Yes.
Was the proposed language incorporated into NMED Exhibit 110?
Yes.
So no revisions to NMED Exhibit 110 at this time?
No.
Mr. Hearing Officer, with that, I have no more questions on direct examination for this witness for this set of topics.
Mr. Verhule, do you think this is a good opportunity to address Exhibit 139 that has not been admitted into evidence yet?
No, Mr. Hearing Officer, I do not. I'm going to bring that in via Ms. Diana Aranda later in the hearing.
Even though it has Ms. Fulham's name on the top of it?
That's correct, Mr. Hearing Officer, although the letter was from EPA Region 6 to Ms. Fulham. That's because she's really the primary contact point within the Surface Water Quality Bureau for EPA Region 6. That letter is unrelated to the topics that Ms. Fulham just testified as to.
Understood, thank you. Okay, are there any parties that wish to cross-examine Ms. Fulham? Are there any commissioners that wish to cross-examine Ms. Fulham? I'm not sure, is this Ms. McReynolds?
No. This is Carrie Olson for Lionel. We were having technical difficulties, but we would like to do cross-examination.
Okay, so hold on one second, Ms. Olson. Are there any commissioners that wish to cross-examine this witness? Okay.
Mr. Hearing Officer, Larry Dominguez, I do have one follow-up question that can wait till after trial.
Okay, wonderful. So Ms. Olson, please proceed.
And Hearing Officer, Mr. Rose is actually going to be doing the cross-examination.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I just have a couple questions. Ms. Fulham, you testified on the proposed changes to the definition of limited aquatic life. Could you refer to that definition? I just had a couple questions concerning its structure. As I read it, the term really, as it's defined, it means the surface water is capable of supporting only a limited community of aquatic life. Is that the operable provision of that definition?
I heard the question. I'm thinking about the term operable. I think.
Well, let me clarify
Yes,
it for you. The next sentence talks about the subcategory includes. Is the list after includes to be, is that an exclusive list, or is that examples of the kinds of conditions to which limited aquatic life would apply?
I think for limited aquatic life, because it is an aquatic life use in which any water that would be designated as such would require a UAA, would likely need to explore and demonstrate what factors under 131.10G were appropriate in order to designate it as limited aquatic life. So that may be some or all of those conditions or other conditions, as long as it was one of the factors in 131.10G. So
Okay,
I think
so
that is exclusive.
Okay, yeah, so as I understand your answer, you're saying the list may contain maybe the most likely conditions, but not necessarily all of the conditions that might be relevant.
That is my understanding of it.
Okay, and let's turn to the definition of marginal cold water. And I'm looking at the definition in the proposed changes, both with respect to describing the intermittent or low flows, and then also the temperature criteria. And the department proposed changes to that definition. Did the department consider similar changes to the definition of marginal warm water? And if not, why not?
I think the department may look at marginal warm water. We didn't have what we needed in order to proceed with it during this triennial, but that may be something we would consider in the future.
in looking at that definition, it looks like the only real difference in the current definition is that the temperature criteria is different. Am I reading that correctly?
Are you asking the difference between marginal cold water and marginal warm water?
As the current definition exists, yes.
For marginal cold water, it says that the temperature may exceed. For marginal warm water, it says that it routinely exceeds. And they have different temperature criteria.
Right, okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good morning, Ms. Fulham. Thank you for your testimony this morning. I have what it should be a quick follow-up question, and this relates to the proposed addition of the term use in 20.6.4.7. You had indicated in your testimony that another party had previously proposed that in a prior triennial, and you provided the reasoning that the commission did not adopt it at that time. And you may have covered this, but bear with me if I'm repeating some things. But can you provide us what has changed since that prior proposal that brought the department to bring the proposal forward now, and what those changes would tend to lead the commission to adopt it?
I will try to answer what led us to this. As I think some had mentioned yesterday, the triennial review actually takes years of development. So prior to even our stakeholder outreach, as the standards coordinator, I'm constantly engaging with other parties, with other individuals in our bureau and other individuals who use our standards. And part of the triennial is to kind of give a thorough once over as to, is this working or is this not working? Does this need to be clarified? Has this caused some inconsistency or concern with application? And I've been in the standards coordinator position for 4 years now, and throughout that time, this is one of those little cleanup areas that we are considering for this triennial. Nothing has necessarily changed other than internal dialogue, perhaps, of applicability and what does this mean and does it apply to everything? And when I looked in the federal regulations, we realized it really does only apply to uses, not criteria, and therefore that's where we felt it warranted a change. We did some investigation on the history and came up with some reasoning. Had it been proposed before, and if it had, what was the findings, and why is it applicable now? And given that there's other references to attainable in the standards, one of which is in the objective, we felt that it would be beneficial for implementation to add the term use to clarify that it is that attainable use that's in 40 CFR 131.10D. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think partially so. And just to explain my rationale there, where the commission has seen something previously and made a decision on and then deal with the same subject matter at a later point in time, it's extremely useful for there to be something in the record that provides a basis for either the same or a different decision by the commission, so that there's a level of consistency over a long period of time and there's not just an ebb and flow because we have a new commission in at a later date dealing with the same subject matter. So that's the rationale behind that is to try to establish a foundation there so that the commission can weigh that and make a judgment accordingly. So thank you, Ms. Fulham, and thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Are there any other commissioners who have questions for Ms. Fulham? Are there any members of the public who have questions for Ms. Fulham? I have no questions for Ms. Fulham. Are there any redirect questions, Mr. Verheul?
I have no rebuttal or redirect questions for this witness on this topic at this time.
Would you like to call your next witness?
I think my co-counsel, Ms. Maxfield, will do so.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. At this time, an MED calls Chris Barrios as a witness. And he was previously sworn in yesterday.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, could you please go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Chris Barrios.
What is your current position?
I'm currently the Program Manager of the Monitoring, Assessment, and Standards section of the Surface Water Quality Bureau, New Mexico Environment Department.
How long have you held this position?
I've been in this position since August of 2017.
Could you describe for us the duties that are entailed by this position?
Yes, I manage the teams that develop surface water quality standard proposals, monitor New Mexico's surface waters, assess those data to determine designated use attainment, and develop total maximum daily load or TMDL documents.
Please give us a summary of your post-high school education.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in geology from Florida State University.
And do you hold any certifications or have any additional professional training relevant to this proceeding?
Yes, I'm a licensed professional geologist in Florida. I also completed a graduate short course on geostatistics at the University of Florida.
And please describe for us your work experience that's relevant to this proceeding before the Commission.
I have led or managed water quality monitoring programs since 2002. I have been the principal investigator on a number of studies investigating ground and surface water quality, including nutrient fingerprinting and the chemical characterization of major spring basins. In my current role, I oversee the ambient surface water quality monitoring program, the development of TMDLs and the Clean Water Act Integrated Report, and surface water quality standards proposals. I provided my detailed work experience in NEBD Exhibit 6.
Have you authored or co-authored any publications related to your professional training and experience?
Yes, I have authored or co-authored 10 agency water quality publications in previous employment. In addition, I have contributed to the department's TMDLs, Clean Water Act 303D, 305B integrated reports, the 2020 update to the Water Quality Management Plan continuing planning process, and watershed survey field sampling plans and reports.
Did you submit pre-filed technical testimony in this matter?
Yes, my technical testimony is filed as NMED Exhibit 2 and my rebuttal testimony as NMED Exhibit 107.
At this time, do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony that you pre-filed?
Yes, the department proposed a number of typographical and grammatical amendments to 20.6.4 NMAC, which are described in the Statement of Reasons filed with the NMED petition. These proposed amendments are not substantive in nature. Although I neglected to describe some of the proposed typographical and grammatical amendments in my written testimony, I plan to go over them in my oral testimony during this hearing.
Now, that pre-filed written direct and rebuttal testimony, do you adopt that here today in this hearing?
Yes, I do.
Could you please give us an overview of the nature of your testimony?
My testimony today provides additional information related to my direct testimony filed as NMED Exhibit 2 and rebuttal testimony filed as NMED Exhibit 107 and focuses on the following topics: several definitions, including unclassified waters of the state, contaminants of emerging concern or CECs, toxic pollutants and persistent toxic pollutants, and the addition of CECs and toxic pollutants listed in 20.6.2.7 NMAC to the general criterion for toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.13F NMAC. Updates to the numeric criteria in 20.6.4.900 NMAC, and EPA recommended criteria the department has not proposed for adoption, and finally, minor formatting and typographical corrections.
Does the department wish to revise the amendment MED Exhibit 110? Those were filed on June 22nd at this time.
Although the department has no substantive changes to NMED Exhibit 110, we did note a small formatting error that occurred when we made other changes. NMED Exhibit 110 indicates that the department is proposing two subsection H's in 20.6.4.11 NMAC. The second subsection H should read as subsection I,
Did you file exhibits regarding these proposed amendments that you just described?
Yes, in addition to those exhibits already presented by Ms. Lemon and Ms. Fulham, the department filed exhibits 2, 6, 35 through 39, 41 through 55, 107, 116 through 120, 132 through 134, and 137 as they pertain to these proposed amendments.
Okay, I am going to direct your attention to amendments the department has proposed related to unclassified waters of the state, which relate to 20.6.4.7 NMAC and 20.6.4.11 NMAC. So first of all, can you briefly describe the department's proposed amendments to 20.6.4.7 NMAC regarding the definition for unclassified water of the state?
Yes. The department proposes to move the definition for unclassified waters from the current location in 20.6.4.11H NMAC, applicability of water quality standards, to 20.6.4.7 NMAC, definitions.
Can you briefly describe the reasoning behind those proposed amendments?
Yes, definitions are most appropriately placed in the definition section, 20.6.4.7 NMAC. Relocation of the definition for unclassified waters of the state to 20.6.4.7 NMAC provides an easily indexable location and complements the existing definition for classified waters of the state in 20.6.4.7 C3 NMAC.
Did any party object to these amendments?
Yes, the San Juan Water Commission objected to the proposed amendment in its technical testimony filed as SJWC2.
Is it now your understanding that the San Juan Water Commission has withdrawn its objection to this proposed amendment?
Yes, it is.
Does the department have any revisions to the amendments as proposed in NMED Exhibit 110 at this time?
No.
All right, and Mr. Hearing Officer, that concludes my direct examination questions for this witness at this time on this topic.
Are there any cross-examination questions for this witness from another party? Are there any cross-examination questions for this witness from a commissioner? Are there any questions for this witness from the public? I'm not hearing any cross-examination requests, Ms. Maxfield. Would you like to present your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, at this point, I'll turn it over to my co-counsel, Mr. Verheuel, to call NMED's next witness.
The New Mexico Environment Department calls Diana Aranda.
Good morning.
Has she been sworn in?
She has, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Aranda. Please state your name.
I am Diana Aranda.
And what is your current position?
I am an environmental scientist advanced in the standards planning and reporting team for the New Mexico. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, for the New Mexico Environment Department Surface Water Quality Bureau.
How long have you held this position?
I have been in this position for 2.5 years, and I have been employed with the NMED Surface Water Quality Bureau since February 2007.
What are your duties in this position?
I am responsible for various aspects of developing water quality standards for New Mexico surface water in accordance to the State Water Quality Act and the Federal Clean Water Act. I generate regulatory public documents for the development and revision to the state surface water quality for the Water Quality Control Commission and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's approval process.
Would you please summarize your education?
I hold a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of New Mexico and a Master's of Science degree in Coastal Zone Management from Nova Southeastern University.
Do you hold any certifications or have you received any additional professional training?
I have received certifications from the EPA's National Water Quality Standards Academy and the EPA's Quality Project and Program Management. I have also attended the state's rulemaking training, as well as their records and information management training.
Can you tell us about your work experience that's relevant to this proceeding?
So before working in the standards team, I was a total maximum daily load document writer for 2 years and have gone before the commission for approval of such a document. And prior to joining the department, I worked on several private and government contracts as a project manager, where I assess construction, infrastructure, and expansion projects in or close in the waterways to ensure that they fulfill local and federal regulations and codes. I have also collaborated in the creation of the Port Everglades Master Plan document section that focus on environmental existing conditions and impacts concerning the expansion of the Fort Lauderdale Port. I have worked for the National Park Service Water Quality Monitoring Team that assessed all the waters for Biscayne Bay National Park. I have worked as a water quality researcher for the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration in collaboration with the EPA, and we developed microbial source tracking methods for recreational use guidance methodologies to improve overall water quality monitoring within recreational waters. I have also worked for nonprofit, educating the public on water and ecosystem function, especially in the Florida Everglades, promoting the implementation of the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan. And the details of all this are in NMED Exhibit 7 in my resume.
Have you authored or have you co-authored any articles that are relevant to your professional training?
My master's work focused on recreational water quality assessment and creating novel management tools. So my work was published as a principal author in a peer-reviewed journal of water and health in 2016.
Did you submit technical written testimony for this matter?
Yes, my direct testimony is filed as NMED Exhibit 3, and my rebuttal testimony is filed as NMED Exhibit 108.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Do you adopt that pre-filed written testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for all of that. I'm going to shift over to the substantive matter that you're testifying to at this time, which has to do with the definition of hardness in 20.6.4.7 NMAC. Can you briefly describe the department's proposed amendment regarding the definition of hardness?
So the department is proposing to adopt a new definition of hardness to clarify this term.
And what is the reasoning behind those proposed amendments?
So the word hardness is used several times throughout 20.6.4 NMAC, and adding this definition of hardness would provide a standardized understanding of the term as it is applied to our standards.
Historically, has there been a definition for the term hardness?
No, and that is why the department proposes to add this definition to 20.6.4.7 HMAC.
Is the term hardness used in other parts of 20.6.4 NMAC?
Yes, therefore adding the definition would aid in the implementation of this term when referring to standards.
Did any party object to these amendments?
No.
Does the department wish to revise these proposed amendments in NMED Exhibit 110 at this time?
No.
Mr. Hearing Officer, at this time, I have no more direct questions for this witness on this topic.
Are there any parties that wish to cross-examine Ms. Aranda? Are there any commissioners that wish to cross-examine Ms. Aranda? Any members of the public? Okay, by my spreadsheet, Mr. Verheuel, that concludes the department's witnesses on this topic. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Hearing Officer.
So by my spreadsheet, we move on to Triad and DOE witnesses on this topic. Mr. Rose.
Hearing Officer Shakalin.
Sorry.
Hearing Officer Shakalin, this is Commission Counsel Robert Sanchez. Can I just take care of a housekeeping matter before we proceed?
Please.
Commission Administrator Jones indicated that Commissioner Cipher would be arriving late. I noticed that at 9 o'clock he had, I saw his name on the tile, WebEx tile. So I'd like to know for the record that he was present at 9 o'clock, and perhaps he can tell us if he arrived earlier for the record. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hearing Officer, I was here at 8:30.
Thank you, Commissioner Cipher, and welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Rose.
Mr. Hearing Officer, Ms. Olson will be conducting Mr. Fulton's question.
Please, who are you calling first, Ms. Olson?
Good morning, Hearing Officer. Lana would like to call our witness, Barry Fulton.
Please, was Mr. Fulton sworn in yesterday?
Yes, he was.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Fulton. Can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Barry Fulton, that's Fulton. My business address is 266 Morgan Drive, McCall, Idaho.
And Mr. Fulton, with whom are you employed?
Benchmark Environmental, LLC.
Mr. Fulton, do you have before you what's previously been designated as LANL Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Do you recognize that exhibit as your pre-filed direct technical testimony?
Yes.
Was that direct testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give these same answers under oath?
Yes.
Is the information contained in LANL Exhibit 6 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Mr. Fulton, do you also have before you what has been designated as LANL Exhibit 62?
Yes.
Do you recognize that as your rebuttal pre-filed testimony?
I do, yes.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give these same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
Is the information contained in Lanel Exhibit 62 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is, yes.
And Mr. Hearing Officer, the pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony of Mr. Fulton, Lanel Exhibits numbers 6 and 62, adopted by Mr. Fulton today, are included in the stipulation to the admission of exhibits. So am I correct that I don't need to move admission?
Correct. It's already in evidence.
And Mr. Fulton, I believe there's 3 additional exhibits referenced in your pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimonies. Those have also previously been admitted into the record by stipulation. That's Lanel Exhibit 57, Exhibit 13, your CV, and Exhibit 83, 1997 EPA memorandum. The one of those exhibits, your CV, was provided by you. Do you have any corrections to that exhibit?
Yes, I do. I have 3 typographical corrections to dates listed on my CV, which has been admitted as Exhibit 13. Those corrections are the date associated with my master's degree, should be 2009. The start date associated with my employment at Arcadis should be 2009. The start date associated with my employment at Center for Reservoir and Aquatic Systems Research should be 2006.
And Mr. Hearing Officer, we just request that that be reflected in the record. We don't intend to submit a corrected exhibit unless directed to do so. Mr. Fulton, looking at Lanel Exhibit 13, using your CV as a guide, can you
Ms.
please
Olson?
summarize? Yes.
Excuse me one moment. My microphone was muted. I asked if there were any objections from any party to that corrected exhibit. Okay, it is admitted.
Thank you. And using your CV, Lanel 13 as a guide, can you please summarize your professional experience, or excuse me, can you please summarize your education?
Yes, I hold a Bachelor of Arts degree with dual majors in environmental science and ecology with a minor in chemistry. I also hold a Master's of Science degree in environmental toxicology from Baylor University. I have 16 years of experience focused primarily on surface water quality and regulations, environmental toxicology, and ecological risk assessment and hydrology. I formed Benchmark Environmental in 2017, where I'm the current owner and principal scientist. Prior to forming Benchmark Environmental, I worked as an environmental scientist with a consulting firm called Arcadis for 8 years. Before that, I was a research scientist at the Center for Reservoir Systems and Aquatic Research at Baylor University for 3 years. And prior to that, I was a biology laboratory instructor at Brevard College for a year.
And Mr. Fulton, can you please briefly describe the work that you're currently doing for Benchmark?
My current work involves the development of site-specific water quality criteria, conducting use attainability analyses, and performing ecological risk assessments. I also manage and lead long-term aquatic biological monitoring, as well as hydrology studies. And another aspect of my current work is providing technical support to rulemaking hearings for water quality standards for other jurisdictions.
And Mr. Fulton, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have. I testified in front of this commission as part of New Mexico's 2013 Triennial review.
Thank you. Moving to the substance of your testimony, keeping in mind that the commission and other parties have already reviewed your pre-filed testimony, can you briefly summarize the scope of your testimony and recommendations?
Yes, so my pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony covers multiple topics at issue in this proceeding. So at this time, I will summarize my testimony related to definitional changes, the topic currently being addressed by the commission. I'll plan to summarize my testimony related to other issues as they are brought forth to the commission throughout this hearing. So regarding definitional changes in section, in MAC section 7L2, as well as in MAC section 7M1, for the limited aquatic life definition at section 7L2, I provide recommendations to provide greater clarity regarding the applicability of both limited aquatic life at 7L2 and marginal cold water at 7M1. For limited aquatic life, I recommended that hydrologic regimes be retained in the definition to remain inclusive of the definitions meeting, and to clarify that a particular hydrologic class would not preclude a water body to be designated as limited aquatic life. I also supported the department's proposal to include low flow in the definition of limited aquatic life, because this is indeed a physical habitat characteristic that may limit the type of aquatic life inhabiting a particular water body. I think earlier today from Ms. Fulham, she may have mentioned that we oppose that, and I just want to clarify that in my direct and rebuttal testimony. I supported the addition of low flow. Regarding marginal cold water at section M7M1, I recommended that hydrologic regime and temperature be included in the definition. I believe this would provide for greater regulatory clarity, and I also believe that it would provide for consistency with the definition of marginal warm water. For marginal cold water, I also recommended the term, quote, at least some portion of the year, end quote, be deleted from the definition, since it's vague and may create some confusion as to how this would be interpreted in the context of marginal cold water as a designated use. I believe the San Juan Water Commission, at least in their direct testimony, raised similar concerns regarding the consistency between marginal warm water and marginal cold water definitions.
And thank you for that summary, Mr. Fulton. Based on rebuttal testimony submitted by other parties, since you submitted your rebuttal testimony, as well as the rebuttal that's been provided this morning, I just have a few brief questions for you on Sir rebuttal. With respect to these definitional changes, did you review the pre-filed testimony of other participants in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And to your knowledge, has anyone objected to your recommendations?
Yes, Ms. Fulham objected to my definitional changes to limited aquatic life and marginal cold water.
And were you present and did you hear Ms. Fulham's testimony earlier this morning?
I was present and I did hear her testimony this morning.
Do you have a response to the department's testimony on proposed changes to the definition of limited aquatic life?
Yes, so while I maintain that Lanel's proposed amendments to limited aquatic life at section 7M2 and provided in Lanel Exhibit 57 would provide more clarity and regulatory certainty with regards to how limited aquatic life is applied, the department's rebuttal testimony and further testimony from Ms. Fulham today that limited aquatic life may apply regardless of hydrologic regime addresses and resolves Lanel's principal concern with how the department will apply this definition of limited aquatic life. And so with the understanding that limited aquatic life may apply to waters of differing hydrology, including perennial waters, although that may be unusual, Lanel no longer opposes the department's amended definition of limited aquatic life at section 7L2.
And I believe when you started that response, you said 7M2, but you meant 7L2, correct? This is all your testimony regarding limited aquatic life.
My apologies. I intended to say 7L2.
Thank you. And turning to the rebuttal on definition of marginal cold water, do you have response to the department's testimony on proposed changes to that definition?
Yes. So based on Ms. Fulham's rebuttal testimony and the testimony we heard earlier today, LANL no longer opposes the department's proposed language, quote, at least some portion of the year, end quote, to the definition of marginal cold water because as described in Ms. Fulham's rebuttal testimony, the phrase is reflective of a duration-based temperature criterion. That is the 6T3, 6T as in Tom 3. However, in my opinion, the department has not resolved the disparity between marginal cold water and marginal warm water definitions. So in particular, the department has not justified why intermittent or low flow is retained in marginal warm water, but excluded or deleted from marginal warm water in their proposed amendments or in the testimony from Ms. Fulham this morning. Both uses, marginal cold water and marginal warm water, may be appropriate uses for intermittent and perennial water bodies, depending on the natural temperature regime. So therefore, I would recommend to the commission that the hydrologic regime be retained in the definition of marginal cold water to provide consistency between the two definitions, which I think in turn will provide greater clarity and regulatory certainty in the application and implementation of the standards.
And just for additional clarity, this morning, did you hear Ms. Fulham testify that the except for temperature differences, the definitions as currently on record with NMAC are the same?
Correct.
And you agree with her on that point?
I do agree. As currently written, the primary difference, the key distinguishing difference between the two definitions is temperature. With the proposed amendments, however, if the proposed amendments are adopted, it'll create a difference between the two definitions. Hydrologic regime will be excluded from marginal cold water, but retained in marginal warm water. And that difference, in my opinion, will create confusion in terms of the implementation of these two definitions.
And from review of Ms. Fulham's testimony and listening to her examination this morning, has the department provided a justification for that disparity?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. I have no more rebuttal. At this time, we tender Mr. Fulton for cross-examination.
Are there any parties that wish to cross-examine this witness? Are there any commissioners that wish to cross-examine this witness? Any members of the public? Ms. Olson, would you like to present your next witness?
Mr. Hearing Officer, we're just going to swap out quickly Mr. Fulton for Mr. Dale.
And Mr. Hearing Officer, I'll be conducting the questioning of Dr. Dale, if and when he comes
Has
from
he
the other
been?
room. He's been sworn, Mr. Hearing
Thank
Officer.
you. We're ready when you are.
I'm not. I mean, Dr. Dale has yet to appear. Here he comes. So, Dr. Dale, can you state your name for the record and spell it, please?
Yes, my name is David Brian Dale, Brian with a Y and D-A-I-L.
And could you give the commission a brief description of your educational and work background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in biology with a chemistry minor from the University of New Mexico. Subsequent to that, I earned my PhD at the University of Georgia, studying acid rain effects on forest soils and stream sediments. Subsequent to that, I studied at the Pennsylvania State University on nitrogen biogeochemistry and effects on the carbon cycle.
And Dr. Dale, can you give us a brief description of your work background?
Yes, after my post-PhD work, I became an assistant professor at the University of Maine, where I worked for 12 years teaching in environmental microbiology and studying biogeochemistry and carbon sequestration at the University of Maine. After that, I began work in 2013 at the standards group at the New Mexico Environment Department, where I focused on looking at science-based changes to standards through this process, the Triennial review. I worked on use attainability analyses and also hydrology protocol. After that, I joined N3B, who's the cleanup contract for legacy waste at Los Alamos National Labs, contracted by the Department of Energy.
And Dr. Dale, have you prepared written direct and rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I have. My direct appears at Exhibit 5, and my CV is appended to that as Exhibit 12, and my Dale rebuttal is at Triad's Exhibit number 61.
And with respect to your written direct and rebuttal, if we were to ask you the same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or to your written direct or rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
Thank you, Dr. Dale. With respect to your testimony as it relates to the definitional section, those definitions which are subject to this portion of the proceeding, could you briefly outline for the commission or summarize your direct and rebuttal testimony?
In my direct testimony, Triad requests that that the definition for the use attainability analysis, or UAA, be added to the definition section. That would constitute a move from where the UAA is described at 20.6.4.15. And this is also reflected in rebuttal with the rationale that it would be much like NMED's proposals for definition section, easier to find, provides more clarity, and is an important part of the New Mexico Administrative Code that is often looked to adjust New Mexico's waters to more appropriate standards and associated criteria.
Dr. Dale, were you present for the direct testimony from the department's witnesses?
Yes, I was.
And did you review the rebuttal testimony of the departments and other witnesses with respect to the definitional section you alluded to?
Yes.
And did your review of that testimony change your recommendation to the commission?
It has not changed.
Dr. Dale, were there other definitions that you testified to in your direct or rebuttal?
Yes, there are issues later today that will be addressed.
Okay, with that, Mr. Hearing Officer, that completes my questioning of Dr. Dale. And you would stand for cross-examination at this time.
Are there any parties that wish to cross-examine Dr. Dale?
Hearing Officer.
Mr. Verheuel,
May I proceed?
please.
Good morning, Dr. Dale.
Good morning.
Dr. Dale, you've testified that your resume was filed in this proceeding or some document which details your professional experience. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've testified that part of that experience is having worked for NMED's Surface Water Quality Bureau, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Dale, have you testified previously in a triennial review on behalf of the department?
Yes, Mr. Verheuel, I did the 2013 triennial review. I testified on a number of subject matter during that process.
And Dr. Dale, in your pre-filed written testimony, did you describe the specific matters that you worked on while employed by the department?
I did. I explained that I had been the principal on two use attainability analyses, one for the Membris system down in southern New Mexico and one for the Animas River. Those were both temperature use attainability analyses. I also testified in support of an outside petition to change water quality standards, segments 808 and 809, which was an outside petition to the department. And last, I provided testimony in support of not changing New Mexico Environment Department's aluminum criteria, which was proposed for change by outside party.
And are any of those matters that you worked on while at the department, are any of those the same matter or substantially the same as those that you're testifying as to in this proceeding?
I believe one's similar, and that's the aluminum issue. However, I am not testifying in that matter.
Okay, great. Thank you for all that. And just to be clear on this, given the virtual nature of this proceeding, there's no one providing you with any communications or help during this cross-examination, is there?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hearing Officer, no further questions for this witness at this time.
Are there any other parties who wish to cross-examine Dr. Dale? Are there any commissioners that would wish to cross-examine Dr. Dale? Any members of the public? Mr. Rose, would you like to present your next witness?
Mr. Hearing Officer, if we could, I'd like to take a short break before starting my next witness, if that's okay.
By all means, let's take a 15-minute break. It's 9:25 approximately. Let's come back at 9:40.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Thank you.
So this.
What's that?
It is 9:40 a.m. We have taken a 15-minute break on day 2 of the Triennial hearing. Mr. Rose, I see you have a witness next to you. What is that witness's name?
It's Dr. Toll, T-O-L-L.
I see that Dr. Toll is coming up on another by the spreadsheet. I guess I'm confused at this point. I thought there were only 2 witnesses from DOE on topic 2, and that we would move on to the other party's witnesses on topic 2. Do you understand it that way?
No, there were 2 on direct exam. In terms of rebuttal testimony, there are actually 5 witnesses, two of which were also the direct testimony. So there's 3 additional witnesses that referred to the definition section that we're talking about here in their rebuttal.
I see. I see the separate. I see the separate. I see the separate column that you have here. And what I'm wondering is the way this spreadsheet is set up, and to try to follow the spreadsheet, does it not make sense to do all the direct witnesses in the order of the spreadsheet and then go to rebuttal after that?
Mr. Hearing Officer, we thought it was easier just to do all of our witnesses rather than break it up in direct and rebuttal, simply because we're only summarizing direct testimony that's already been filed. So it's going to be limited to primarily to cross-examination, and it didn't seem to make sense for a witness that was subject to both to be subject to cross twice. We thought that might be more confusing to the commission.
I and everyone else are trying to follow this spreadsheet. So let me ask the other parties if there's any objection to Triad DOE putting on its rebuttal witnesses now and not strictly following the column format of this spreadsheet.
No, sir, the department does not object, and in fact, that's what we did with our witnesses. Was we did their direct, their rebuttal, their surrebuttal. They sat for cross. and then they were done.
Okay. Mr. DeSalen, did you have a comment?
I just said no objection.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, Mr. Rose, please continue with your witness name Toll.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Dr. Cole, could you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is John Toll.
And with whom are you employed, Dr. Toll?
Woodward Environmental.
And could you briefly describe your educational and work background for the commission?
Sure. Starting with educational, I earned a bachelor's of science in chemical engineering from the University of Iowa in 1983. Then went on and earned a PhD in engineering and public policy from Carnegie Mellon University in 1989. Upon completing my PhD, I worked for 3.5 years as an assistant professor of environmental and resource engineering at the State University of New York College of Environmental Science and Forestry. Upon leaving that position, I went into consulting with a firm called Tabasco Environmental and was with them for 3 years, during which time I primarily did the ecological risk assessment for Rocky Mountain Arsenal, which is now the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, and I did work for the National Research Council Committee on Contaminated Marine Sediments. When I left Tabasco, I went to a company called Parametrics, where I was a senior scientist, and for part of the time I was there, the division manager for toxicology and chemistry. While there, I mostly worked for water and wastewater utilities on water quality issues. Upon leaving Parametrics, I practiced independently for 2 years, mostly working for a water utility and also some work for the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Then I was invited.
Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Officer, could you please mute your microphone? Thank you.
That takes us to Windward Environmental. I joined Windward Environmental in 2006 and became a partner in the firm 2007, and I've been there since. I am presently the managing partner at Windward Environmental.
Dr. Toll, is your complete CV or resume in an exhibit in this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Did you prepare written, direct, and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to the written, direct, and rebuttal, if we were to ask you, or if I was to ask you the same questions today, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
Under oath?
I would, yes.
Okay, Dr. Toll, could you briefly summarize with respect to the definition section that we talked about here, your direct and rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I provided rebuttal testimony on the definition change from attainable to attainable use. And the summary of my testimony was that we felt that the change of definition was A, not necessary, and B, inappropriate. The reason that we considered the proposed new definition to be inappropriate is that it precludes 5 of the 6 factors from the Federal Clean Water Act that are identified as preventing a use from being attainable. And it's understandable why that definition does that, because the definition comes from the Water Quality Standards Handbook, section 2.4. And the handbook is written for permit writers. At the time when permit writers get involved, uses have been designated, and that is where the other 5 factors are considered. And so from the perspective of a permit writer, this definition works. But from the broader perspective of the water quality standards, we believe that it's inappropriately narrow in that it focuses solely on water quality conditions and not on any of the other factors that affect use attainability, which would include natural flow conditions, human-caused conditions in some cases that can't be remediated or would be economically, would cause more environmental damage to remediate than to leave in place. Hydrologic modifications such as dams are another factor that can prevent use from being attainable. Physical conditions related to natural features. And finally, economic and social impact. So these other factors are excluded from the definition that's been proposed.
And Dr. Toll, did you propose alternatives to the department's proposed attainable use definition?
My testimony, my rebuttal testimony, proposed that we simply retain the current definition of the term attainable. Having heard Ms. Fulham's testimony this morning, I would say that we now have a better understanding of ED's reasoning for wanting to change the definition from the term attainable to the term attainable use. And with that understanding, we would reconsider the original proposal, which was to retain the definition of attainable. However, our objections to the proposed definition still stand. And so we would need to have the opportunity to consider what we heard today from Ms. Fulham and respond to that.
Dr. Toll, do you have any other testimony relevant in this section?
No.
Mr. Hearing Officer, that concludes my questioning of this witness. I would tender up the question.
And Dr. Toll, I apologize that my typing interrupted your testimony. Are there any other parties that have cross-examination questions for this witness? Mr. Verheuel, I see. Are there any others besides Mr. Verheuel? Okay, Mr. Verheuel, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Toll. I just have a couple questions. With respect to the definition of attainable use, isn't it true that this definition comes from 40 CFR 131.10D, as in David?
I haven't identified the definition from that location, so I'm going by your word that it's present there. I found it in Water Quality Standards Handbook, section 2.4.
Certainly. Do you have New Mexico Environment Department exhibits available to you?
Yes.
Could I draw your attention to NMED Exhibit 22? And if you would just tell me once you're there.
We have them in written form in binders, and unfortunately there are a great number of them to go through to find. And I believe he's now found it. Thank you.
I now have Exhibit 22 in front of me.
Good, thank you. If I could, does this appear to you to be 40 CFR 131.10?
Yes, it does.
If I could draw your attention to paragraph G. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and does that appear to be the definition? Does that appear to contain the definition of attainable use that matches the definition as proposed by the Environment Department?
This does. G1 through 6 are the 6 conditions that well, they're written as negatives here, but as preventing the attainment of the use. But these are the 6 conditions that pertain to whether a use is attainable or not. Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness on this topic.
Are there any other parties? Are there any commissioners who have cross-examination for Dr. Toll? Are there any members of the public?
Mr. Examiner, this is David, Commissioner Cipher.
Please.
Just a very quick question. I was intrigued by Council's last question to Mr. Toll. The definition that is provided does mention all 6 factors. What does that change your original input if this was used rather than the guidebook?
If the definition was based on 131.10, we would not have objected to that definition. We're objecting to the definition that was proposed in Ms. Fulham's direct testimony.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. Did you say you would not objected, but you do object to her testimony?
What I am saying is that the definition that was provided in Ms. Fulham's testimony does not include the 6 factors from 131.10G.
Okay,
Had
wonderful.
it included 6 factors, we would not have objected. It
Very
only includes factor 1.
Thank you for your clarification. That's all I have, Mr. Examiner.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioners that have cross-examination questions for Dr. Toll? Are there any members of the public? Mr. Rose, would you like to present your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, we'll need to change folks at the table, but next 2 witnesses, Dr. Meyerhoff and Mr. Gallegos, will be questioned by another attorney here. So please excuse while we play musical chairs at this end.
Has this witness been sworn in?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Carolyn McIntosh on behalf of Triad National Security, and we call Dr. Richard Meyerhoff. And he has been sworn in. Dr. Meyerhoff, will you please state your name and your full name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Richard Meyerhoff. My last name is spelled Meyerhoff.
And Dr. Meyerhoff, where are you currently employed?
I work with DEI Consultants out of Denver, Colorado.
Dr. Meyerhoff, did you prepare direct and rebuttal pre-filed written testimony as Lannel exhibits number 2 and 58 for these proceedings?
Yes, I did.
And were both of those pre-filed written testimonies drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections to your direct or rebuttal pre-filed written testimony?
I have no corrections.
Both the direct and rebuttal were presented in question and answer format. If you were asked the same questions today, would you give the same answers as in those written testimonies under oath?
Yes, I would.
And is the information contained in Lanel Exhibits number 2 and number 58 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Now, Dr. Meyerhoff, did you also prepare and file as an exhibit your curriculum vitae as Lanel Exhibit number 9?
Yes.
At this time, could you please summarize your educational experience?
Certainly. I have a Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in biology from Baylor University in 1981 and 1984, respectively. I have a PhD in aquatic ecology from Oregon State University in 1991.
Thank you. Dr. Meyerhoff, could you please now summarize your professional experience?
I began my career at the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality from 1991 to 1997. I started my career with the bioassessment program, but eventually became the manager of the water quality standards program and oversaw the Triennial review process, in particular the one completed in 1996. I then left there to work for a small firm, Ecoplan Associates in Mesa, Arizona, working on water quality regulatorily related projects on behalf of clients. And then from 2000 to 2017, I was with CDM Smith, first in Phoenix, Arizona, and then later in Denver, Colorado, where I worked on a wide range of regulatory projects related to water quality, including providing water quality standards development support, TMDL implementation, use attainability analyses, stormwater compliance and permitting, and water quality management type program development. Following that, starting in 2017, I moved to GEI Consultants, where I'm currently employed and continue with the same types of work just described.
Dr. Meyerhoff, do you have experience with recreational use water quality issues?
Yes, I do. In a period of 2004 to 2015, I was a technical director of a process in Southern California, working with stakeholders and the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board staff on the development of recreational uses for inland freshwaters, and particularly that included development of use attainability analyses on selected waters.
Thank you. Dr. Meyerhoff, have you previously testified in state or federal regulatory proceedings on surface water quality related matters?
Yes, I have. As part of my professional career in the state of Arizona, I oversaw a Triennial review and participated in the regulatory hearing process during that time. I have testified before this commission in the Triennial review that began in 1998 on matters involving subcategorization of aquatic life uses and associated criteria. I again came before this commission in 2003 to provide testimony on compliance with aquatic and chronic water quality criteria, and worked with Los Alamos National Laboratory on the development of their proposal to develop what became Section 126 and 128 waters. I should mention for both the 1998 and 2003 Triennial reviews before this commission, I was working on behalf of Los Alamos National Laboratory.
Thank you, Dr. Meyerhoff. And as you know, we're addressing topic 2, definitions. Did you, in your rebuttal testimony, address particular definitions that NMED is proposing amendments to?
Yes, I did. I prepared a rebuttal testimony with regards to the effluent dominated and base flow proposed definitions.
Mr. Hearing Officer, we have a pre-filed demonstrative exhibits, and we need, thank you. We need a permission to share. So we are bringing that up now. Dr. Meyerhoff, at this time, could you summarize your rebuttal testimony with regard to those 2 definitions, effluent dominated and base flow? Probably in the other order.
Can you advance? Next slide, please. There are 2 proposed definitions that I provided rebuttal testimony on. NMED proposed a definition for base flow. There's Exhibit 1, prepared by Ms. Lemon stated that it needed to clarify the use of the word in a proposed definition of effluent dominated as it relates to flow condition, and also just to provide clear guidance in the implementation of water quality standards. With regards to effluent dominated, NMED provided several reasons for its proposed inclusion in the water quality standards. First, that it was used in several procedural documents. It would help clarify implementation of Clean Water Act goals, and also that it would be applicable should the state adopt a designated aquatic life use for effluent dominated waters. Next slide. LANL opposes the addition of both of these definitions for the following reasons. Neither term is currently used in the water quality standards at 26.4 NMAC. NMED states that the effluent dominated is used in procedural documents. Our position is that those documents then would be the appropriate place to define those terms. With regards to relationship potential use for an aquatic life designated use, it would be inapplicable now because there is no such aquatic life designated use for effluent dominated waters. Definition includes what we would call a value statement regarding the potential benefits of having effluent in water bodies. We do not believe that should be part of a definition that's focused on flow. And then lastly, with regards to base flow in particular, it is only proposed for inclusion in the water quality standards because it's being included as a proposal in the effluent dominated definition. That concludes my testimony.
Were you present for the testimony of Ms. Lemon for NMED yesterday regarding these two definitions?
Yes, I was.
And did that testimony alter LANL's position or your evaluation?
No, it did not.
In terms of, do you have specific responses to any of Ms. Lemon's testimony yesterday?
Yes, I do. With regards to the reference to several procedural documents, which is provided as a basis for the inclusion of effluent dominated as a term, keeping in mind it's not in 26.4 NMAC, it's in these procedural documents. Reference was made to Ms. Lemon's testimony and also reference to some documents during the testimony. Ms. Lemon's testimony yesterday stated that it was used in water quality management plan and continuing planning process document, and that it was used in the CALM, which is a comprehensive assessment and listing methodology document. There's also another document stated in Ms. Lemon's testimony, which is an EPA document from 1991 on technical development of effluent limits and supporting that using water quality standards. My review of those documents in my rebuttal testimony, I noted that I was unable to find the term effluent dominated in the water quality management plan and continuing planning process. I've looked again at that document and found that I could not find the term effluent dominated used at all in that document. But interestingly, I did find that in the anti-degradation policy implementation procedures that are provided as an appendix to the water quality management plan, the term effluent dominated is not found, but instead the term effluent dependent is found and defined in that document in its glossary. So that was my review of the management plan. With regards to the CALM document, we did find it is in the current version posted, the 2019 version, which is the last version developed by the division, or that's the department. But it's also in the document that's currently out for public review that was released on June 18th. And in both cases, the phrase effluent dominated is only used once, and with regards to the potential look at site-specific conditions.
Dr. Meyerhoff, given the use of effluent dependent terminology and definition in the water quality management plan, do you have an opinion as to whether effluent dominated should also be used in the water quality management plan?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yes. Given that the water quality management plan already includes well, let me back up to say, is effluent dominated and effluent dependent? Are those terms similar?
I would argue they can be similar, but they also can be quite different. So they can be interpreted in different ways.
And would the use of both of those terms in the water quality management plan create confusion, in your opinion?
Well, certainly with the way it's effluent dependence currently defined in the water quality management plan, it is a totally different definition. And so, yes, it would create confusion. So if the concern is effluent dominated waters, then there's going to have to be not be possible to understand how that relates to the anti-degradation implementation policy.
And again, in your review of the water quality management plan, you found that effluent dominated is not used in that document at all at this time.
No, I could not find it in the document.
Dr. Meyerhoff, do you have any additional testimony or comments regarding the two definitions, base flow and effluent dominated, that are proposed by NMED to be added to the NMAC?
No, I have no additional testimony at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. We offer Dr. Meyerhoff for cross-examination.
Are there any parties that would like to cross-examine Dr. Meyerhoff? Ms. Maxfield?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good morning, Dr. Meyerhoff. So as you noted during your direct testimony, there are multiple procedures and processes that currently exist in New Mexico that use the term effluent dominated. Wouldn't it be possible without processes and procedures to have their own definition of effluent dominated?
Ms. Maxfield, you broke.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, you said something, but my audio cut out when you were saying it. Did you miss part of my question?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I apologize for that, and thank you for the clarification there. Okay, so my question was, I'll go ahead and rephrase that. Dr. Meyerhoff, you had mentioned that in your direct testimony that you recognize that New Mexico has multiple processes and procedures that contain the term effluent dominated. Without a standardized definition in the regulation, would it not be possible for these processes and procedures to contain a different definition of effluent dominated from each other?
Ms. Maxfield, my direct testimony does not address the effluent dominated definition. It's in my rebuttal.
I'm sorry. I said direct and I meant rebuttal.
But in my rebuttal, I'm referring back to the testimony, direct testimony, file testimony of Ms. Lemon that referred to several procedural documents.
So my question to you, based on the testimony that you just presented before the commission today, is whether you recognize the possibility that these different documents could contain different definitions of effluent dominated.
Well, so far, I've been able to review 3 documents. 2 were mentioned in Ms. Lemon's testimony, the direct file testimony, which was the Water Quality Management Plan and the EPA's technical support document. I reviewed those. Then yesterday during her testimony during the hearing, she also indicated that it was used in the CALM document, or Comprehensive Assessment and Listing Methodology. So those are the documents that I've reviewed. In each case, while the water quality management plan, my testimony is that the effluent dominated is not used in that document. In the column, it is used one time. In the EPA's technical support document, it is used 6 times, which is in my rebuttal testimony, as was actually noted yesterday.
Thank you for the clarification. And given either the different uses of this term or lack of the term, would there be a harm in providing a centralized definition in the regulations?
My view or my position is always to have a definition section reflect the document that you're using. And in terms of harm, that could be argued yes or no, that would be the interest of the user. But with regards to the way the term is being used now, it is not used anywhere that we can find except the one time in the column documents. It doesn't provide any benefit. In fact, now that we've looked at the WQMP or the management plan, and we see they're using effluent dependent in that document instead of effluent dominated, my testimony is that I think it would create increased confusion.
Say that last few words again, please.
Because the review of the water quality management plan document only uses the word effluent dependent, or the phrase effluent dependent, not effluent dominated, and defines it in that document with an appropriate definition, that now that by adding effluent dominated to 26.4 NMAC would create some new confusion.
Thank you, Dr. Meyerhoff. Is it the position of Triad and DOE that New Mexico contains no effluent dominated waters?
I can't speak for Lano on that point.
From your standpoint, with the work that you have done for this triennial review testimony, is it your position that New Mexico contains no effluent dominated waters?
That is not my position.
All right, Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no questions, no further questions for this witness on this topic at this time.
Are there any other parties that have cross-examination for Dr. Meyerhoff?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Ms. McCaleb?
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Meyerhoff. I would like to just follow up a little bit on your testimony addressing Ms. Lemon's reference to procedural documents containing the term effluent dominated, and your discussion concerning the instances where you did not find that term used in the documents. Let's assume the term effluent dominated was contained in several procedural documents. Has the Environment Department provided any evidence in the testimony of Ms. Lemon how that definition currently is used?
No, they have not.
And would you agree that if the Water Quality Control Commission were to adopt a definition for the term, they should have before them the documents in which that term is used so they would know how it would be applied?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And do you agree, based on Ms. Maxfield's question about whether there might be different definitions for the term in different program documents, that counsels against adopting a universal term into the water quality standards in a vacuum?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your cross-examination, Ms. McCaleb?
Yes, sir. I apologize for not making that clear.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other parties that would like? Are there any commissioners who would like to cross-examine Dr. Meyerhoff? Are there any members of the public? Ms. McIntosh, would you like to present your next witness?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Officer. We call Robert M. Gallegos.
Has he been sworn in?
Yes, he has, Your Honor, or
Thank-
Mr. Hearing Officer. He testified yesterday.
Yes, I recognize him. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Gallegos, did you prepare rebuttal written testimony pre-filed regarding the definitions of base flow and effluent dominated?
Yes, I did.
Could you please summarize for the commission the your testimony regarding those definitions?
Yes. Lionel recommends that the commission not adopt the definitions of base flow and effluent dominated in the standards. Ms. Lemon yesterday indicated that there was a value statement regarding that Lionel had an issue with the value statement, and I'd like to clarify what we mean by that. The effluent, and we would ask that if the effluent dominated definition is adopted, Lionel recommends that the last sentence in that definition be deleted, and I'll read it. I'll read it verbatim. That waters that are effluent dominated are of significant value by providing aquatic life and wildlife habitat. We would recommend that that sentence in the definition be deleted. Acknowledge that it's a true statement, that they do provide significant value to aquatic and wildlife habitat. However, Lionel has over the last 3 decades instituted a zero discharge policy goal that they have, where they've eliminated many outfalls at the laboratory and continue to pursue this outfall reduction program to get to zero discharge if at all possible. In the event that the commission does adopt the definition of effluent dominated, Lionel requests that the commission expressly state that the discharges to effluent dominated waters are not required specifically are not required to continue in perpetuity, so that Lionel can continue its zero discharge policy goal. And that concludes my statement.
One follow-up question, Mr. Gallegos, were you present for Ms. Lemon's testimony yesterday?
Yes, I was.
And as you noted, she identified our concern about the value statement. Did she provide any technical or other basis for retaining that value statement?
No, not that I recall.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. Do you have any further comments regarding these 2 definitions, base flow and effluent dominated?
No, I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. We now offer Mr. Gallegos for cross-examination on these 2 definitions.
Are there any parties that would like to cross-examine Dr. Gallegos? Ms. Maxfield, I see your hand. Are there any other parties? No. Ms. Maxfield, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Gallegos.
Good morning.
I would like to just ask you a brief follow-up question about, you mentioned the zero discharge goal and policy. Related to that, have there been any discharges from Lionel into Mortendad Canyon?
Yes.
Have there been any discharges into Effluent Canyon?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness for this time.
Thank you.
Are there any commissioners that have questions for this witness? Are there any members of the public who wish to cross-examine Dr. Gallegos? Okay, Ms. McIntosh, by my spreadsheet, it looks like Triad DOE has concluded its direct and rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay, then we're going to move.
Regarding topic 2.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to move on to San Juan Water Commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. San Juan Water Commission calls Ms. DeRose Bamman, and she was sworn in yesterday.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. DeRose Bamman.
Good morning.
As I'm sure you're aware from listening to the testimony this morning, we are currently on topic 2 concerning definitions, and you provided written testimony concerning the definitions of base flow and effluent dominated, and also marginal cold water. Could you please start by providing a brief summary of your testimony concerning the department's proposals to add a definition of base flow and a definition of effluent dominated to the water quality standards?
Yes. New Mexico Environment Department proposes adding a definition for effluent dominated, and that proposed definition includes the term base flow. So NMED also proposes adding a definition for base flow. As other parties have mentioned, neither term is used in the water quality standards, so the definitions are not necessary and should not be added.
And what reason has the department given for its proposals to add these 2 definitions?
In her written direct and rebuttal testimony, Ms. Lemon testified that the terms are used in other documents, and therefore the terms should be defined within the water quality standards.
And do you agree with that position?
No, if the term is used in the other documents, I think it's most appropriate for it to be defined within that document itself. And it's difficult to adopt it here without knowing how the term will be applied. Again, as you kind of mentioned before, it's kind of the disagreements taking place in a vacuum, and which proves that there's no definition should be adopted without knowing how it will be applied. And that would be the appropriate time when they're going to be incorporating those terms in the water quality standards.
And were you present for Ms. Lemon's testimony yesterday stating that she had provided the program or procedural documents that use the term effluent dominated?
I was.
And have you gone back and reviewed her written and direct testimony to see what document she referred to?
Yes, I did.
And what was your conclusion concerning the documents referred to and whether those have been provided as exhibits?
So in Ms. Lemon's direct testimony, she referenced the water quality management plan, continuing planning process document, and the EPA technical support document for water quality based toxics control. But neither one of those were provided as exhibits, and there was no citation to where the terms were used in those documents. And in her rebuttal testimony, it looked like the only exhibits that she provided were relating to Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. And that does not reference base flow or effluent dominated either.
And is the document you're referring to concerning Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, was that Department Exhibit 115?
Yes, it was.
Has LANL made an alternative proposal in its rebuttal testimony for the definition of effluent dominated?
Yes, Mr. Gallegos, on behalf of LANL, has proposed that if the commission adopts a definition for effluent dominated, it should make it clear that NPDES permit dischargers will not be required to continue discharging.
And do you agree with that proposal?
Yes, the NPS permit program requires the discharges to water the U.S. must be in compliance with terms and conditions of an NPDES permit. When the flow of the receiving water is low, when compared to the discharge flow rate, the discharge of the effluent may create habitats or other uses, and they've been alluding to that with the other testimony. That often translates to more stringent water quality standards being applied and then more stringent permit limits being imposed. So the permittee would need to evaluate options, including the possibility of reusing the wastewater because of many factors like feasibility of treatment, cost of construction, and operation and maintenance of treatment for the facilities. Permittees really should have the right to evaluate the best means of disposing of the water. So, I'm just allowing a zero discharge option may be the most economical option for the permittee, and the rules need to make sure that it doesn't restrict them from using that option.
Do you have any other testimony you'd like to give concerning the definitions of base flow and effluent dominated?
No.
So could we please move to the topic of the definition of marginal cold water? And would you provide a brief description of the San Juan Water Commission's concern about the department's proposed changes to the definition of marginal cold water?
NMED proposed to make several changes to the definition for marginal cold water, but did not propose parallel changes to the definition of marginal warm water. And in particular, the San Juan Water Commission was concerned about the deletion of the temperature criterion and didn't believe the statement of reasons provided sufficient explanation for the proposed change.
And has the department now provided additional explanation for its proposal?
Yes. In rebuttal testimony, Ms. Fulham stated that, quote, of the 7 designated aquatic life uses with associated criteria in 20.6.4.900 NMAC, marginal cold water is the only one with a duration-based 6T3 temperature criterion in the definition. Therefore, removing the 6T3 temperature criterion for marginal cold water makes the definition consistent with the other 6 designated aquatic life use definitions, end quote. And that was from Exhibit 109. However, so I believe that testimony is insufficient because the temperature criterion remains in the definition of marginal warm water. And I did not find where NMED responded to the San Juan Water Commission's concern and provided an explanation for retaining that temperature criterion in the definition of marginal warm water. Excuse me.
I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off there. So in your opinion, has the department addressed the San Juan Water Commission's concern about the proposed modification of the definition of marginal cold water?
No, I don't think so. The San Juan Water Commission still objects because there should be consistency. If the temperature criterion remains in the definition of marginal warm water, doesn't appear to there is reason to modify the definition of marginal cold water, given the fact that the existing definition has been in the standard for many years.
Thank you. Do you have any additional testimony you would like to give concerning the definition of marginal cold water?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. We now present Ms. DeRose Bamman for cross-examination.
Are there any parties that would wish to cross-examine Mr. Rose Bamman? Are there any commissioners that wish to cross-examine Mr. Rose Bamman?
I have a question, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Yes, Commissioner Chair Stringer.
Just listening to the various testimonies, I want to ask Ms. DeRose Bamman if there would, given that the definition isn't defined in the standards currently, Are there inconsistent impairment determinations resulting from the lack of a consistent definition that you're aware of?
Chair Stringer, are you referring to base flow and effluent dominated?
Sorry, effluent
I'm sorry.
dominated.
Okay, thank you. I am not aware of those inconsistencies, so.
Do you believe that the lack of one standardized definition of effluent dominated could result in inconsistent impairment determinations?
No, because there's no place in the standards to use that definition. So you wouldn't use that as an impairment decision. And there's, so I don't think right now it's being applied anyway, because you don't have the authority to apply it. And I don't think that the description in the other documents, I mean, I haven't studied the other documents well enough, so I don't think so.
Right. I guess to clarify, given that the term is used in the listing methodology, I'm questioning whether the authority to define this term should lie with the commission because that's an application of the standards, or if there aren't any unintended consequences by not having the definition, yet it would then be defined in these other procedural documents. And I'm just wondering what those consequences are from not having a standardized definition and where the authority should lie. So I think that's more of a comment than a question, and you've answered the question that I was seeking an answer for. Thank you.
Are there any other commissioners that have a question for this witness? Are there any members of the public that have cross-examination for this witness? Ms. McCaleb, did any of the questions posed bring up any further questions to redirect or to rebuttal?
No, sir, I have no further questions.
Okay. Do you have another witness to present on this issue?
No, sir, I do not.
Thank you. Then we will move on to the New Mexico mining. But I'm not sure, but I do not see a name in their column. Does New Mexico Mining have a witness on this issue?
We do not, Mr. Officer.
Fine. I do see a name under CCW GRIP. Miss Pamela Homer. So Mr. DeSalen, do you have a witness on this topic?
I don't think it's, Mr. Hearing Officer, I don't think it's directly on this topic, no.
Good. Okay, very good. Thank you for clarifying. Then
Mr.
if
Hearing
I'm
Officer?
correct, yes.
I'm going to let Ms. Fox say something. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Verheul. Mr. Hearing Officer, Amigos Bravos does have a witness into Ms. Khan, who has been sworn in.
Okay, let me just, before you begin. Okay. Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good morning, Ms. Khan.
Good morning.
As I said, Ms. Khan has been sworn in. Ms. Khan, were you present this morning for Ms. Fulham's testimony on behalf of the Environment Department related to the definition of limited aquatic life, which is at 20.6.4.7.L2 NMAC?
Yes, I was.
And does Amigos Bravos have a change of position in light of the testimony that you heard this morning?
Yes, we do. In light of the testimony today, in addition to NMED's pre-filed rebuttal testimony, Amigos Bravos withdraws its objections to NMED's proposed changes to limited aquatic life. specifically clarifying that the intention is to focus on habitat and not hydrology, and the clarification that it's extremely unlikely that limited aquatic life will be designated to perennial waters was helpful.
And then Ms. Khan, you do have testimony and a PowerPoint related to the definitions of base flow and effluent dominated. If you could please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Is that working?
Yes.
Oops. Oh, it's taking me to the beginning. Sorry about that. I had it pulled up to this page, but when I hit display slideshow, it took me back to the beginning. So thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify again before you today. This portion of my testimony will focus on the definitions of base flow and effluent dominated. Amigos Bravos proposes to delete NMED's proposed definition of effluent dominated, and we propose to amend NMED's proposed definition of base flow to remove reference to effluent dominated. We don't think that an effluent dominated definition is needed. We think this is an attempt to fix a problem that doesn't exist, and more concerning, we think it has a risk of setting up a system of a second-class citizen of waters. This is based on my experience in a year-long process, EPA-led process, that was really driven by industry efforts to weaken protections for effluent-dependent waters. So this process involved many meetings over the phone, as well as in-person meetings over, I think it was about a 9 to 11-month period, where there were straw man documents developed that were outlining a lesser category of protection of waters for effluent dependent systems. And so we're concerned that by setting up a term and putting a term in the regulations is one step down the road of creating a process to treat these waters with less protections. And this concern was highlighted today with Dr. Meyerhoff's testimony, where it was stated that LANL doesn't think it's appropriate to adopt the effluent dominated term until there are aquatic life designated uses for effluent dominated waters applied or proposed, implying that there's a desire to treat these waters differently and most likely with less protective standards than other waters in the state. These waters, the waters that have effluent, as you know, in them or are dominated by effluent or majority effluent, should be protected as other waters. Many of these waters that come out of our wastewater treatment plants and are discharged into our streams were originally diverted from streams. So surface water accounts for 30.76% of all withdrawals for the public water supply use and 21.43% for commercial use. So much of this water is withdrawn from our rivers. It then goes through our systems and is discharged in our wastewater treatment plants into our surface waters. This water shouldn't be treated differently when it's discharged after it's been used as it was treated when it was originally diverted. Moving on to the base flow definition. Amigos Bravos doesn't object to NMED's definition of base flow with one small recommended change, and that's to remove the reference to effluent dominated, leading back to our proposal to not adopt the effluent dominated definition. This term base flow can be helpful and doesn't have to have that term. As you'll see here in our proposed language, NMED's proposed language is in red on the screen. Amigos Bravos' proposed language is in blue. and we propose to replace the term effluent dominated with some. It has the same meaning. And we heard it results in the same meaning of the definition. And as we heard yesterday from NMED, they do not object to this, this proposed change. So in conclusion, we urge the Commission to not adopt NMED's proposed definition of effluent dominated. We propose to amend NMED's proposed definition of base flow to remove reference to effluent dominated. And in addition, if the Commission does adopt the definition of effluent dominated, we urge the Commission to retain the last sentence, which states that waters that are effluent dominated are of significant value by providing aquatic life and wildlife habitat. And this concludes this portion of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Ms. Khan stands for cross-examination.
Are there any cross-examination questions for Ms. Khan from any of the parties? Ms. Maxfield, are there any others? Ms. Maxfield?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good morning, Ms. Khan.
Good morning.
You referenced in your testimony a possible attempt to turn effluent-dominated waters into, I think you used the term, second-class citizen waters, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
Could you elaborate for us any other reference that you see in either the current water quality standards or any proposed amendments that relegate effluent-dominated waters to second-class citizen status?
No, I didn't say that there were. What I expressed was my concern that it was the first step on a road to get to that point, as was demonstrated, I think, by well, first of all, is coming from a concern from the experience I had with the effluent-dominated process with EPA and industry interests previously, but also is demonstrated by Dr. Meyerhoff's testimony earlier today about wanting to have effluent-dominated uses. And we're very concerned about that approach and think that that leads to a situation where if there's effluent-dominated uses, they very likely would be proposed to be weaker, at least coming from my experience in the previous process. And that would be setting up a system of a second-class citizen.
Do you see any proposed uses by NMED or any other parties for effluent-dominated waters?
Not at this time.
So just to clarify, your concern is mostly speculative in nature, correct?
I am concerned of what may come down the road.
And you're aware that any changes to designated uses would have to go through the rulemaking process similar to the one that we're going through right now, correct?
Yes.
And that the commission would have to approve any changes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
I didn't see any other party wishing to cross-examine this witness, so I'll ask the commissioners if they would like to cross-examine. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Larry Dominguez.
Yes, Commissioner Dominguez, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Khan. Thank you for your testimony this morning. A quick follow-up question. So based on the testimony that you just gave, you indicated recommending that the commission not adopt effluent-dominated definition, but to adopt baseline with an amendment there. Is that correct? or base flow?
Commissioner Dominguez,
Sorry, I
finished?
didn't mean to interrupt you.
Commissioner Dominguez, Mr. Hearing Officer, members of the commission, yes, we are not objecting to NMED's proposed definition of base flow with one small recommended change.
Okay. Going with those two scenarios of not adopting effluent dominated, is the term base flow utilized within 20.6.4 in any other areas if the term effluent dominated is not adopted?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Are there any other commissioners who wish to cross-examine this witness? Are there any members of the public who wish to cross-examine? Okay. Ms. Fox, did Commissioner Dominguez's question lead you to any redirect?
No, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Of course. Okay, by my calculations, we are done with category number 2. Are there any parties that disagree with that assessment? Then I think we should move on to category 3, which I will call toxic pollutants. And I will ask the department to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. The department calls Chris Barrios back to the witness stand.
Please proceed.
Make sure he's all set up here and I'm all set up. All right. So, Mr. Barrios, just to point you in the right direction, NMED's proposed amendments to 20.6.4.7P NMAC related to persistent toxic pollutants. So can you briefly describe the department's proposed amendments to that section that I just listed?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, were you able to hear me while I was talking to you there? I got a note that my audio was cutting in and out a little bit.
Briefly, but I heard the question, so I'm
okay.
fine to proceed. The department proposes to add a definition for persistent toxic pollutants to 20.6.4.7P NMAC.
Can you briefly describe the reasoning behind these proposed amendments?
Yes, the proposed definition provides a reference for the term as it describes certain pollutants with numeric criteria in 20.6.4.900J1 NMAC.
What are persistent toxic pollutants?
This term references those toxic pollutants that persist in the environment or do not metabolize in a living organism, and as a result, bioaccumulate over time, causing harm or adverse impacts to human health and the environment.
What determines whether a substance is considered a persistent toxic pollutant?
Persistent toxic pollutants are identified by EPA in its recommended numeric criteria published in accordance with Section 304A of the Clean Water Act. When the state adopts these numeric criteria, it adds the attribute to the table of numeric criteria in 20.6.4.900J1 NMAC.
Was there an objection to this amendment from any other parties?
No parties objected to this amendment.
Does the department have any intent to revise the proposed amendments in NMED Exhibit 110 at this time?
No.
Okay, I'm going to move on here to NMED's proposed definition of contaminants of emerging concern. But before I do that, Mr. Hearing Officer, I meant to note when I first called Mr. Barrios to the witness stand. He is NMED's only witness for this topic number 3. But I would note that since Shelley Lemon participated in the drafting of these amendments, we would request the cross-examination with Mr. Barrios. So I just wanted to note that before I go too far into testimony here.
Are there any objections to that from any party? That sounds fine. Please proceed.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I do note that there's a hand from Ms. McCaleb there.
I didn't see it. Ms. McCaleb, would you like to address that issue?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, and thank you, Ms. Maxfield. Yes, San Juan Water Commission would object to any witness standing for cross-examination on these topics that did not pre-file written or direct testimony.
Ms. Maxfield, what is your response?
Well, NMED notes that Ms. Lemon did not file any direct or rebuttal testimony on these topics. However, she was primarily involved as Mr. Barrios' supervisor in the drafting of the regulations, and therefore we find that it might be beneficial to the Commission's understanding of NMED's position and would enable the Commission and the public to hear the best answers possible on this topic.
And Ms. McCaleb, let's think about the rule for a moment here. This is direct testimony on this issue. There's only one witness listed on the spreadsheet. Ms. Maxfield, Ms. Lemon did not submit any direct or rebuttal written pre-filed testimony on this issue. Is that correct?
She did not, Mr. Hearing Officer.
And
just to clarify, she would not cover new topics that NMED did not already present on in Mr. Barrios's direct exam. So there's no new additional technical information that we're proposing to enter.
I'm going to sustain the objection. So Mr. Barrios will stand for cross-examination by himself. Thank you. Would you please proceed?
Thank you for your ruling, Mr. Hearing Officer, and we will proceed. So Mr. Barrios, right before I took that little detour there, I noted that I was going to turn your attention to proposed amendments related to contaminants of emerging concern. Can you briefly describe the department's proposed amendments to 20.6.4.7C NMAC regarding contaminants of emerging concern?
Yes, the department proposes to add a definition for contaminants of emerging concern to 20.6.4.7C NMAC to provide a reference for the term.
What is the basis for this proposed amendment?
Contaminants of emerging concern, or CECs in short, are pollutants that are known or suspected toxins but do not have published numeric criteria. They are generally new compounds or newly discovered to have detrimental environmental impacts or effects to human health. The department proposes to add the definition to provide a reference as it proposes to use the term in the general criterion for toxic pollutants. The department's proposed definition also provides the public, regulated entities, and regulators with information on the substances considered CECs.
Is there a list of substances considered contaminants of emerging concern, or CECs?
No, the department is not aware of a single index of all CECs, which are also referred to with related nomenclature such as emerging contaminants or contaminants of concern. However, there are compilations such as EPA's list of emerging contaminants at federal facilities, filed as NMED Exhibit 118. These lists evolve as new information becomes available.
Was there an objection to this amendment from any other party?
Yes, Triad DOE and the San Juan Water Commission filed testimony in opposition to the department's proposed definition for CECs. The New Mexico Mining Association opposed the definition in a summary of potential non-technical testimony.
Okay, we'll take these one at a time. Could you explain for us the basis of Triad and DOE's objections?
Yes, in Dr. Dale's technical testimony submitted as LANL Exhibit 5, he states that while the definition is largely consistent with EPA's definition for CECs, which Triad DOE provides in LANL Exhibit 49, the inclusion of the definition would cause regulatory uncertainty and is unnecessary since Triad DOE opposes the department's proposal to name CECs in the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants in 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC. Mr. Toll's rebuttal testimony, LANL Exhibit 63, or Dr. Toll, let me correct that, opposes the proposed definition for CECs because the term is not used within 20.6.4 NMAC. However, Dr. Toll states that should the Commission choose to add a definition for CECs, it should adopt the definition recommended in EPA's Emerging Contaminants Workgroup White Paper, filed as LANL Exhibit 84. Ms. Judd, in her rebuttal testimony, LANL Exhibit 65, states the inclusion of potentially thousands of compounds in NMAC without regulatory criteria causes increased uncertainty for both regulators and the regulated community.
Could you please summarize the department's response to Triad and DOE's objections?
Triad DOE's objections to the definition are largely based on opposition to the department's proposal to add CECs to the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants. On one hand, Triad DOE agrees that the department's proposed definition is consistent with the definition provided at EPA's website for CECs in the Columbia River, which was filed as LANL Exhibit 49. In contrast, another Triad DOE witness proposes a different definition in line with that developed by EPA's Emerging Contaminants Workgroup, filed as LANL Exhibit 84. The department is not opposed to the Emerging Contaminants Workgroup definition, but it has not revised its proposed amendments as filed on June 22, 2021 in NMED Exhibit 110.
And I'm sure we'll unpack that a little bit later, but could you for now summarize the objections of the San Juan Water Commission?
The San Juan Water Commission, in its testimony filed as SJWC2, opposes the addition of CECs to the narrative criterion, as I will describe in testimony regarding 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC. Therefore, the definition in 20.6.4.7 NMAC is unnecessary.
What is the department's response to the San Juan Water Commission's objections?
Well, the department disagrees with the San Juan Water Commission's position that the proposed amendment to 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC is unwarranted, and therefore maintains that the definition for CECs is needed. The Commission did not provide a critique of the definition itself.
And when you say the commission there, do you mean the San Juan Water
Yes,
Commission?
the San Juan
Okay.
Water Commission, sorry.
Just to clarify. Could you describe the basis of the New Mexico Mining Association's objection?
Yes, the NMMA, in short, in its overview of potential non-technical testimony, stated that the proposed definition is vague, unscientific, and objectionable, and conflicts with the definition of toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC.
What's the department's response to the Mining Association's objections?
The initial definition, as filed on May 3rd, 2021 in NMED Exhibit 9, could be interpreted to allow arbitrary assignment of the CEC label to substances with no demonstrated environmental harm. Therefore, the department modified the definition in its proposed amendments as filed on June 22nd, 2021 in NMED Exhibit 110 to provide a clearer delineation of CECs. However, the department disagrees that the proposed definition conflicts with the definition for toxic pollutants. There are substances considered CECs that meet the definition of toxic pollutants. I provide an example of 1,4-dioxane in my rebuttal testimony filed as NMED Exhibit 107.
Did any other parties comment on this proposed definition?
Yes, Amigos Bravos and Amigos Bravos Exhibits 2, 9, 11, and 17 support an addition of a definition for CECs. Communities for Clean Water, or CCW, in CCW Group Exhibit 5 and the Buckman Direct Diversion Board in BDD Exhibit 1 objected to LANL's arguments against a definition for CECs.
Did any of these parties propose alternative language for the definition?
Yes, Amigos Bravos proposed the addition of per and polyfluoroalkyl substances and a statement that CECs are not already considered toxic pollutants. CCW proposed an alternative term and definition in its corrected CCW GRIP Exhibit 1.
Does the department support Amigos Bravos proposed additions?
The department supports the addition of per and polyfluoroalkyl substances to the definition based on Dr. DeWitt's direct testimony filed as Amigos Bravos Exhibit 9. However, the department does not support the phrase and are not already considered toxic pollutants by the department in the definition. Toxic pollutants and CECs are not mutually exclusive. For example, both Amigos Bravos and the department now support naming per and polyfluoroalkyl substances in the proposed definition. However, New Mexico recognizes 3 perfluorinated chemicals in its definition for toxic pollutants in 20.6.2.7 T2 NMAC, ground and surface water protection.
Could you describe the substance of CCW's proposed alternative term and definition?
CCW proposes to use the term emerging contaminant instead of contaminant of emerging concern, along with editorial changes and the addition of a sentence in the definition that states emerging contaminants may be toxic pollutants.
What is the department's position on CCW's proposed alternative term and definition?
The terms emerging contaminants and contaminant of emerging concern are synonymous. The choice between the two terms really comes down to personal preference. For this reason, it may be beneficial to include an acknowledgement of varying nomenclature in the definition. The department does not oppose CCW's proposed changes to the definition.
And does the department wish to revise the amendments as proposed and documented in NMED Exhibit 110 at this time?
No.
All right, I will now turn your attention to the definition of toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC. Can you briefly describe Triad, DOE and Triad, and the New Mexico Mining Association's proposed amendments to 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC with respect to the definition of toxic pollutants?
Yes, Triad DOE and Dr. Dale's direct testimony filed as LANL Exhibit 5 and NMMA in its NOI describing non-technical testimony propose identical amendments to the definition for toxic pollutants. The proposed definition would replace the current narrative description with a reference to the toxic pollutants listed by EPA under Section 307A of the Clean Water Act, along with a placeholder for adding contaminants to a list.
Could you please briefly describe DOE and Triads and New Mexico Mining Association's reasoning behind those proposed amendments?
Triad DOE state that the proposed definition is consistent with 40 CFR 131.3D and the state's regulation of toxic pollutants in its ground and surface water regulations. NMMA states that the proposed definition provides certainty regarding the pollutants that the department may regulate and is consistent with the definition in the ground and surface water regulations, Section 7 of 20.6.2 NMAC.
Does the department object to that proposed amendment?
Yes.
On what basis does the department object?
The definition proposed by Triad DOE and NMMA is outdated and should not be used. Further, a list of toxic pollutants in the definition is unnecessary.
Why does the department consider Triad DOE and the Mining Association's proposed definition outdated?
Section 307A of the Clean Water Act requires numeric effluent limits for the priority pollutants listed in EPA's toxic pollutant list, which EPA updated as its priority pollutant list. As documented in NMED Exhibit 117, EPA recognizes the priority pollutant list, last updated in 1981, as outdated. EPA considers a broader range of pollutants for effluent limitations. Relying on this list to identify toxic pollutants in New Mexico disregards the numerous compounds recognized to have toxic effects over the past 40 years and would leave New Mexico well behind established science. For example, there are 571 compounds listed on EPA's Integrated Risk Information System, or IRIS, many of which do not have numeric criteria published by EPA or adopted by New Mexico. In this triennial review, the department proposed amendments adding EPA's recommended numeric human health criteria for 12 pollutants with toxic properties. These pollutants are not on the priority pollutant list. NMED Exhibit 38 provides a list of all EPA recommended human health criteria with an indicator of whether the pollutant is on the priority pollutant list.
What is the basis of the current definition for toxic pollutants as currently listed in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC?
The current definition for toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC is consistent nearly word for word with the definition provided in Section 502 of the Clean Water Act.
Why does the department consider a list of toxic pollutants in the definition unnecessary?
A defined list of toxic pollutants provides an amount of certainty to regulators, regulated entities, and the public. However, a list in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC is unnecessary given that there is an existing list of toxic pollutants defined in Section 7 of 20.6.2 NMAC, ground and surface water protection. The assertion by both Triad DOE and NMMA that 20.6.2 NMAC, ground and surface water protection, applies only to groundwater is incorrect. The definition for toxic pollutants in Section 7 of 20.6.2 NMAC applies to surface water as well. In addition, the toxic pollutant general criterion in 20.6.4.13 F5 NMAC requires that the department petition the WQCC to adopt human health and aquatic life criteria for toxic pollutants not listed in 20.6.4.900 NMAC after the issuance of a final NPDES permit with the selected or calculated numeric criteria. If adopted, these pollutants would be added to the list of numeric criteria in 20.6.4.900 NMAC.
So should the definition of toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.7 T2 be limited to a list of pollutants?
No. While individual substances could be added to a toxic pollutant list, a complete list of the hundreds of recognized toxic pollutants would be cumbersome in the definition. Also, restricting the definition to only those listed in rule would delay the department's ability to respond to new credible scientific information.
Did the proponents of these amendments to the toxic pollutant definition include any of the hundreds of recognized toxic pollutants in the proposed list for the definition?
No, they did not.
And is there any requirement that the definition for toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMEC be the same as the list in 40 CFR section 131.3D?
No, there are no provisions in either the state's Water Quality Act or in the New Mexico Administrative Code that prevent the state from adopting more stringent regulations.
Did any other parties comment on the Triad and DOE and Mining Association's proposed definition?
Yes, CCW commented in the testimony of Pamela Homer, filed as CCW GRIP Exhibit 5, and proposed an alternative amendment and corrected CCW GRIP Exhibit 1. The Buckman Direct Diversion Board commented in the testimony of James Biarzi, filed as BDD Exhibit 1.
Can you briefly summarize CCW's testimony regarding this definition?
CCW believes that the lists of pollutants are beneficial and that it is appropriate to reference the Clean Water Act 307A list, EPA's priority pollutant list, in the definition. However, CCW GRIP does not agree with the removal of the current narrative definition. Ms. Homer recommends that the department's proposed reference to the toxic pollutants in Section 7 of 20.6.2 NMAC in the general criterion for toxic pollutants, 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC, is more appropriately placed in the definition for toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC. CCW proposes adding a sentence to the end of the definition that references the toxic pollutant lists listed in 40 CFR 401.15 and in the state's ground and surface water protection regulations in 20.6.2.7 T2 NMAC.
What is the department's response to CCW's positions?
The department agrees that the current narrative definition is necessary as it describes toxic pollutants and does not just reference the list. If the Commission decides to make amendments to the definition of toxic pollutants, the department is not opposed to the inclusion of references to toxic pollutant lists as long as the state maintains the current narrative definition and the lists are added with language that makes it clear that toxic pollutants includes the pollutants on the list but is not limited to those pollutants.
Does CCW's proposed amendment limit the definition to those defined in a list of pollutants?
Yes, as currently worded, CCW's proposed amendment would limit the definition of toxic pollutants to those listed in 40 CFR 401.15 and in the state's ground and surface water protection regulations in 20.6.2.7 T2 NMAC.
Does the department support CCW's proposed amendment?
No, as proposed, the department does not support the amendment. Should the Commission decide to amend the definition of toxic pollutants to reference lists, the department requests that any amendments state that toxic pollutants include but are not limited to those lists.
Now, can you briefly summarize the Buckman Direct Diversion Board's testimony regarding this definition of toxic pollutants?
Yes, Mr. Biarzi states that Triad DOE's proposed definition removes the state's ability to regulate substances broadly considered to be toxic pollutants. He states that the department should maintain its ability to apply a broad definition for toxic pollutants in its application based on sound science of the general criterion for toxic pollutants.
What is the department's response to the Buckman Direct Diversion Board's position?
The department agrees with the board's observations.
Does the department request to revise the amendments as proposed in NMED Exhibit 110 at this time?
No.
Okay, now I am going to turn your attention to the general criterion for toxic pollutants and 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC. First of all, can you briefly describe the department's proposed amendments to the general criterion for toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC?
The department proposes the addition of CECs and the list of toxic pollutants in 20.6.2.7 T2 NMAC to the general criterion for toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC.
Can you briefly describe the reasoning behind the proposed amendment to add contaminants of emerging concern to the general criterion?
Yes, the department's proposal clarifies the treatment of contaminants of emerging concern in the Water Quality Standards Regulatory Framework. While CECs may not have published numeric criteria, many meet the definition for toxic pollutants. The department regulates toxic substances without adopted or published numeric criteria under the general criterion 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC, which states that surface waters of the state shall be free of toxic pollutants from other than natural causes in harmful amounts, concentrations, or combinations.
Can you briefly describe the reasoning behind the proposed amendment to add a reference to toxic pollutants as defined in 20.6.2.7 T2 and MAC to the general criterion?
The definition of toxic pollutants in Section 7 of 20.6.2 NMAC contains a list of substances with toxic properties. The department's proposal draws attention to the fact that the state recognizes certain substances as toxic pollutants in its ground and surface water protection regulations. This may not be readily apparent if one reads 20.6.4 NMAC in isolation without referencing 20.6.2 NMAC.
Did any party object to these amendments?
Yes, Triad DOE and the Sandwater Water Commission filed testimony in opposition to the department's proposed inclusion of these terms in the toxic pollutant general criterion. The New Mexico Mining Association opposed the amendments in a summary of potential non-technical testimony. The Buckman Direct Diversion Board in BDD Exhibit 1 states the department's proposed addition of CECs to the general criterion is problematic and should be rejected. CCW GRIP proposes to strike the department's proposed amendment in its corrected CCW GRIP Exhibit 1.
Could you please describe for us the basis of DOE and Triad's objection?
Yes. Dr. Dale, in his technical testimony submitted as LANL Exhibit 5, states that the inclusion of CECs and the toxic pollutants identified in 20.6.2 NMAC causes uncertainty since neither the regulated community nor the state knows what monitoring should occur and what levels are detrimental to aquatic life and human health, since these compounds do not have numeric criteria. Ms. Judd, in her testimony filed as LANL Exhibit 65, states that the proposed amendment potentially adds thousands of substances without toxicity information to the water quality standards and creates uncertainty for all parties. Ms. Judd instead recommends that NMED and EPA monitor CECs, specifically per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, to gather information about their presence in the environment.
What is the department's response to Triad and DOE's objection?
The department does not agree that the amendment causes regulatory uncertainty or that it may only regulate substances with adopted numeric criteria. The general criterion for toxic pollutants exists specifically for pollutants that do not have numeric criteria in details in 20.6.4.13 F2 through 4 NMAC, the methods necessary to derive numeric criteria for human health organism only or aquatic life criteria when numeric values are not provided in 20.6.4.900 NMAC, nor provided as national recommended criteria in accordance with Section 304A of the Clean Water Act.
What is the department's response to Triad and DOE's testimony regarding?
I'm sorry, I missed the last half of the question there.
Does the department have a response to the testimony filed by DOE and Triad regarding the monitoring of CECs?
Yes, CECs, including per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, do warrant monitoring and additional study. However, the department disagrees that monitoring is the limit of its regulatory authority. The department is obligated to regulate any CEC demonstrating toxic properties through an analysis of credible scientific data as indicated in the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants, 20.6.4.13 F NMAC.
Can the department create numeric criteria for a substance that does not have toxicity data using the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants?
The department's ability to generate numeric criteria through the Toxic Pollutant General Criterion is limited to the methods described in 20.6.4.13 F2 through 4 NMAC. The department has not proposed a change to this regulatory process. It is highly improbable that the department would develop, the Commission would adopt, or EPA would approve numeric criteria for a suspected toxic chemical that lacks toxicity data or scientific justification.
What is the basis of the San Juan Water Commission's objection?
In her testimony filed as SJWC2, Mr. Rose Baumann expresses concern that the proposed amendment expands the department's authority to regulate CECs and toxic pollutants listed in 20.6.2 NMAC. The regulation of these compounds must be based on sound and credible scientific information, and CECs that may cause environmental harm should not be conflated with toxic pollutants that will cause environmental harm.
What is the department's response to the San Juan Water Commission's objection?
The amendment does not expand the department's regulatory authority. As I stated previously, specific regulatory mechanisms in place prescribe the methods to generate numeric criteria for substances identified through the Toxic Pollutant General Criterion. These rules ensure that numeric criteria developed through the General Criterion are based on sound scientific rationale and credible data. A proposed amendment adding a numeric criterion for a substance pursued through the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants that does not meet the requirements of 20.6.4.13 F2 through F4 NMAC would most likely fail.
And what is the basis of the New Mexico Mining Association's objection?
On pages 4 to 5 of its NOI and an overview of non-technical testimony, NMMA states that the department's proposed addition of CECs to the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants provides unlimited discretion to the department to regulate any substance without credible science.
What is the department's response to the New Mexico Mining Association's objection?
The addition of CECs to the General Criterion does not expand the department's regulatory authority, given that there are specific regulatory processes for generating numeric criteria through the General Criterion in 20.6.4.13 F2 through F4 NMAC, and establishing permit limits for narrative criteria in 40 CFR 122.44, provided as NME Exhibit 112, the department finds no evidence to suggest that it has an unlimited ability to regulate any substance.
Would the department's proposal prohibit CECs in the state's waters?
Not altogether. As stated in 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC, the General Criterion restricts toxic pollutants in amounts, concentrations, or combinations impacting the environment.
Could you explain now why the Buckman Direct Diversion Board considers the department's proposed amendment in this area problematic?
The Buckman Direct Diversion Board, as provided in the testimony of James Biarzi in BDD Exhibit 1, states that the department's addition of CECs to the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants incorrectly conflates CECs with toxic pollutants, would add inappropriate compliance requirements for toxic pollutants to CECs, and assumes all CECs are toxic pollutants.
What is the department's response to the Buckman Direct Diversion Board's concerns?
Not all CECs are toxic pollutants. The department did not propose the addition of CECs to the definition for toxic pollutants. However, there is no question that many CECs are toxic pollutants. Again, given that there are specific methods allowed for the development of numeric criteria under the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants, it would be highly unlikely that the department could create a numeric criterion for a CEC that is not also a toxic pollutant.
Is there anything that may be done to clarify that not all CECs are toxic pollutants?
To avoid the mistaken assumption that all CECs are toxic pollutants, the Commission may wish to reference CECs in the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants as, quote, those CECs meeting the definition of toxic pollutants, end quote.
Why does CCW and GRIP oppose the department's proposed amendment to the Toxic Pollutant General Criterion?
CCW, in the rebuttal testimony of Pam Homer filed as CCW GRIP Exhibit 5, states that the department's proposed reference to the list of toxic pollutants from Section 7 of 20.6.2 NMAC is more appropriately placed in the definition of toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC.
And what is the department's response to CCW and GRIP's objection?
A reference to the toxic pollutants listed in Section 7 of 20.6.2 NMAC in either the General Criterion for Toxic Pollutants or in the definition of toxic pollutants has the same regulatory outcome.
Did any other parties propose amendments to 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC?
Yes, Triad DOE.
And can you briefly describe that proposed amendment?
Triad DOE in Dr. Dale's direct testimony filed as Lanel Exhibit 5 proposes the addition of the word duration to pollutant characteristics in the general criterion.
And could you briefly describe Triad DOE's reasoning behind the proposed amendment?
Dr. Dale did not describe a justification for the proposed amendment.
Nevertheless, does the department support Triad and DOE's proposed addition?
We did.
And what's the basis of the department's support?
Even though Triad DOE did not provide reasoning behind the proposed amendment, published toxicity characteristics such as an EPA's IRIS generally contain a duration component for a pollutant. Although minor, this clarification may be useful in implementing the narrative criterion for certain substances.
Would adoption of the proposed addition change the department's implementation of the general criterion for toxic pollutants?
Not at all. The proposed addition of duration is to an or statement and would not require the department to establish evidence of harmful duration in implementing the general criterion.
Did the department revise its proposed amendment in response to Triad DOE's proposal?
Yes, the department revised its proposed amendments to add the word duration to 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC as filed on June 22, 2021 in NMED Exhibit 110.
Did any parties oppose Triad DOE's proposed proposed addition of duration to 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC?
Yes, CCW and testimony provided by Pamela Homer as CCW GRIP Exhibit 5.
And could you briefly describe the substance of CCW's opposition to that proposal?
Yes, CCW describes the proposed addition as grammatically incorrect, vague, and lacking justification.
What's the department's response to CCW's objection?
The department has not changed its proposed amendments to 20.6.4 NMAC as filed in NMED Exhibit 110. Adopting the term duration may be informative, however, it exerts no practical effect in standards implementation.
Does the department require to revise the amendments as proposed in NMED Exhibit 110 at this time?
No.
Okay, I will now turn your attention to the general criterion for toxic pollutants.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please repeat that last question.
I did not actually ask a question yet. I was trying to briefly transition Mr. Barrios to the topic of the general criterion for toxic pollutants. So I was just signposting that a bit, and now I'm going to ask him, can you briefly describe Triad DOE's proposed amendments to 20.6.4.13 F5 NMAC regarding the toxic pollutant general criterion?
Triad DOE and Dr. Dale's direct testimony filed as Lanel Exhibit 5 proposes an amendment in 20.6.4.13 F5 NMAC to change the reference to paragraphs 20.6.4.13 F2 through 4 NMAC to 20.6.4.13 F NMAC. Dr. Dale also proposes an amendment to alter the timeline for position of a permit developed criterion, adding a condition for 90 days from the date of state certification conducted under Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, the 401 certification.
Did the department propose any amendments to this subsection?
No, it did not.
Can you briefly describe Triad DOE's reasoning behind the proposed amendments?
Triad DOE did not provide reasoning for the proposed amendments.
Does the department object to these proposed amendments?
Yes.
And on what basis does the department object?
The department can find no justification for the amendments. Removing the references to specific paragraphs serves no purpose. The department disagrees that the 401 certification should start the 90-day timeline for a petition to the Commission, as any limits described in a draft permit are not final until EPA issues the final permit.
Does the department request to revise the amendments as proposed in NMED Exhibit 110 on this topic at this time?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Barrios. Mr. Hearing Officer, that concludes my direct examination for this witness on this topic. And I'm, without taking any type of position on whether it's a good time for a lunch break, I would request a brief comfort break before continuing with cross-examination.
Okay, and before we do that, it's my intent to have the other parties and the commissioners cross-examine Mr. Barrios. And then depending on how long that goes, we can take a lunch break early and then come back after an hour. So how long of a break do you need, Ms. Maxfield?
Really only 5 minutes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Then we'll come back in 5 minutes. It's 11:33. At 11:38, we'll continue. Thank you. It is 11:38. We are back on the record. And this witness, Mr. Barrios, is going to stand for cross-examination from the parties. Are there any parties?
You're not on video.
And Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Lewis Rose. We would propose to do some cross-examination of Mr. Barrios.
Wonderful. Are there any other parties so I can make a list now? Oh, yes. Okay. I see Mr. DeSalen. And yes, Mr. McCaleb. So I have 3 parties wishing to cross-examine Mr. Barrios. Is that correct? Ms. Sheehan, are you raising a hand too? All right, we'll take you in this order. Mr. Rose, you are first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Barrios, let me direct you to the proposed change to the definition of persistent toxic pollutants. I think that was the first topic you testified to. And it looks to me like even though toxic pollutants is in the title, that the definition refers to pollutants as opposed to toxic pollutants. Was it your intent that the term persistent toxics applied to contaminants or pollutants beyond those which were first toxic pollutants?
The intent of the definition is to represent those chemicals identified in the table of numeric criteria 20.6.4.900 in MAC.
And is the definition intended to be a subset of toxic pollutants, or in other words, does a pollutant need to be a toxic pollutant first, and then persistent toxics being a subset of toxic pollutants, those listed in 900, or since it looks like the definition's not limited to 900, potentially the narrative definition as well?
Could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, and maybe there were multiple questions here, so let's start first. In terms of the definition of persistent toxics, did you mean it to apply to a subset of toxic pollutants? In other words, would a pollutant need to satisfy the definition of toxic pollutants, and then persistent toxics would be a subset of that list?
That's my understanding.
Okay, would you object if that's your intention in the definition where it says means pollutants generally organic, to change that to toxic pollutants generally organic, and then the rest of the definition accordingly?
I don't think we have an issue with that.
Okay. With respect to the definition of toxic pollutants in the narrative standard, Mr. Barrios, in preparation for this hearing and for proposing the proposed changes, did the department evaluate, for example, the history of the toxic pollutant definition and or the commission's regulation of toxic pollutants in the groundwater regulations?
No, I did not look into that any further than examining the rule as written.
So you did not look at For example, the Bochum Resources case that throughout the commission's definition of toxic pollutants back in 1979, and then the subsequent case, the Kerr-McGee case from 1982 that approved the commission's amended definition of toxic pollutants.
No.
Okay. Mr. Barrios, with respect to implementation of the department's proposal, are you familiar with the enforcement provisions of the Water Quality Act, particularly section 74-6-10A?
Not familiar with it.
For example, in proposing the definition, were you aware that water quality, that the section provides that any person who's violated or is violating a water quality standard adopted pursuant to the Water Quality Act could be subject to enforcement, including civil penalties?
Are you reading from it?
I am, at least in part.
I'll take your word on it.
Well, and I was wondering whether when you looked at and determined how these standards are going to be implemented, did you, in responses to the parties' proposals, did you keep in mind, or in terms of your answer, did they relate to direct enforcement, or were you assuming that the only enforcement of these standards would be through NPDES permits?
I reviewed our response to Triad DOE's proposal, specifically regarding the changes to 20.6.4 NMAC.
Okay. And let's turn to section 13F. And I think it's easier just to talk about the section rather than the 20.6.4 and get lost in the numbers. So let's look at 13F, which is the general criteria for toxic pollutants. In the department's proposal, I think you testified to the reference to contaminants of emerging concern and the list of toxic pollutants in 20.6.2 NMAC, did you not?
I did.
And were the references to contaminants of emerging concern and the toxic pollutant list intended to expand the definition of toxic pollutants, or was it intended to be illustrative of pollutants which could be considered toxic pollutants?
It's illustrative, does not expand.
Okay. And would you object if, for example, the commission were to keep the current definition of toxic pollutants to including this reference in the definition rather than in the narrative criteria? Because it looks like it really does modify toxic pollutants as they're defined rather than the numeric criteria or the narrative criteria in F.
The department's intent is to illustrate CECs, provide information regarding CECs and where they may fall into the regulatory process. Amendments that achieve that objective may be satisfactory to the department.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barrios. With respect to your testimony on F2, you referenced the language in F2, 3, and 4 as they relate to criteria for implementing the narrative or approaches to implementing the narrative criteria, correct?
I did.
And were you familiar with the limits in 2, 3, and 4 and whether they relate to a determination that a pollutant is toxic based on human consumption directly, for example, in a drinking water supply?
Well, I don't have the paragraphs directly in front of me, but I do know that one of the paragraphs is specifically about human health, organism, other criteria, the development of those criteria. Currently, when the department adopts those criteria, they are based on either EPA recommended guidance or other sound scientific information. And human health, EPA's recommended human health criteria generally have two components: a direct consumption of water and an organism component.
And I was looking at particularly the reference to human health organism only criteria as set out in 900. And looking at 900 has both aquatic life HHOO criteria and DWS criteria, which I understand to be drinking water supply. And those are different. Is it your understanding that the reference to human health only or human health organisms only criteria in F2 references both the drinking water standard and the aquatic life criteria?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Could you restate it?
Yeah.
They seem to be different criteria. They are different criteria, but maybe I'm not getting your question correctly.
No, what I was trying to find out is paragraph F2 relates to how the department would apply and eventually the commission apply the narrative standard to human health organism only criteria. I was trying to see whether in your reading of that includes the drinking water standard or the drinking water system criteria, as well as the aquatic life criteria, which are labeled as HHOO in 900.
Well, if you'll give me a chance to look at F2, I may provide an answer, but I'm not prepared to just talk off the cuff.
No, and that's fine. You can take whatever time you think you need.
Okay, I'm looking at the paragraph, and paragraph 2 only mentions human health organism only criteria, does not mention any other criteria.
Okay, and I'm curious how the department would translate the narrative standard in F1 and make a determination of what numeric criteria to apply to, for example, in an NPDES permit or a 401 certification.
Well, the department would first look at any published criteria already out there, such as 304A criteria recommended by EPA. As I mentioned earlier, EPA does split its human health recommended criteria into direct consumption and organism consumption components. The department may look at, for a drinking water use criteria, something guidance from EPA, or it may use some other credible scientific information to make a petition to the commission based on sound science.
And Mr. Barrios, with respect to the language in F5, I think you testified in response to Dr. Dale's proposal, or at least the proposal in his testimony, to not list the subsections, but only reference F. And I was curious whether in that you meant to exclude commission oversight of department's determination that toxic pollutant applies to a drinking water supply, but not necessarily implementation of HHOO criteria.
Well, it was certainly not our intent to limit any the authority of the commission in any way.
And is there any document which codifies or explains to the regulated community how the department would take the the definition of toxic pollutant and the narrative criteria and apply them in an NPDES permit, particularly a 401 certification.
I'm not familiar with the 401 certification process, so I'm afraid I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. That concludes my questions.
And the next party I have is CCW, Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. And good morning, Mr. Barrios.
Good morning.
So I just have a few questions here. It shouldn't take too long. First of all, I want to ask you a few questions about contaminants of emerging concern, as you call them, or emerging contaminants, as I prefer to call them. My understanding is that you are largely in agreement with our proposed changes to the definition of emerging contaminants, notwithstanding that you haven't changed your exhibit. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
Okay. And then you also are in favor of adding the term per or polyfluoroalkyl substances within the list of things that could be or are emerging contaminants. Is that right?
It's currently in the amended language we proposed in Exhibit 110.
Okay. We didn't include that in our proposal, but I think we're fine with that. I'll have Ms. Homer address that. Then let's go on to the definition of toxic pollutants. Is it my understanding that you are in agreement with our proposed change to that definition, except you think that we should say including but not limited to?
Yes, including but not limited to any list that may be included in that definition.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that, but I just want to emphasize, do you realize that's, of course, that is sort of belt and suspenders, that including is not exclusive, and that saying including but not limited to really just emphasizes that point?
That may be true, but I would prefer, and the department would prefer, that not be up to debate.
Okay. Well, just as an aside, are you aware that the New Mexico legislature no longer uses and actively strikes the words "but not limited to" when it appears after including in their legislation?
No.
Okay. Okay. One other question, Mr. Barrios. Now, we proposed adding an additional provision that says that an emerging contaminant shall be monitored if it may be present in effluent or receiving waters. Do you agree with that proposal?
I agree with that. Yes, I think that CEC should be monitored when there is a likely source.
Okay. That's all my question. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. McCaleb.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good morning, Mr. Barrios.
Morning.
I would like to begin my questioning today by reference to the department's proposal for the narrative standard for toxic pollutants found in section 20.6.4.13F1. So if I could direct you to that, the department proposes to include CECs in that standard, correct?
That is correct.
Could you please read the definition of toxic pollutant if you have it available to you that's found in 20.6.4.7 T2?
Sure.
Thank you.
Give me one moment.
Sure.
Okay. Toxic pollutant means those pollutants or combination of pollutants, including disease-causing agents, that after discharge and upon exposure, ingestion, inhalation, or assimilation into any organism, either directly from the environment or indirectly by ingestion through food chains, will cause death, shortened lifespans, disease, adverse behavioral changes, reproductive or physiological impairment, or physical deformations in such organisms or their offspring.
Thank you. So by definition, a toxic pollutant is one that will cause death, shortened life spans, or other adverse consequences.
I see the word will.
And you testified this morning that all CECs are not toxic pollutants. Did I hear you correctly?
You did.
Would you agree that the definition, that the proposed language for section F1 could be read to determine that all CECs are toxic pollutants?
Well, someone could certainly read that into it, but it's not true, and perhaps we do need to add a statement saying CECs that meet the definition of toxic pollutants.
And in fact, the department's proposed definition for CECs currently indicates that CECs may cause significant ecological or human health effects. Is that correct? Not that they will cause?
That's correct.
So the department would be open to investigating modifying the language proposed for the toxic pollutant narrative standard in section 13F to make it clear that it's not saying that all CECs are toxic pollutants?
Yes, we're open to that discussion.
Would you agree that once there's enough information about the impacts of a contaminant to qualify it as a toxic pollutant, that it's no longer a contaminant of emerging concern?
Well, there's not a clear process for that transition. And as I have noted and in my testimony, there are places where things are both documented as CECs and others where they're documented as toxic pollutants. So as I said, there's no clear delineation between when that happens.
But once a CEC is documented as a toxic pollutant, then it is covered by the narrative standard in section 13F.
That is correct.
And the department, I would like to move now to the department's proposal to also include a reference in section 13F to the toxic pollutants listed in the ground and surface water protection rule, which is at 20.6.2.7T. Gets confusing because they're the same numbers, just the 0.2 and 0.4 difference. If I misstate it, clarify me.
You should try saying it 10 times in a row in your testimony.
I can imagine. I can imagine. You stated just a few minutes ago in your oral testimony that the list of toxic pollutants in the definition of toxic pollutants in the ground and surface water protection rule applies equally to the surface water quality standards. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And what is the basis for that conclusion?
The part title of that specific regulation, ground and surface water protection, and the fact that there's nothing in the definition to limit it to groundwater.
And in fact, the definition is really just a list, correct?
That's correct.
Did you review the history of the adoption of that list to determine whether it was intended to apply to surface water as well as groundwater?
No.
Are you familiar with the entire ground and surface water protection rule?
Only certain parts.
Do you know whether the use of the term toxic pollutant in that rule is ever used in connection with surface water versus groundwater?
No.
Isn't it true that some of the pollutants in section 20.6.2.7T already have numeric criteria in the surface water quality standards?
Yes, it is.
Do you know what criteria or standard was applied when the list was adopted concerning whether the toxic pollutants in the ground and surface water quality rule, the ground and surface water protection rule were determined to be that they would have or will have impacts versus they will only potentially have impacts?
No, we just see them listed as toxic pollutants.
Do you agree that the list of toxic pollutants in the ground and surface water protection rule, if it meets the definition of toxic pollutant in the surface water quality standards, then it would already be covered?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
And the New Mexico Mining Association cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. And Mr. Barrios, I'm sorry, I will only keep you a short while, I promise. I only have a couple questions. First, the proposed definition of CEC set forth in NMED Exhibit 110 provides that contaminants of emerging concern refer to water contaminants that may cause significant human health effects at low concentrations. Based on that language, will it be up to the department to determine if a substance may cause human health effects at low concentrations?
There, as I stated previously, the implementation of the narrative part of that criterion does specify the methods that the department could use to develop human health organism-only criteria and aquatic life criteria. The department would have to look at information, supporting information, and publish toxicity studies, including IRIS, and use methods established in rule to come up with any numeric criteria.
Thank you. Just one other question. I'd like to briefly ask you about what is labeled NMED Exhibit 35, which I believe in your rebuttal testimony you referenced as EPA's definition of contaminants of emerging concern. I just wanted to clarify, is this exhibit's description of contaminants of emerging concern set forth in any definition section of the Code of Federal Regulations that you're aware of?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Are there any commissioners who would like to cross-examine Mr. Barrios? Are there any members? I think I hear you, Commissioner Dominguez. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Not to drag things out any further, but
Excuse me, Commissioner Dominguez, your audio is very low.
okay, is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Good afternoon, Mr. Barrios. Thank you for your testimony today. I just have a couple of follow-up questions that maybe you can help me wrap my head around this. Most of it focuses on the proposed definition for contaminants of emerging concern. So it lists there, partway through it references pharmaceuticals and personal care products. And that's prefaced with the terms including but not limited to. Are all pharmaceuticals and all personal care products considered CECs?
No.
Okay, then help me with the language, specifically the language including but not limited to. That language prefaced in front of everything behind it implies there's a problem with anything that follows that statement. Am I misreading that?
Well, the scientific understanding of CECs is constantly evolving. So there, as more data is collected and more studies are done, some substances, either new or newly discovered, do have impacts, and certainly some personal care products, ingredients in personal care products, are more information is coming out about the potential impacts of those products. So in a sense, it may be more accurate to say some ingredients of personal care products versus personal care products themselves. Does that help answer your question?
A little bit. I think we're somewhat on the same page. The concern lies of whether we're, by trying to provide some sideboards within the definition, we throw everything under the bus versus providing clarity. And it's always been my assumption that in providing a definition, we're trying to provide clarity to a situation. And I'm not positive if the term including but not limited to provides clarity, but more so can be interpreted with some ambiguity. Would you agree that some people may interpret that incorrectly?
Well, I think by the very nature of the problem, CECs, that it is a broad issue, and that as you know, I was asked earlier, there is no regulatory definition of what they are, but they are commonly acknowledged and commonly used in literature to reference a broad class of compounds. So we may not get to a point of certainty in the definition and rely on the evolution of the scientific knowledge to apply water quality criteria, or develop water quality criteria to CECs as appropriate.
Bear with me one moment. Thank you, Mr. Barrios. Mr. Hearing Officer, that's all the questions I have.
Are there any other commissioners that wish to cross-examine Mr. Barrios? Are there any members of the public who would like to cross-examine Mr. Barrios? Pam, have we had any members of the public sign up for public comment?
No, sir.
Was that a no?
That was a no, yes.
Okay. All right. It's a good time for a lunch break. It is 12:10. Let's say we come back at 1:15 with a few extra minutes in there. 1:15 this afternoon to continue the hearing. And we're off the record in the second day of the Triennial review. And before we do the housekeeping that we need to do, Pam, do you have any requests from public members to make a comment?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I do not.
Thank you. So why don't you do your roll call if necessary, Pam, and then we'll continue with some other housekeeping.
Okay, I'll do a roll call of the commissioners. And beginning with with Commissioner Candelaria. Commissioner Certain.
Here.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Here.
Commissioner McWilliams.
I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Modi. Commissioner Musharafi. Commissioner Patton.
Here.
Commissioner Rader.
Here.
Commissioner Cipher. Commissioner Thompson.
I'm here.
Commissioner Timmons. Commissioner Vigil.
I'm here.
I see you. Vice Chair Wade. Chair Stringer.
I'm here.
Thank you. I'm going to loop back around. Commissioner Candelaria. Commissioner Modi. Commissioner Cipher. Madam Chair and Mr. Hearing Officer, we have 8 commissioners present.
Okay. Before we took a break, the department put on its witness in issue topic number 3, toxic pollutants, and that was Mr. Barrios, and he was cross-examined by everyone who wished to cross-examine him. The way I read this spreadsheet, DOE and Triad have a witness. Amigos Bravos has a witness. San Juan has a witness. New Mexico Mining Association, it says in their column non-technical. I don't know if that means they have a witness or not.
Mr. Hearing Officer, as I indicated in my opening statement, the New Mexico Mining Association does not intend to put on any non-technical witnesses. So we will only be putting on Mr. Gratzen.
Okay, so then where it says, so my spreadsheet just says non-technical. So does that mean that you do have a witness?
We do not have a witness, no.
Okay, so there's no witness from Mining Association. Okay. And then it looks like Triad has and DOE has rebuttal. So does Amigos Bravos. So does CCW. And so does Buckman Diversion. Okay, now I've received several emails from one of the parties that was copied to all the other parties, Maxine McReynolds. And I would like to address what's in that. Well, there's actually 2 emails here. I would like to address any conflicts that we need to take into consideration with witness availability. So, Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose.
Okay. Since you couldn't hear what I said, I'll start all over again. No, Mr. Hearing Officer, we have both direct and rebuttal witnesses, and with respect to that, we'll intend to deal with it the same way we did the other topics, so that they're direct. For example, Dr. Dale's direct and rebuttal will all be dealt with him coming up once as opposed to twice, and then go to Ms. Judd and Dr. Toll to complete our testimony. And the availability issues that Triad DOE have is with respect to Ms. Judd, who is only available today, but she should be able to complete her testimony today, it looks like. The only other problem we have, or availability issue, is with Mr. DeForest, who has to get on a plane. He has to leave by 11 to get a plane flight. So he's available the rest of the day today based on the number of parties that you identified, would end up potentially testifying on item number 3. It's unlikely that in the normal course we'll get to item 6 today. And so what we were asking for, is there a way potentially to have him testify first thing tomorrow on his topic so that we can excuse him to go catch his flight by 11? And his testimony limited, I think,
do you have him testifying?
Only on topic number 6.
6. Okay. It's fine with me. Let's see what the other parties have to say about Mr. DeForest testifying to 6 tomorrow morning. I don't hear any objections, so that's what we'll do after public comment tomorrow morning. We will start with Mr. DeForest, and then we will return to wherever we are, depending on where we get today. So it looks like you will begin with your witnesses on issue 3 with Dr. Dale.
Mr. Hearing Officer, before we do that, though, will you permit redirect of Mr. Barrios on topic 3 as you have in topics 1 and 2?
I will.
Should we proceed with that now?
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello again, Mr. Barrios.
Hello.
I just wanted to clarify a few things on redirect, just to make sure that they are obvious for the commission. Are persistent toxic pollutants in NMED's proposal meant to be a subset of toxic pollutants? So, for example, are all persistent toxic pollutants also toxic pollutants?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And emerging concern, as NMED has crafted that proposed definition, are those meant to all be a subset of toxic pollutants?
No, not all CECs are toxic pollutants.
Okay. And are all toxic pollutants listed in 20.6.2 NMAC meant to be a subset of toxic pollutant as defined in 20.6.4.7 NMAC?
Yes.
Okay, now at least one party had questioned you earlier about the difference between the definition of toxic pollutants in the ground and surface water quality regulations 20.6.2 NMAC, and then the definition that the department is proposing here. Are you understanding that question to imply that the questioners think that the definition should be the same in those two parts?
Well, the department didn't propose an updated definition for toxic pollutants. The party that did used the list of toxic pollutants in 20.6.2 as an example to use, but the list in 20.6.2 applies to both ground and surface water.
All right, and then as it relates to the standards for groundwater in 20.6.2.3103 NMAC, are those standards the same in all cases as the standards for surface water in 20.6.4 NMAC?
No, they are not.
And can you describe the extent to which they might not be?
There are certainly some that might be the same, but without a line-by-line review, it's hard to say exactly a number to compare between the two. But there definitely could be some that are different in 20.6.2.3103 compared to 20.6.4.900.
Well, for example, are there instances, to the best of your recollection, where the same constituent might have a different numeric standard?
Yes, that's likely.
And why would that be?
Well, because the standards in 20.6.4 are specific uses related to surface water, and studies may determine the different limits are protective for those uses compared to groundwater.
Okay, and now if a pollutant is known to be toxic, would that at all change depending on whether that pollutant is found in groundwater versus in surface water?
No, they would be toxic in both media.
So would you expect a list of toxic pollutants to be different depending on where the water is found?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then I also just wanted very briefly to go over, as you mentioned in your direct testimony and then gave answers on cross, a couple areas where the Environment Department might be open to some editing of what we have proposed in NMED Exhibit 110. So first, I'm going to direct your attention to contaminants of emerging concern and the department's proposed definition in 20.6.4.7C NMAC. So just briefly, can you describe for us the department's intent with that proposed amendment?
Our intent is to provide information on CECs and what compounds are considered CECs by the scientific community.
And could you go over briefly for us just to summarize other parties' proposed language on that topic?
Yes, Amigos Bravos submitted revised language for that definition, including per and polyfluoroalkyl substances to the definition. We did recommend that in our, propose that in our Exhibit 110 filed on June 22nd, 2021. There was another part of Amigos Bravos's proposal that we did not support, and that was a statement that that CECs are not already considered toxic pollutants. We, as I described in my rebuttal testimony and briefly mentioned today in my oral testimony, we don't agree with that particular provision. CCW in their CCW GRIP Exhibit 1 proposed an alternative title for the term and the definition, emerging contaminants instead of contaminants of emerging concern. You know, as I said, that term is synonymous. It's, you know, these with contaminants of emerging concern and several other terms that are used in the literature. So it may be the preference for the commission to adopt a different term for the definition. And there were several other minor updates that CCW proposed in the definition for CECs that the department would find acceptable.
So in what manner would the department be open to the commission editing that proposed language regarding CECs for clarity?
I think as long as the term matches the accepted definitions in published definitions in the literature, that the department does not have any strong objections to those changes.
Okay, and now I'm going to turn your attention to the general criterion for toxic pollutants found in 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC. What was the department's intent in proposing language in 13 F1 that says including but not limited to contaminants of emerging concern and toxic pollutants listed in 20.6.2 NMAC?
Well, regarding contaminants of emerging concern, it's the department's intent to show where these compounds fit within the regulatory environment and how they would be evaluated. So, you know, some CECs meet the definition for toxic pollutants and they would be evaluated under that general criterion if they did not have numeric criterion already. And, you know, it's regarding the contaminants listed in 20.6.2, it's the department's intent to draw attention to the fact that those substances are already considered toxic pollutants in the ground and surface water protection regulations, and that barring that reference, it could easily be overlooked by the public or a regulated entity or even EPA that connection does exist. So that just highlights and draws attention to the fact that there are other toxic pollutants applied to surface water in rural New Mexico.
And I think that you pretty concisely summarized other parties' proposed language for 13F1 earlier, but to what extent would the department be open to the commission editing that language in 13F1 to account for some of the other parties' concerns?
Well, the department's definitely open to making sure that an interpretation of that general criterion does not include an assumption that all CECs are toxic pollutants. So there are perhaps various ways that can be stated and updated in that paragraph.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barrios. And Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no additional redirect questions for this witness on this topic at this time.
Okay, to be fair to the other parties, and this is not an opportunity to go on a fishing expedition, but are there any cross-examination questions limited to the redirect questions proposed and posed by the department from any of the parties?
You have no questions, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Are there any cross-examination questions from any commissioners based on the questions asked by Ms. Maxfield? Okay, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Oh, excuse me. Like to recall Dr. Dale, and he's testified previously, so you've gotten his background and testimony concerning his direct and rebuttal testimony. Dr. Dale, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to assist you in summarizing your direct and rebuttal testimony on toxic pollutants, both the definition and the narrative standard?
Yes.
And could you please provide that summary as we start on? There we go. Mr. Hearing Officer, can you see it? Okay, thank you. Dr. Dale, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer, Madam Chair Stringer, and members of the Commission. Today, I will provide testimony to address two of the three bullet points on this slide. The first, 20.6.47, the definition section, and addressing contaminants of emerging concern. And secondly, a related topic, 20.6.4.13F, the general criteria, which includes references to toxic pollutants and CECs. The 20.6.4.15 use attainability analysis will be addressed at a later time. Next slide, please. So NMED's proposed language for the 20.6.4.7 reads as follows. I think many of us are probably familiar with this definition at this point, that CECs are generally chemical compounds that may arise from unmetabolized pharmaceuticals and personal care products and their ingredients, but which they are suspected of having potential harmful impacts to aquatic life and humans, but may not have regulatory standards, and the concentrations to which negative impacts are often not known. Next slide, please. So NMED's proposal is in broad agreement with NMED's, as we noted in direct testimony. However, this definition has the potential for adding quite a few chemical compounds, and we don't absolutely know how many or which compounds. And this leads to a regulatory uncertainty for us, as well as probably some difficulty in monitoring through NMED's annual surveillance program. NMED further addresses CECs under the toxic pollutants section of the general criteria that Mr. Barrios has addressed in earlier testimony this day. So the general criteria have correspondingly lack numerical translators unless the department has chosen to do so. And for some elements in the general criteria, such as temperature, turbidity, and the nutrients section, the department has gone through a process where they develop numerical translators associated with what is known science, and it has come before this commission for implementation. Next slide. So LANL's position on this is NMED's testimony claims that the addition of CECs by both definition and addition to the general criteria will add more clarity for implementation of regulatory standards. And absolutely the converse is the effect of this. So addition of these CECs, absent a process translating the general criteria, is, we think, premature at this point. So LANL's recommendation at this point is not adding that definition to 7C and also the general criteria 20.6.4.13 until it's a little more clear in this emergent science what can be supportable with numeric limits that would make things clear to the regulated community and also the state as part of their water quality surveys or surveillance of New Mexico's surface waters. Next, please. So NMED's proposed language at 20.6.4.13F is a related topic, but regarding all toxic pollutants, except as provided in 20.6.4.16, surface waters shall be free of toxic pollutants, including but not limited to contaminants of emerging concern and those toxic pollutants listed at 20.6.2 NMAC, which are the groundwater and surface water protection rules. Next slide, please. So toxic pollutants, again, proposes to adopt a toxics list from the groundwater quality rules, which I have counted, I believe, about 99 potential pollutants. And some of these are already addressed in the table 900 of the New Mexico surface water rules. So there's no real concern in referencing those chemicals, but others probably lack EPA promulgated guidance documents which determine numeric limits that are going to be use specific to those uses that are covered in 20.6.4 NMAC. So it's unclear what numeric limits would apply to both state surveillance and in PDES dischargers, absent some consideration and promotion before this commission, as is being done, let's say, for the ammonia numbers that are new and being promoted for acceptance by the commission. Also, there's a good many organic pollutants where New Mexico has reviewed 304A guidance device or human health organism only criteria and promotes to update them. And so these have gone through a process of consideration of what scientific literature underpins these toxic amounts. It is also codified in guidance, whether that's EPA's 304A guidance or the HHOO criteria, and it will withstand or need to withstand scrutiny by this body. And that makes it a little bit different than the wholesale adoption of a list or a very generic criteria of CECs for which both regulator and the regulated do not know what's in the going to be in with the responsibilities for measurement or monitoring. Next slide, please. So I think we've, yeah, we're fine. And so LANL's recommendation is the WQCC should disapprove adopting broad list from groundwater rules until such a time that NMED is able to review the scientific merits of adoption, the general applicability to site-specific realities on the ground in New Mexico, and decide which of the uses that are being affected have promulgated scientifically defensible criteria that affect either aquatic life or human health. This ends my slide testimony.
Dr. Dale, were you present? First of all, did you review rebuttal testimony of other witnesses on this topic?
I did. Yes.
And were you present during the department's presentation on this topic?
Yes, sir, I was.
And do you have any comments, or did any of those change LANL's proposal before the commission?
In spirit, it does not change our proposal, although I'm hopeful that there may be some consideration by the commission as to how the reference lists to the groundwater and surface water protection rules. This sounds promising. Wholesale adoption of CECs without really knowing which ones are an impediment or impairment to measurement, and also consideration of the 20.6.2 toxic pollutants list as compared to what has already been adopted by NMED, and consideration of whether or not there are not only limits out there that are important to measure to, but whether or not there are methodological options that are appropriate to NPDES discharge permit holders.
Dr. Dale, with respect to comments on LANL's proposed definition of toxic pollutants, there's some commentary that LANL is proposing limiting toxic pollutants to just the federal list. Is that correct?
I've heard testimony to that effect, and I think it's important for me to clarify at this point that LANL does not seek to limit the toxic pollutants that NMED may consider simply to the administrator's list of priority pollutants. A document which Mr. Barrios explained has not been updated in some time, and the state says it doesn't want to go backwards, and I don't think LANL is proposing that at all. In fact, if I may reference our comment letter, which has been supplied to the commission on date of January 6th, earlier this year, 2021. This is LANL Triad's comments on, at the time, the proposed changes to NMAC supplied by NMED, and this is the public comment document that LANL responded to at comment number 3, part B. We wrote the term COEC, or which is CECs, was added to 20.6.4.13 F1 general criteria toxic, stating, except as provided in 20.6.4, surface waters of the state shall be free of toxic pollutants, including but not limited to contaminants of emerging concern. And that last line, starting at including, is what the state still proposes. With this revision, NMED would be adding potentially a long list and open-ended list of new chemicals which would decrease regulatory certainty. We recommend that this list should be limited to pollutants for which EPA has promulgated guidance, and we give as example Clean Water Act guidance from Section 304A or other appropriate or scientifically defensible guidance. And I think this addresses the issue that LANL has not proposed that just the one list of toxics, priority toxics that EPA has and has not been updated would be NMED's only source or resource to defining what they consider a toxic pollutant.
With respect to the reference to toxic pollutants listed under the groundwater regulations, do you have any further comment about the propriety of including those as toxic pollutants for surface waters?
LANL has no objection as long as it is clear what uses are being protected in referencing a list that was designed to protect consumption, human consumption, and human health. There is a DWS use that is not associated with every water body covered by 20.6.4, 100, or actually 98 through 800, and so particular water quality segments that deserve some sort of protection. So it needs to be clear where DWS derived criteria would apply in the surface waters of the state. Secondly, for those pollutants that lack a 304A guidance, which is one of the more common protections provided by 20.6.4 NMAC, it would be important to know if those exist for some of the toxic pollutants in that list of 99 or so pollutants, mostly organic, but containing some other metals as well. And last, it'll be crucial to understand whether or not acceptable methodologies exist that are allowable under the federal permit descriptions at 140 CFR, 40 CFR Part 136 methods. So we're constrained to use acceptable methods as a part of our NPDES permit. And so it's important for us to know of those pollutants, which ones have adequate methodological possibilities to actually adequately monitor.
Do you have any further comments on the department's response or their testimony earlier today?
Not at this time.
That concludes my questioning of Dr. Dale, and we would offer him for cross-examination, Mr. Hearing Officer.
May I see a show of hands from the parties who would like to cross-examine Dr. Dale? I see NMED. Any others so I can create a list? I see Miss Fox. Hold on. Let me get the right place here. Hold on 1 second. NMED. Amigos Bravos. Are there any others besides those two? No. Miss Maxfield?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Dr. Dale, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you discussed in your testimony the need for numerical limits when it comes to contaminants of emerging concern. Could you explain to us why narrative criteria wouldn't apply in that case?
Well, I know that the general criteria have been used to approach several problems that are known problems. Temperature would be a good example. One may not know what temperatures are amenable to certain clades of aquatic life. So there's obviously in the standards as they exist, protections for cold water fisheries, warm water fisheries, and an intermediate class, which seems to be able to thrive and survive in between those two criteria. But it was known that temperature was a problem. There could be fish kills that are observed that have been related to temperature in the desert Southwest. So necessarily having temperature without active criteria in the general criteria was a potential defensible position because we knew temperature could be a problem to these fish communities. And what NME did is develop that out, looking at the science, looking at the differences in the fish communities, and coming up with proposals as to what those applicable ranges should be to those fish communities that would offer them protections. We don't necessarily have that for this big basket of CECs. We lack that information except for maybe a handful of those compounds. LANL does not oppose the development of numerical criteria from those that are stated, but I think NMED's position through Mr. Barrios is that a list isn't really necessary. But without that list of at least some supportable criteria development among the CECs that have known or at least emergent data that protections are going to be necessary is premature.
So it is your position then that related to CECs, whether or not that includes a representative list, narrative or general criteria could not apply?
Well, general criteria also includes some interesting qualitative criteria that do apply. For instance, the organoleptic effects on water, like is the water body too smelly, maybe because of hydrogen sulfide, nuisance algal blooms, and or greasy feel. Now, these are all pretty much qualitative. I don't know what nuisance algal bloom means, other than the literature says maybe somewhere above 30% cover. And then you tend to know that something's wrong with your water body, at least from a standpoint of how the public perceives that water body for recreational uses. This is not the case for chemicals where we don't really understand what their potential effects are in the water body. Now, NMED has argued that you can apply these, but I don't know how you attribute ill effects in the water body and the protection of aquatic life uses, absent knowing that it was caused by something that might be a CEC.
I'm still not sure if I'm quite understanding the answer to my question about whether narrative criteria could apply to CECs. So maybe to go down slightly a different path here, what waters would general criteria apply to then?
Well, it's really not the waters themselves. It could be all waters that general criteria apply to. If you have a known insult to that water body, like temperature, potentially nutrients, and also sediment load, all of which the department has developed criteria translators in order for them to either enforce or to go down a path of remediation. The CEC definition is a mixed bag. It's akin to congressional budget, where we say, let's pass it so we can see what's in it. And my and Lionel's position is, for those CECs that we have some substantiated evidence that it's causing harm to aquatic life or human health, that we ought to be developing those criteria for some numerical limit, whether it's through guidance documents that will be promulgated by EPA. Secondly, the department itself can develop criteria. There's a path forward that EPA will allow the states themselves to develop those criteria. Or last, the numeric translator is also a pathway that the state may use to develop a criteria that's meaningful, both to the department and its surveillance, and also the regulated community.
Okay, I was here. Let's look at the first paragraph of 20.6.4.13 NMAC as it relates to the general criteria. Do you have that available, or would you like me to read that?
I do, but if you could read the relevant section so I know what you're addressing, it'll be helpful to me.
So my question is going to be about any type of requirement for a translator here.
I don't believe there's a requirement to a translator. It is just an option to develop something that's more clear and provides regulatory certainty.
So if there's no requirement for some type of translator, then why is it necessary to apply that to CECs?
I don't think it's necessary, Ms. Maxfield. I think it's advisable and more defensible.
And does Triad and DOE acknowledge that the state does have the authority to regulate toxic pollutants that do not currently have numeric criteria as listed in 20.6.4.900 NMAC?
I don't know that our testimony speaks to that authority, but I'm sure it's recognized insofar as the general criteria do address toxins that are known toxins, and that may not yet have developed numeric criteria. Ideally, that would happen, and I think that's a process that the department has taken several times, as I've noted, for nutrients, temperature, and sediment.
And so given that position, then what what does Triad and DOE, or you, since you're the one answering questions right now, what do you deem the function of 20.6.4.13 NMAC to be then?
Well, I acknowledge that it's a holding place for contaminants that are known to be problematic, but for which they might lack numeric criteria. And lest you think I'm saying, oh, that's exactly what CECs are. I think Mr. Barrios has already acknowledged that we don't have a list. It's possible and probable that many CECs are not toxic, and we just don't have enough information, and that several are toxic, and we lack the information to do that there. And therefore, adopting it, I don't have anything to look at. Temperature is very specific. I know it dictates what aquatic life thrive. Sediment is high sediment loads are very important for very important problem for fish that require visual hunting skills. And nutrients from time to time can cause real problems in promoting nuisance algae and drops in dissolved dissolved oxygen. So what I can say to those is that we know that they're a problem. They're listed by example, and the department has developed translators or criteria to address those problems. When you speak to CECs, it's a nondescript list. It mentions pharmaceuticals. That's very general. I'm sure there's probably hundreds of thousands of potential pharmaceuticals that need redress. And this statement in 13F states that that the water shall be free of them. And I don't know how to interpret that. It could very well mean that they would be non-detectable. And that's a laudable goal, as I said in my testimony. But if we don't know what those constituents are, and we don't know what the limit should be, the NMED's argument that it leads to regulatory certainty, that doesn't seem supportable to me.
Well, the water quality standards do have both general narrative criteria as well as numeric criteria to protect surface water quality, right?
Correct.
So couldn't narrative criteria apply with CECs until numeric criteria is developed?
That's an interesting idea, but I don't know what the narrative criteria is other than shall be free of. So if you state that the numeric criteria, the general criteria is providing guidance and certainty by putting contaminants of emerging concern when we're not sure what those contaminants are or the limits are, I'm not sure how one NMED is going to regulate and what. And as pointed out during cross-examination of Mr. Barrios by Mr. Rose, incorporation of CECs into 20.6.4 NMAC makes these CECs automatically actionable for the permitted community. So given that we don't know but what some CECs are, that means that immediately permittees could be in violation and not know it unless the state is measuring all these CCs as a part of its surveillance requirements.
Well, given your answer, what do you envision the role of 20.6.4.13 F2 through 4 to be in developing human health organism only and aquatic life criteria?
What I'd like for it to be is that if it's demonstrable by the state and approved by this commission that a list of CECs with known and supportable scientific evidence as to their toxicological effects on aquatic life and also upon human health, that perhaps you could park those there until sufficient guidance is either promulgated or developed by the department such that a discharge limit or a not to exceed limit can be verbalized or rule conveyed to the regulated community.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dale. I have no further questions for this witness on this topic at this time.
And Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Hello, Dr. Dale. My name is Tanis Fox, and I represent Amigos Bravos in this proceeding. Thank you for your testimony. As I understand your testimony, Lanel is not disputing that contaminants. Lanel agrees that the concept of contaminants of emerging concern is an established concept through EPA and other organizations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what are the risks that CECs pose to aquatic and human life?
Well, there's several potential pathways of toxicity. One of the known one is endocrine disruptors. Anything that emulates or affects hormones. It could be affecting both aquatic life throughout the food web, and also human health through consumption of waters and or fish that arise from those waters. So there's many different possible pathways of toxicity.
Is endocrine disruption the only potential risk, or not?
You know, there can be both cancer, non-cancer. As I mentioned before, other hormones can be impacted. And this is known as we talk broadly about some contaminants of emergent concern. There's some information out there that is supporting that monitoring of specific contaminants of emergent concern is a laudable and worthy goal. And if found, that appropriate action be taken to reduce it below a level that's harmful to aquatic and human life. But broadly referencing CECs, many for which we don't really have that toxicological information, becomes problematic.
Can you give me some examples of CECs that you believe should be monitored?
Well, it is well known that certain drugs like birth control pills are not completely metabolized and end up in our wastewater treatment facilities. And as a function of the sophistication of those wastewater treatment plants, may or may not pass into receiving water bodies. And in fact, even tertiary treatment may not get molecules that have hormonal activity. And this can impact fisheries in terms of their reproductive success.
What are some other examples? Yeah, and just, you know, what are some other examples of CECs that should be monitored?
Within drugs or within any class of CECs?
Any class.
Yeah, I think surfactants, if anybody's been below a wastewater treatment plant discharge, it sort of has a perfumey odor associated with it, even if the treatment facility is very sophisticated. So there's some things that just do not get treated, including some organics and some metals that pass through even RO or reverse osmosis treatment and get into the receiving water. So those surfactants could, just soaps and detergents and perfumes that are associated with those might affect aquatic life. I can't speak specifically about the pathways that those would impact aquatic life, but it's certainly possible. I think less is known about the multitude of detergents that we use in terms of their impacts on aquatic life.
What about, are certain PFAS, would you consider CECs?
I certainly consider the 3 PFAS that have, through consideration thus far by EPA, PFOA, PFAS, and the octanoic sulfonic acid variety, have legitimate and supportable data that suggests that they are harmful. They're often referred to, the 3, as the long chain PFAS, and in addition to having a lifetime exposure number or criteria, it's like a criterion number released by EPA regarding drinking water standards is helpful and supportable. For many of the other thousands of potential PFAS compounds, not much is known, although as Mr. Barrios said, the data is changing every day.
Then it sounds like you would agree that there are certain CECs that NMED should have the authority to monitor for in surface waters, or require monitoring for, rather.
I would argue that NMED has the authority to monitor these and the developing science surrounding these, and in time, in development with EPA, which is trying to understand what CECs and, or if you want to include the PFAS molecules, of which I mentioned there are thousands. This is an emergent science as well as an emergent concern. In many cases, we lack the methodological approaches to adequately measure some of these, much less determine their toxicology.
Yeah, thank you. Moving to Landell's proposed definition for toxic pollutants. You would agree that the Commission's current definition for toxic pollutants at 7, is it T2, is essentially the same as the definition for toxic pollutants under the Clean Water Act, correct?
Correct.
So the state's definition of toxic pollutants right now aligns almost verbatim to the federal definition under the statute, correct?
Correct.
And the EPA list, you've acknowledged, is a 40-year-old list. EPA list of toxic pollutants is a 40-year-old list, you've acknowledged, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree with the other testimony in this proceeding, wouldn't you, that that list is not up to date in terms of what the current scientific knowledge is?
That is correct. It's provided as example, as I pointed out in Landell's initial comments to the draft public document. We provided.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you could just please answer the questions.
Well, I'd like to be as clear as possible, which sometimes yes or no has to be qualified.
It didn't appear to me. Anyway, I'll move on. What are examples of toxic pollutants that are not on EPA's 40-year-old list?
I don't know that I can speak to that without having the list in front of me, because I would have to make a cross comparison with what exists. There are developing criteria almost all the time. Much of the 304A guidance is also outdated and usually gets considered based on what's on the priority list. So the priority list drives a lot of the new criteria development, which can be enhanced through increased scientific knowledge.
So while not identifying specific pollutants or chemicals that should be on that toxic pollutants list, you acknowledge that there are compounds out there that are toxic pollutants under the definition under the Clean Water Act that are not on EPA's 40-year-old list of toxic pollutants. Is that correct?
Yes, there would have to be.
Now, did you hear Mr. Barrios' testimony with respect to the kind of resources that it would take NMED to put together a list of toxic pollutants for approval by the Commission by rule?
Yeah, I think that the department, even when I was a member of the department, is challenged by the amount of resources it can put towards adoption of even existing 304A guidance. For instance, in this triennial review, some but not all 304A guidance are being approached, and that could have something to do with resources.
Now, in this proceeding, Landell's not proposing any compounds to be placed on that list of toxic pollutants, is it?
No, we are not. Nothing that did not derive from proposals by M&ED were allowed. However, there is testimony by one of my colleagues who's suggesting that perhaps NMED should strongly consider adoption of EPA's 2018 aluminum criteria document.
Since you're proposing the list of toxic pollutants of EPAs to be added, to be part of the list of toxic pollutants in the Commission's regulations, are you saying that legally LANL can propose that list, but couldn't propose another list on its own? Is that what you're saying? That it's outside this, it would be outside the scope of this proceeding?
I don't know it to be outside of the scope.
Okay,
of this
thank you.
proceeding.
And does LANL intend to come to this commission to propose any additional toxic pollutants besides the 40-year-old EPA list, as far as you know?
Later date, not part of the triennial review, LANL reserves the right to propose site-specific criteria for toxic pollutants.
Does it propose to come before the commission, as far as you know, to add to the list of toxic pollutants that would be within the list under your new definition?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you, Dr. Dale. That's all I have, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Fox.
Are there any other cross-examination questions from any party? Are there any other cross-examination questions from any commissioner?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Please.
Dr. Dale, you refer both in your testimony and your written testimony, you refer to translators. I am not familiar with that term used in the context of water quality standards. Could you tell me what that means?
Certainly. Numeric criteria are developed, at least for the protection of aquatic life, from toxicological studies. Multiple organisms, test organisms, are exposed to levels of particular pollutants, and then margins of safety are allowed in that, such that exceedances of the criteria developed by these studies through maybe a meta-analysis of these studies would provide a margin of safety and a limit not to exceed that would be protected of aquatic life uses in that scenario. For some pollutants, it's very difficult to look at those potential pollutants or pollutants and determine what would be a reasonable or rational limit. So nutrients under that, if I could use that as a guidepost. For a long time, nutrient loading has been a real problem to both fresh and saltwater systems as a result of agriculture. And for a long time, scientists were hoping that a nitrogen to phosphorus ratio would be somehow meaningful as a way of determining what that number should be not to exceed. So now we're looking at interactions between two nutrients, which are important limiters of plant life. And in this case, I mean plant life, algae is what I would mean in this case, which can affect aquatic life through large swings in dissolved oxygen. So in this case, we don't really have a toxic parameter itself. It's not exposure to nitrogen or phosphorus or a ratio that is detrimental to aquatic life, but it's a response variable, i.e. dissolved oxygen, which can be a problem. So in this case, data is collected to try to decide what is the relationship between nitrogen and phosphorus and dissolved oxygen, which provides us with a translator that allows us to protect aquatic life.
So translator is not a numeric standard. It's a calculated ratio or something like that. I'm still having trouble.
To express the general criteria in terms that are meaningful for dischargers or for the protection of aquatic life. So nutrients are still a general criteria, but there's numbers that are not to exceed beyond which there is demonstrable evidence that harm is caused.
Yes, but I mean, there are numeric criteria for nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, and other parameters. So I'm still not clear on what a translator is and why we need one in order to adopt a definition for CECs or even mention CECs in the regulations.
Well, it's not so much that we need one, it's an option in the toolbox that NMED has at its disposal to develop something that's relatable to the regulated community and also for their own water quality surveys. So it's beneficial to both parties if we're able to do that. It's not the only route going forward. As I said, this is an emergent science, and Mr. Barrios agrees that for some CECs, we know that there is demonstrable harm, perhaps above a certain limit. And EPA is quite stringent in the development of, as Ms. Fox said, EPA is quite stringent in the development of numerical criteria. It takes a lot of studies of a certain quality to be able to develop them. So we're not debating that particular element of it, but a numerical translator could be a recognition of a general criteria that will allow you, supported by science, to add these to the water quality standards. By wholesale taking CECs as a large group of chemicals, some of which we don't know which chemicals are going to be included and which are supportable by the science, that become immediately actionable if adopted into the standards.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm still a little bit confused. I did a word search on the proposed standards. I did not find reference to the word translator. Should that be in the standard somewhere?
I believe it may be part of the WQMP CPP, but I would have to review that to make sure. And that's the water quality management plan that guides these processes. But it is the case that NMED, I should say, it is the case that NMED has used this process.
Okay. Well, thank you. That concludes my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
Are there any other commissioners who have cross-examination for this witness? Are there any public members? Mr. Rose, is there any redirect for this witness?
Just a quick question, Mr. Hearing Officer, with respect to 13F 2, 2, 3, and 4, you heard there were some questions about its applicability. Do any of the provisions in 2, 3, or 4 apply to just human health or drinking water if that's the only exposure pathway to a toxic pollutant?
Is this a question of me?
Yes.
Could you restate the question, perhaps?
Sure. With respect to 13F 2, 3, and 4, do those apply just to human health, organism only, and aquatic life criteria, or do those provisions also apply to the drinking water standard or the DWS use that's listed in 900?
They may. Under Part 3, it addresses chronic and aquatic life criteria, but also within that section, there could be wildlife habitat protections, irrigation, livestock watering that might apply. And therein lies the difficulty of wholesale adoption of criteria, or at least pollutants, I should say, that are listed in the groundwater regs.
With respect to that section, does it guide the department in terms of determining what levels of toxic pollutant should be regulated or would be subject to terms of adoption of a numeric criteria for DWS as opposed to human health organism only?
Are we speaking the section 900?
Correct.
Yes, DWS is included in that section.
And do any of these subsections apply to, if you were to take a toxic pollutant and needed to determine a narrative criteria for drinking water, could you do it based on the references in F2, 3, and 4?
Could you develop, going backwards, develop a narrative?
No, I'm talking about to the extent that there's a toxic pollutant for which there is no narrative criteria, that the concern is over drinking water or human consumption of water as opposed to organisms or effect on aquatic life.
I'm not certain that I understand the process, but I think criteria can be developed, but 900 is not that informative in terms of developing criteria outside the DWS if it exists. If it doesn't exist, I should think that there would be, and it's of interest and it is a toxic pollutant, it will be largely driven by the state of the science.
And I guess the question is, does 13F address that? And how does it address it?
Well, it addresses it by documents that are cited therein for deriving numeric criteria for the protection of human health, for instance.
And if the department were to utilize those references and come up with a numeric criteria, is that reviewable by the commission under F5
Yes,
as it's currently written?
I believe so. Well, the F5 states that within 90 days of the issuance of a final NPDES permit containing numeric criteria, selected or calculated pursuant paragraph in subsection F of the section, the selected or calculated of the department shall petition the commission to adopt the criteria. So this is part of my testimony where I feel that the toxic pollutants may need redress, but identifying that permittees need to measure them before numerical limits are adopted by the commission seems a little bit like getting the cart before the horse.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I have no further questions.
Before we move on, do any of the parties or commissioners have a cross-examination question specifically limited to the questions that Mr. Rose just asked this witness?
Taking your cues very well,
Yeah.
sorry.
Mr. Rose, would you call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, we call Nancy Judd, who's appearing remotely. I think she's on. See if we can.
Has she been sworn in?
There she is. And she has not yet been sworn, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Court reporter, would you swear her in?
Ms. Judd, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Ms. Judd, and I think you need to speak up because it's not coming through very well. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Nancy Judd.
And with whom are you employed, Ms. Judd?
Windward Environmental.
And in what capacity are you currently employed by Windward?
I'm a partner and a senior risk assessor.
And Ms. Judd, could you give us a brief description of your educational and work background?
So my question is, I have a bachelor's.
Looks like we have technical
biology
difficulties.
and ecology. Can you all hear me?
You cut out.
Looks like she's frozen at this point. We may have technical difficulties here.
Sorry, I have a bachelor. Lou, can
Mr.
you hear
Rose,
it
could
all?
you instruct your witness to turn off her video? That may improve the bandwidth.
Did that help?
Thank you, Mr. Greenwell. So far, so good.
Okay, sorry for that inconvenience. So I have a bachelor's in biology with honors from Occidental College and a master's in toxicology from the University of Washington as my educational experience. And I'm also a board certified toxicologist.
And could you briefly describe your work background?
Certainly. At Windward Environmental, I managed numerous projects involving environmental risk assessment. And these range from small sites to, waterfront parcels to 150-mile riverine mega sites where there's concern about protection of and maintenance of water quality. I've also served on the delegates table for the Washington State Human Health Water Quality Policy Forum, which also looked into implementation of human health water quality criteria. Prior to my employment at Windward, I was a research scientist at the Institute for Risk Analysis and Risk Communication at the University of Washington. I was also a United States Peace Corps volunteer at the Discovery Bay Marine Lab in Jamaica.
Ms. Judd, did you prepare a written written rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And if we were to ask you the questions in your rebuttal testimony today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Have you prepared a PowerPoint presentation? And I think we're starting to share this, hopefully. Okay, Ms. Judd, could you please summarize your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Certainly. Can you go to the next slide, please?
I think we're at the second slide, Ms. Judd.
Yes. Okay. So as has been discussed, LANL has proposed that there be a list of the toxic pollutants under the definition in section 7T2 of NMAC to provide clarity on the chemicals that would be included as toxic pollutants. And that would be clarity for both the regulated community and the regulators so that they could work in partnership to maintain the water quality of New Mexico waters. And of course, the commission could add to this list, including consideration of specific alkyl substances and other chemicals as appropriate. As has been discussed previously, there are a significant amount of scientific literature on and others that we know very little about. This commission can also add numeric criteria as appropriate for the designated uses, such as domestic water supply and human health organism only. And to support that, EPA is currently developing maximum contaminant levels for drinking water for PFOA and PFOS now. EPA is also scoping the development of human health and aquatic life criteria for PFOA and PFOS. Next slide. In regard to contaminants of emerging concern, as has been discussed, the use of this term has been proposed by NMED only in section 13F of the water quality standards. And LANL disagrees with the expansion of the toxic pollutants in this section to include CECs when there are so many, including thousands of PFOS, that lack toxicological data for criteria development or assessment as to whether they are toxic pollutants. So therefore, we recommend removal of that definition because it would not be being used in the standards. We maintain that the Commission has the responsibility for determining which pollutants are toxic and oversight of how those narrative standards are applied. And again, point to our proposal for a list of pollutants in Section 7T that can be expanded as appropriate. Next slide. So the public is understandably concerned about this large group of persistent chemicals and the growing body of toxicological data about them. However, we disagree that the water quality standards, which are immediately enforceable, are the appropriate place for monitoring these PFAS. There's several programs that are already underway to understand the environmental extent of these chemicals. EPA proposed that 29 PFAS be included in the contaminants monitoring rule, and this would include over 10,000 water systems throughout the United States. And in addition, NMED is implementing a statewide program across 19 counties to assess the prevalence of PFAS. So our overall recommendation to the Commission is that we consider this monitoring data and the criteria data under development by EPA and others, including the MCLs and the human health and aquatic life water quality criteria, as we consider how PFAS should be regulated. That concludes the summary of my rebuttal.
Ms. Judd, were you present today in terms of and hear the testimony of Mr. Barrios and then the testimony of Dr. Dale?
I was.
And have you reviewed the rebuttal testimony submitted by other parties in this proceeding?
I have.
And do you have anything further to add in response to either the rebuttal testimony or the testimony you heard today?
With regard to the rebuttal testimony, I was encouraged that NMED added to the definition of contaminants of emerging concern, that those should include contaminants that were expected to have detrimental effects. Sorry, I'm pulling up the language. So that narrowing is helpful, but again, we're concerned about the inclusion of that large group of chemicals where we have differing amounts of information. And for those chemicals that we do understand the toxicology enough for criteria development, those can be considered as toxic pollutants.
And that concludes my questions, Mr. Hearing Officer, and we would tender Ms. Judd for cross-examination.
Which parties would like to cross-examine Ms. Judd? Mr. DeSalen's hand was first, Ms. Fox, Ms. Maxfield. Let me write this down. CCW, AB, and MED. Any other parties? I have 3 parties. No. Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Ms. Judd. I just have a few questions for you. First of all, do you think it's appropriate for the Environment Department to have clear authority to be able to require monitoring of emerging contaminants or contaminants of emerging concern?
With regard to the specific issue of PFAS, I think in the interest of getting a better understanding of these chemicals throughout the environment, the programs such as EPA's UCMR is a more appropriate approach to gather that information. So that doesn't speak to the authority of the department, though.
Right. So that was my question. So what is your response to my question?
Just to make sure that I'm clear on it, your question was, do I agree that the department has the authority to require monitoring?
My question, Ms. Judd, was, do you agree that the Environment Department should have the authority to require monitoring of emerging contaminants?
My understanding is the department has that authority as part of permitting.
Okay. Do you think it would make sense to make that clear?
It's not a point that's unclear for me. Do you mean to clarify in the regulations?
Yes, in the regulations.
I don't see it as being unclear, so from my perspective, it doesn't need to be clarified.
Okay. Those monitoring programs that you were referring to a minute ago, do you know who pays for those?
The cost, it depends on who is doing the monitoring. So for the mid-sized water systems, EPA pays for the cost. For the small systems that serve, I believe, between 25 and 800 people, EPA bears the cost. And then for the larger systems, those are responsible to cover it themselves.
Okay, so when you say systems, are you referring to systems, drinking water systems?
Yes.
Okay, so generally speaking, if it's EPA or a municipal water system, it would be the taxpayers ultimately who pay for the monitoring programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who would pay for the monitoring if it's in a permit?
The permit holder.
Okay, I think that's all my questions. Thank you, Ms. Judd.
We then have Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Ms. Judd. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Judd, in part in your testimony, you are rebutting Amigos Bravo's witness, Dr. Jamie DeWitt, correct?
That's correct.
And you state in your testimony on page 3 that the summaries of toxicity studies on PFAS presented by Dr. DeWitt are accurate, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to bring up Dr. DeWitt's testimony on this point. Just 1 second here. And let's see, Pam, may I have sharing ability, please? Or if Pam isn't here, maybe whoever has the administrator may have sharing ability. Great.
Got it. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Thanks. Mr. Hearing Officer, can you see that? Mr. Hearing Officer, can people read this?
Yes, I can see it.
Looks like you don't have, looks like it just identifies files, but there's no testimony on the screen, at least not here anyway.
Uh-oh. Dr. DeWitt's direct testimony isn't up on the screen?
No, it's highlighted, but it's not, at least on the version I have. I don't know if that's true of the other participants, but it shows a list of documents or PDFs without the specific PDF being called up.
Okay, that's weird. Hold on, let me I'm sorry, I apologize. Let me try this again. Okay, I'll just get out of this.
Ms. Fox, while you're doing this, why don't we have Ms. Maxfield do her cross-examination and we'll come back to you.
Okay, sure.
Ms. Maxfield?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Ms. Judd.
Good afternoon.
Are you aware of when EPA will be releasing enforceable standards for PFAS related to aquatic life?
I'm not aware. It is often a task that takes several years, though.
And did you say that it was, and I'm asking this clarification question because your audio was cutting out there a few times. Did you say it was your understanding that NMED does have the authority to require PFAS monitoring?
It's my understanding that NMED can require monitoring of chemicals as a condition of permitting. So
Okay, so
PFAS or other chemicals.
So to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, your statement was that NMED would have that authority related specifically to permitting. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
So for example, in the context of the Environment Department certifying a federal surface water permit, you would agree that NMED would have the authority to require monitoring for PFAS, correct?
I think that others will be speaking to the methods that might be required. So there is some concern about whether the methods that have been approved as an EPA 136, whether Part 136 methods have been approved for PFAS. And that's an area that is not in my expertise. But
so that I'm understanding your answer then correctly, you don't have either an opinion or the required background about whether NMED would have the authority to require PFAS monitoring under certifying a federal surface water permit.
I believe that if there are EPA approved methods for PFAS, that it could be required as part of a permit.
So in that context, NMED would have the authority to require that monitoring for PFAS?
Yes.
Would it not make sense for NMED to monitor for PFAS in accordance with the general criteria for toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.13 NMAC until such a time that numeric criteria could be developed?
My opinion is that some of that information from national data about the prevalence of PFAS can help inform how these chemicals are regulated, and in particular for their drinking water, that information will be helpful. So the information that NMED might collect from through monitoring could, if anything, potentially complement that, but it wouldn't be in the organized way that the UCMR data is collected.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Ms. Fox, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, I put my documents right on the screen instead of trying to draw them from my files. So I think that will work. So let me see. It does. Or not.
Ms. Fox, is this a document in evidence?
Yes, it's Amigos Bravos Exhibit 9, which is Dr. DeWitt's testimony.
Okay, let's
But
see
I had
whether, Ms. Fox, hold on a second. Let's see whether Mr. Rose can share that exhibit with his witness.
Mr. Hearing Officer, the witness is in a different location, so.
Right.
At this
I
point.
have the files though. Oh, pardon me. Liz.
here.
Yeah, she has exhibits. She should have
How's-
all those exhibits.
Is Dr. DeWitt's direct testimony, Amigos Bravos Exhibit 9 up now?
No, Ms. Fox, but the witness does have your exhibit, so
Okay.
you can proceed on that exhibit.
Okay, I just wanted it for the benefit of the commission too, huh? Well, it's showing up on my screen, but I will stop sharing. Okay. So, Ms. Judd, we had established that in part your rebuttal testimony rebuts Dr. DeWitt's direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
And you said on page 3 in your testimony that the summaries of toxicity studies on PFAS presented by Dr. DeWitt are accurate, correct?
Correct.
And are the toxicity studies that you're referring to in paragraph 20 of her direct testimony, those are studies by EPA, the U.S. National Toxicology Program, the International Agency for Research on Cancer of the World Health Organization, and the U.S. Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry?
Yes.
And you are therefore aware of the risks that these national and international agencies have identified with respect to PFAS, correct?
Some of these studies are toxicological studies and not risk studies. So in order to have risk, you need to have both exposure and toxicity. So it's a mix here. There are some epidemiological data in here, but some of them are also just toxicological data.
Right. I was just reading from your testimony in which you referred to them as toxicity studies. So I was using your language, correct? That's page 3, line 16 of your testimony.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fox, I understood you to say risk, not toxicity, when you asked me about this, that you said, do you agree that there's with the risks presented in these? And I was providing clarification.
Thank you. I understand that. I understand your answer now. Thank you. Are the risks and other information presented in these studies, do they include risks of cancer?
There is discussion of cancer, yes, and toxicity data related to cancer.
And to the immune system and pregnancy-induced hypertension and preeclampsia?
My understanding is that's covered in these studies.
And also covered is liver damage and an increase in serum lipids?
So the endpoints you're talking about, I'm not sure that all of them are shown in epidemiological studies versus animal models or in vitro studies.
Excuse me, can you repeat the last sentence, Ms. Judd?
Oh, I said that I'm not, with respect to some of these studies, some of them are toxicity studies in animal models, and then there is some epidemiological data in humans. And so I wanted to clarify when we're using the word risk, which I think in that context, Ms. Fox, you're meaning to apply to people, that I'm clarifying that some studies have been in people and some have been in animal models.
Thank you. And I'm referring to the studies that you have said that you agree with Dr. DeWitt's summaries for. Those are the specific studies I'm referring to. Okay.
As I noted, I agree with her toxicity assessment.
And have you reviewed each of the toxicity studies that upon which she bases her opinion and are listed as references at the end of her testimony?
I have not reviewed all of those studies in detail.
Now, as I understand your testimony, you do not believe that the 9 PFAS that Dr. DeWitt believes should be treated as toxic pollutants under New Mexico's surface water regulations should be considered as toxic pollutants currently. Is that correct?
My recommendation is that there's not the sufficient toxicity data to develop criteria for those chemicals.
So then do you believe that the 9 PFAS compounds that Dr. DeWitt has identified as toxic pollutants for purposes of the surface water regulations do meet the Commission's definition of toxic pollutants?
I believe that the data are not sufficient to quantify and develop numeric criteria for those. And
objection to the answer, Mr. Hearing Officer. She's not answering my question.
Okay, let's go back. Miss Court Reporter, would you please repeat the question that was asked and then what was the answer?
Yes. So then do you believe that the 9 PFAS compounds that Dr. DeWitt has identified as toxic pollutants for purposes of the surface water regulations do meet the Commission's definition of toxic pollutants? Answer: I believe that the data are not sufficient to quantify and develop numeric criteria for those.
Was that the end of the answer, those?
That's what I got.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Fox, why is that answer not responsive?
Because she's answering whether whether these pollutants should have numeric criteria attached to them, and that is not my question. I'm asking if they fit within the narrative definition of toxic pollutants in her opinion.
Okay. Mr. Rose, do you have anything to say about that?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I believe Ms. Fox is referring to the definition in 7T2. And the definition itself talks about pollutants upon exposure have certain adverse effects. And I think Ms. Judd's testimony refers to whether or not there's enough data to evaluate whether upon exposure these bad things happen. So I think the quantification is part of whether or not, under the current definition, whether it's a toxic pollutant or not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rose. Thank you, Ms. Fox. I'm going to ask the court reporter to strike the answer as it was given. And I'm going to ask the witness to answer the question that the court reporter repeats now.
The same question?
Yes, ma'am.
So then do you believe that the 9 PFAS compounds that Dr. DeWitt has identified as toxic pollutants for purposes of the surface water regulations do meet the Commission's definition of toxic pollutants?
I believe they meet the current definition in the standards.
Thank you.
And Ms. Judd, the commission's current definition of toxic pollutant in its regulations is virtually identical to the federal definition of toxic pollutants under the Clean Water Act, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the EPA list of toxic pollutants that LANL proposes be part of the definition, a new definition of toxic pollutants under the surface water regulations, correct?
Yes.
And you agree with the testimony. We've heard that that list has not been updated since 1981, correct?
That's correct. And as Dr. Dale noted, the intent was for the list to include those chemicals plus others identified by the commission.
Correct. And we also established with Dr. Dale that LANL in this proceeding isn't putting forth any additional constituents as toxic pollutants for the commission to consider, correct?
With the possible exception of aluminum, which he noted.
Ms. Judd, what did we know about the toxicological effects of PFAS 40 years ago?
Very little.
Just 1 minute, Mr. Hero, so let me look through my questions and see if I have any more for Ms. Judd. That's all I have, Ms. Judd. Ms. Judd, thank you for your testimony.
And that concludes the cross-examination of Ms. Judd by the parties. Do any of the commissioners have cross-examination questions for Ms. Judd? Do any of the public members have cross-examination for Ms. Judd? Mr. Rose, do you have any redirect for Ms. Judd?
I do not, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, may take a second to get him in here. Our next witness is Dr. Toll, who's testified earlier in this proceeding and is currently still under oath. So he's entering the room as we speak. So I don't think we need much of a break in the action here. Just enough to get him set up. Tell me when you're ready.
Yep, I will. I'm ready.
Okay. Dr. Toll, you've previously been sworn and testified as your educational and work background. Did you prepare rebuttal testimony on the toxic pollutant definitions and the definition of contaminants of emerging concern?
I prepared rebuttal testimony on the definition of contaminants of emerging concern.
And could you briefly summarize that rebuttal testimony?
Yes, the rebuttal testimony is brief. It's quick to summarize. I stated, as other witnesses have, that LANL opposes adding a CEC definition to 20.6.4.7 NMAC. The one thing that's unique in my testimony is that I proposed an alternative definition in the event that that the commission decides to include a definition, and I would like to see the alternative definition considered if the deliberations go in that direction, because it's a definition that is more it's more descriptive in terms of what a contaminant of emerging concern is, in terms of the history of the use of the chemical, and less on fear of unknown risks.
And Dr. Toll, is your proposed, or the language that you would ask the commission to consider included in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and was it derived from some other place, or was that language that you put together?
It was derived elsewhere. First off, it's in my rebuttal testimony, which is Exhibit 63 on page 12, lines 8 to 18. Then I also included as Exhibit 84, the Office of Water and Office of Research Development of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency memorandum in which the definition was presented.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no further questions of this witness.
May I see a show of hands, which parties would like to cross-examine Dr. Toll? I don't see any. Yes, I do. Miss McCaleb, I see you. So why don't you proceed, Miss McCaleb?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Dr. Toll.
Good afternoon, Ms. McCaleb.
How are you today?
I'm doing well.
Great. I just have a couple of really quick questions for you, and they focus on the information provided in your rebuttal testimony concerning the definition proposed by the Department for Contaminants of Emerging Concern. In your written testimony, as you just mentioned, you referred to a definition of CEC proposed by the Emerging Contaminants Work Group of the EPA Office of Water. Is that correct?
Yes, and also the Office of Research and Development. It was collaborative.
Thank you. In your opinion, does the department's proposed definition conflict with the EPA work group's definition with respect to whether CECs cause deleterious effects versus potentially cause deleterious effects?
I'm going to need a minute to review both definitions side by side. So NMED's definition indicates that there is the potential or suspected potential of negative impacts. So that's that one. Then the other one, I'll need a second to pull up.
May I stop you there for a moment? The
Yes.
NMED definition that you are looking at, is that their definition in Exhibit 110, their most recent proposed definition?
I don't have 110.
I should have pointed you to that. I apologize.
You have it somewhere?
It's there.
Be back here. Excuse us for a minute while we track it down. Still
that one starts at 112.
Mr. Rose, would this be a good time for a 5-minute break?
No, we've got it.
We've got it.
And again, I
Richard,
apologize. I apologize for not making me clear. I was referring to the latest proposed definition.
That's 20.6.4.7.
Yes, sir. T2, I believe.
P.
T.
T.
Or,
Oh, right. Under P is persistent toxic pollutants.
so
We're looking for C, contaminants of
I
emerging
think it's
concerns.
C7 maybe.
Right. Yes, not toxic pollutant, but CEC, correct. I got myself confused.
All right,
there
yes,
for a
that's
moment.
C7.
Thank
I
you.
have it in front of me now.
Thank you, Dr. Toll. It's getting late in the afternoon and I think I'm getting a little punchy. I apologize. So would you review the department's most recent proposed definition there, please?
Yes, I can read it to you. It says contaminants of emerging concern, or CECs, refer to water contaminants, including but not limited to per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, pharmaceuticals, and personal care products that may cause significant ecological or human health effects at low concentrations. CECs are generally chemical compounds recognized as having deleterious effects at environmental concentrations whose negative impacts have not been fully quantified and may not have regulatory numeric criteria.
And so in that definition, the reference or the word potentially has been removed. Is that correct? With regard to potentially causing deleterious effects?
The word potentially is not there. It
And
says may cause significant ecological or human health effects at low concentrations.
thank you. But in the second sentence where it's describing CECs are generally chemical compounds.
Yes, recognized as having deleterious effects at environmental concentrations. So it says that they are recognized as having deleterious effects at environmental concentrations.
And can you please compare that with the EPA definition that you provided concerning the phrase deleterious effects?
Yes, that phrase is in the first sentence of EPA's definition, and it says potentially cause deleterious effects in aquatic life at environmentally relevant concentrations. So there is a difference between those two definitions in terms of the use of the term potentially.
Thank you. In your opinion, if a water contaminant only potentially causes deleterious effects, does it meet the definition of toxic pollutant found in the water quality standards?
I'm going to refer to the definition rather than answering on the fly. The definition of toxic pollutant is those pollutants are combinations of pollutants, including disease-causing agents, that after discharge and upon exposure, ingestion, inhalation, or assimilation into any organism, either directly from the environment or indirectly by ingestion through food chains, will cause death, shortened lifespan, disease, adverse biological changes, reproductive or physiological impairment, or physical deformations in such organisms or their offspring. And so, could you repeat your question now?
Yes, sir. If taking the EPA definition of CEC, which indicates that a CEC only potentially causes deleterious effects, would a CEC meet the definition of a toxic pollutant that's where the definition says it will cause these impacts?
No, ma'am, it would not.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Were there any other parties with cross-examination? Are there any commissioners with cross-examination for this witness? Are there any members of the public? Mr. Rose, are there any redirect?
No questions, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Does that conclude your party's witnesses to issue number 3?
It does.
Okay. Then let's move on to, it looks like Amigos Bravos, if I have that correctly.
Mr. Hearing Officer, is this a good time for a break?
It is. You want to do a 15-minute break?
That'd be good.
Okay. So it is, let's say it's 3:10, at 3:25, we'll come back and continue with Amigos Bravos. It looks like there are 2 witnesses, Dr. Khan and DeWitt, if I'm correct.
Here, Mr. Hearing Officer, it's Dr. DeWitt who's going to be, who crosses bins. And
Okay.
you suggested we do Friday.
Friday.
Yeah.
Marvelous. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
It is 3:25 on July 14. We are toward the end of the second day of the Triennial Review. Ms. Fox is going to put on some testimony for Amigos Bravos, but before she does, Pam, have we received any requests from the general public?
No, no one has reached out to me.
Okay. Then I would like to do what we did yesterday. I know that we have reserved from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. for public comment, but at 5 p.m., if there's still no public comment, I would like to go until 5:30 with direct and rebuttal testimony. So, Ms. Fox, would you proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Ms. Khan has been sworn in, and she will continue with her PowerPoint presentation to discuss contaminants of emerging concern and toxic pollutants. Ms. Khan.
Mr. Hearing Officer, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify again. I will now share my PowerPoint. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes, great, thank you. I can't see any of you, so if you were nodding, I couldn't see you there. Thank you to whoever said the verbal yes. Again, this portion of my testimony is focusing on contaminants of emerging concern and toxic pollutants. In summary, Amigos Bravos supports NMED's proposal to add a definition of contaminants of emerging concern, CECs for short, and proposes to add PFAS as an example of CECs and to clarify that toxic pollutants and CECs represent two different categories of pollutants. Amigos Bravos opposes the New Mexico Mining Association and LANL's proposed changes to the definition of toxic pollutants. In addition, Amigos Bravos proposes that 9 PFAS compounds are toxic pollutants, and Amigos Bravos proposes to clarify and make explicit that NMED has the authority to require monitoring for CECs. CECs are a widely accepted group of potentially harmful contaminants, including by EPA, and PFAS are recognized as CECs, also including by EPA. NMED has identified PFAS contamination as a top priority in the state, observing that research indicates that some PFAS may affect reproductive health, increase the risk of some cancers, affect childhood development, increase cholesterol levels, affect the immune system, and interfere with the body's hormones, end quote. According to NMED, quote, PFAS are known as forever chemicals because they do not easily degrade in the environment due to their chemical properties. Thus, PFAS can accumulate over time in soil, water, and living organisms and have been found in water sources around the world, end quote. Amigos Bravos' expert, Dr. DeWitt, details in her written testimony and will be testifying before you all, before the Commission on Friday, why it's important to identify and monitor CECs and why some PFAS chemicals should be considered CECs and some PFAS should be categorized as toxic pollutants. CECs, such as PFAS in pharmaceuticals and personal care products, PPCPs for short, are a problem in New Mexico. And this is detailed, this is provided in detail in my written direct and rebuttal testimony. I'm providing a summary here. PFAS were found in groundwater at Cannon Air Force Base at levels more than 370 times the EPA lifetime advisory level. Near Holloman, PFAS were found at levels up to more than 27,000 times the lifetime advisory level. In addition, the Clovis Water Utility has detected PFAS in some of its municipal drinking water wells. So PFAS contamination has threatened New Mexico dairies. And here I have up on the screen a quote from Art Schaap, who's a dairy farmer in the state, communicating his concern about PFAS contamination. And this dairy farmer Art Chap has been dumping the milk from his cows since 2018 because of the PFAS contamination found near his farm. The August through September 2020 joint USGS and NMED study, a PFAS study, detected PFAS in numerous New Mexico river systems, including the Rio Grande, the Gila, Canadian, Animas, Pecos, Rio Puerco, and San Juan rivers. In addition, a 2018 study conducted by the University of Texas detected over 40 pharmaceuticals and personal care products in the Rio Grande. Amigos Bravos has done its own studies and has detected 17 PPCPs, or pharmaceuticals or personal care products, in South Valley waters. NMED itself has detected PPCPs in New Mexico wastewater discharges. Amigos Bravos proposes to clarify that if there is sufficient knowledge to determine that if a CEC meets the definition of toxic pollutant or meets the conditions set forth in the narrative standard at 20.6.413F NMAC, it would then be considered toxic. As Dr. DeWitt testifies, at least 9 PFAS have been studied enough to determine that NMED should consider them toxic pollutants, including the 3 PFAS compounds listed by the Commission as toxic pollutants in 20.6.2 NMAC. And in these cases, we believe it's no longer appropriate to consider them of emerging concern. They are of concern. They are toxic pollutants. Here up on the screen, again in the same format as my other slides, where the red is NMED's proposed language and the blue is Amigos Bravos' proposed additions to NMED's language. You see our proposal includes adding per and polyfluoral alkyl substances as an example of CECs. We also propose to qualify that CECs that have are not substances that have already been considered toxic pollutants by the department. Moving on to the toxic pollutant definition. Amigos Bravos expert Dr. DeWitt details in her testimony why LANL and the New Mexico Mining Association proposals to limit the toxic pollutant definition to an old EPA list and a yet undeveloped or determined list should be rejected, and why 9 PFAS contaminants should be considered toxic. The combination of LANL's and NMMA's proposal to limit toxic pollutants to this outdated EPA list and its opposition to recognizing CECs would severely limit the state's ability to monitor or limit pervasive and persistent contaminants such as PFAS in our surface water. Excuse me, sorry about that. The Commission's, and in addition, the Commission's current toxic pollutant definition is the same as the definition of toxic pollutant in the Clean Water Act, and it's an appropriate definition that should be retained by the Commission. In summary, Amigos Bravos' recommendations for contaminants of emerging concern and toxic pollutants are as follows. We believe that the Commission should adopt a definition of contaminants of emerging concern. We support this in both my testimony as well as Dr. DeWitt's testimony. We believe that it's appropriate to highlight that PFAS can be a CEC, as supported in both my testimony and Dr. DeWitt's testimony. We urge the Commission to reject the proposal, LANL and the Mining Association's proposal to limit the definition of toxic pollutants to an outdated EPA list and an undeveloped, yet to be determined list. And we believe it's important to clarify and make explicit that NMED has the authority to require monitoring for CECs. This concludes my testimony on these topics. Thank you for your time.
And Mr. Hearing Officer, Ms. Khan is ready to stand for cross-examination.
Are there parties that wish to cross-examine Ms. Khan? Mr. Rose, I think, and Ms. Maxfield. Are there any others besides those two? No. Okay, Mr. Rose?
I guess I beat Miss Maxfield to the punch here. Ms. Khan, with respect to your proposal, and if you're not the proper person to ask this to, and Dr. DeWitt is, let me know. When you developed, or in your testimony in support of the department's proposal and some additions to the toxic pollutant definition or to the narrative standard, did you refer at all to the Court of Appeals evaluation of toxic pollutants in the groundwater regulations and how the court, what the court said would be necessary to assure that toxic pollutant definition met the criteria of due process?
No, I'm not familiar with that document.
Okay, and when you proposed these definitions and this approach, were you aware of the Water Quality Act's provision that would make violations of water quality standards directly enforceable?
Yes, I'm generally aware of that provision.
Yeah. And if you were, with respect to anyone who's subject to an enforcement action, say for example that someone was discharging to water of the U.S. or in this case, a water of the state, based on your proposal, how would they know what amount of a toxic pollutant was allowed and what amount wasn't? And would there be a mechanism by which they could determine that before they were subject to an enforcement action?
I believe that at 20, if I'm understanding your question correctly, that at 20.6.4 13F1, there is a qualification to what of how much toxic pollutant can be discharged in terms of the amount of harm that it causes. Are you asking about toxic pollutants or CECs? I guess is my first.
Well, the way F is drafted, it looks like the narrative standard says free of toxic pollutants, including contaminants of emerging concern. At least that's the department's proposal. And so I assume it would be there are certain contaminants of emerging concern which would meet the narrative definition of toxic pollutant, for which this narrative criteria would apply.
Yes, I mean that F1 hasn't been referred to in its complete in the complete language that it appears in the standards. When Mr. Dale provided the definite or the language up on the screen, the qualifying language that follows wasn't included, and that was what I was just referring to now. That it's except as provided in 20.6.416, surface waters of the state shall be free of toxic pollutants from other than natural causes in amounts, concentrations, or combinations that affect the propagation of fish or that are toxic to humans, livestock, or other animals, fish or other aquatic organisms, wildlife using aquatic environments for habitation, or aquatic organisms for food, or that will or can reasonably be expected to bioaccumulate in fish tissues, shellfish, and other aquatic organisms to levels that will impair the health of aquatic organisms or wildlife or result in unacceptable tastes, odors, or health risks to human consumers of aquatic organisms. So I think there's a lot of qualifying language that is provided that lays out when toxic pollutants, what levels of toxic pollutants can be allowed in our surface waters.
And I assume that Ms. Khan, with respect to the reference to 16, that's to pesticide. So we're not talking about those in this context. Would someone who discharged to a water of the state know what levels, for example, a toxic pollutant did any of these bad things? Is there anything in the rules that spell out exactly what a discharger is obligated to do that would give them notice of whether or not they in fact were exceeding these criteria?
Well, I think that the whole purpose of this F and the F2 through 5 is that the criteria would be developed and placed in the permit. And so
Assume for the moment,
they would know what the amount of toxic pollutants that they would, the level that they would be limited to, because it would be included as an effluent limit in their permit.
and is it your understanding that the Water Quality Act requires effluent limits to be violated before an enforcement action can be brought, or that a violation of the standards would give rise to liability, even in the absence of an effluent limit?
Objection outside the scope calls for legal conclusion.
Okay, Mr. Rose, your response?
My understanding is that Amigos Bravos is proposing language to the commission, and I assume in that is a representation that the commission has authority to adopt this. And I'm asking, with respect to their proposal, how it would be implemented in fact, so that the commission is aware of not only what Amigos Bravos is proposing, but what the potential impacts of that proposal might be on someone subject to those standards.
I understand what you're trying to ask, Mr. Rose. I'm going to ask you to rephrase the question.
Okay. I guess more specifically, if you were a discharger, how would you go about determining whether or not your discharge caused any of these adverse effects? And would you know before the department brought an enforcement action what criteria would be applicable to you?
Mr. Rose, I'm confused about which proposed change you're referring to, of Amigos Bravos's proposed change that you're referring to, that this relates to.
I think it's both the definition of contaminants of emerging concern and the applicability. And I think you testified with respect to whether CECs included certain toxics, including certain contaminants. Looks like we're getting an echo from somewhere here.
Objection misstates the testimony. For CECs, we're not proposing that they be prohibited from introduction into waters. We're only proposing that they be monitored.
So Ms. Fox, hold on, Mr. Rose. So Ms. Fox, what is in concise terms your objection?
Misstates the testimony.
So the question misstates, so you're saying that the question mischaracterizes her testimony. That's what you're saying. Okay. Do you believe that it is the proper subject matter for cross-examination?
CECs is yes, but it misstates her testimony with respect to CECs.
Okay. Mr. Rose, your response?
My understanding is that Ms. Kahn's testimony also included support for the department's proposed changes to 13F, and that I was exploring whether she considered the effects of 13F in deciding whether to support the department's proposal.
Well, Mr. Rose, can you rephrase your question to ask it that way? Because it seems like that's a much better articulation.
I'll get there eventually, Mr. Hearing Officer.
I'm going to sustain the objection, Mr. Rose, so please rephrase it.
Did you, Ms. Kahn, did Amigos Bravos consider how these standards would be applied when it decided to support the department's proposed changes to 13F?
Objection misstates the evidence. We're not supporting that proposal.
I don't see an opposition to that proposal anywhere.
Nor do you. Objection misstates the evidence.
Right. Mr. Rose, I'm going to sustain the objection. Could you ask the question again, leaving off the last few words?
Rather than try again, we'll deal with it in some other fashion with potentially with other witnesses. And I believe that Ms. Khan referenced 13F2, 3, and 4 in her testimony. Did I misunderstand her reference? I believe you're muted.
I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe everyone got muted for a second there. I don't think I pressed it. Sorry about that. So I believe that I referenced those portions, the 13F 2 through 5, in response to your previous question.
Okay, and with respect to 13F 2, 3, and 5, is it your understanding that they apply to determinations of what quantity of a toxic pollutant might be injurious to health, to human health?
Yes, I believe that they outline a process for determining the quantities or the amounts of toxic pollutants that would be dangerous to both human health and I think aquatic life. I've lost the page again here, but yes, I do believe generally that is true.
And with respect to human health, could you point to the section in F2 that you believe, 3 or 4, that relates to human health?
I believe it's F2, that the human health organism only criterion in determining such a criterion for cancer-causing toxic pollutant or cancer risk of 1 cancer per 100,000 exposed persons shall be reused. And then that was 2A, and 2B also refers to methodology for deriving ambient water quality criteria for the protection of human health.
Doesn't F2B refer to protection of human health for consumption of organisms only?
To be, yes, refers to when a numeric criterion for the protection of human health for the consumption of organism only has not been published by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So yes, 2B does refer to human health with relating to consumption of organisms.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Do we have any other cross-examination for Dr. Khan? Ms. Maxfield.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good afternoon. I have one question. Would you agree that some contaminants of emerging concern fall within the definition of toxic pollutants as is currently promulgated in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC?
Well, I think that if they do, they're no longer contaminants of emerging concern. They are then toxic pollutants.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I have no further questions.
Are there any cross-examination questions for this witness from the commission? Ms. Fox, is there any redirect limited to the cross-examination questions?
No, there is not, Mr. Hearing Officer. Thank you.
Okay. And am I correct in understanding that your other witness will, Dr. DeWitt, will testify Friday, so you have no further, you don't have any further witnesses on this issue, right?
That is correct, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Then let's move on to San Juan. Ms. McCaleb.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. San Juan Water Commission calls Ms. Jane DeRose Bamman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. DeRose Bamman, we've gotten to the topic number 3, contaminants of emerging concern. Could you please summarize the San Juan Water Commission's concerns and your opinions about the issue of contaminants of emerging concern, or CECs?
In its original and amended petitions, NMED proposed to modify the narrative toxic pollutant standard in 20.6.4.13 F1 NMAC. And specifically, NMED proposed to expand the standard that there be no toxics in toxic amounts to include CECs, or contaminants of emerging concern, and the toxic pollutants listed in the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule at 20.6.2.7 T NMAC. The department also proposed to add definitions of CECs, and that definition stated that CECs are only suspected to potentially have impacts, also may not have regulatory standards, and the concentrations causing negative impacts have not been fully studied. So we objected to the department's proposals because by the department's own definition, CECs are not toxic pollutants, and it's not clear if all the pollutants listed in 20.6.2.7 T2 meet the definition of toxic pollutant as defined in the Surface Water Quality Standards at 20.6.4.7 T2. So I think many of us have talked about it today. A constituent that is considered a CEC shifts to be a toxic pollutant once there is scientific evidence showing toxicity. So in other words, when evidence of toxicity is established, that constituent is no longer a CEC. So in my opinion, it's premature to add the term CECs as defined because the required sound scientific rationale or credible scientific data is not available. And if that sound scientific rationale or documentation exists, then it isn't a CEC and could possibly meet the definition of toxic pollutant. Let's see. Also, regarding the reference to the list of toxic pollutants in the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule at 20.6.2.7 T NMAC is improper. The list of toxic pollutants is not generated as a mandate of the Clean Water Act, nor is there certainty that all the pollutants meet the definition of toxic pollutant in the Surface Water Quality Standards at the toxic pollutant definition at 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC. Also, I heard in the testimony of Mr. Barrios this morning where he indicated that the list of toxic pollutants in 20.6.2.7 T2 NMAC applies to the surface water quality standards simply because of the title of the rule, Ground and Surface Water Protection. But I don't agree. I don't think there is evidence that the list of toxic pollutants in that section was adopted for any purpose other than groundwater. So that section, again, referring to 20.6.2.7 T2. The only time toxic pollutants is referenced in the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule is in connection with groundwater, to the best of my recollection, looking at the whole rule in total. So based on that, it's inappropriate to wholesale adopt the list of toxic pollutants from the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule, where there's no proof that they meet the definition of toxic pollutants in the Surface Water Quality Standards. So I think some people have already mentioned this, but in fact, the majority of those pollutants that are listed there, we already have criteria adopted in the Surface Water Quality Standards. So there may have been a reason why others haven't been adopted yet. Oh, that's my summary.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And moving on to the definition of contaminants of emerging concern, have you reviewed the department's revised proposal for that definition?
Yes. In the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Barrios, the department has significantly modified its proposed definition of CCs and has also agreed to the Amigos Bravos proposal to include PFAS in the definition. The proposed changes are in Exhibit 110, and I want to show an example.
Pam, could you please give Ms. DeRose Bamman permission to share her screen?
Yes, it's available.
Is it? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, let's see. Oops. That's not the screen.
Mr. Rose Bamman, what we can see at the moment is a red line of the definition of contaminants of emerging concern.
You could see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, that's great. So what I wanted to point out here was several things about the definition. We bring up they may cause significant ecological or human health effects, and they're generally compounds. At one point we're saying they have deleterious effects, but then we also say that they haven't been fully, the negative impacts have not been fully quantified and may not have regulatory numeric criteria available. And the suspected to potentially have impacts.
Mr. Rose Bamman, you may want to stop sharing your screen there. We've moved beyond your exhibit. Do you have anything else that you'd like to show? This is the only exhibit that we submitted to the other parties as a demonstrative exhibit. So at this time, we can't show anything else.
Oh,
so
certainly.
If you
the only other thing that I wanted to bring up about this is the term environmental concentrations is used here or proposed to be added, and that's not clear, and no testimony was provided to what that means or how to interpret that.
Do you have any? Oh, okay. Yes, I can see you again. Thank you. And I didn't mean to interrupt the flow. I apologize. I just wanted to make sure we didn't share anything we hadn't already provided to the other parties as was required by the procedural order.
Understood.
So, do you have additional testimony that you would like to give concerning the difference between the department's originally proposed definition for CECs and the definition proposed in their rebuttal exhibit 110?
Yes.
Please proceed. Do you have an opinion to give about the proposed change? Does it alleviate any concerns?
The changes don't resolve the Sound and Water Commission's concerns. And again, the technical support for the changes I didn't see any technical support for those changes in Mr. Barrios' rebuttal testimony, especially the source of the definition. NMED's definition said that CECs are only suspected to be potentially have impacts, and now they're saying they're recognized as having deleterious effects. So that's the issue. And I think the commission should not confuse, should not adopt what can be viewed as a confusing or technically unsupported definition of CECs. And finally, the definition of CECs and the reference to CECs and the toxic pollutant narrative standards really aren't needed. I think, as many just testified now, that once a substance becomes, there's enough data to study, to understand the impacts, and it can be viewed as a toxic pollutant, then it will become a toxic pollutant. And the provisions at 20.6.4, 13F2, 3, 4, and 5 guide development of criteria, or I'm sorry, not 5, but 2, 3, and 4 guide the development of criteria or criteria-like levels in the absence of EPA adopted criteria.
And do your opinions apply equally to the Amigos Bravos and the department's proposal to include PFAS in the definition of CECs?
Yes. PFAS are CECs for the reasons I've given, and the toxic pollutant standards should not refer to CECs because once a CEC is found to be toxic, it's covered by 20.6.4 13F, just like any other toxic pollutant.
And Mr. Rose-Bamman, have you had an opportunity to review the rebuttal testimony provided by CCW GRIP in their NOI for rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And does the San Juan Water Commission support the proposals made by CCC, I'm sorry, too many C's there, CCW GRIP?
No. Without knowing the basis for the proposal, the San Juan Water Commission doesn't agree with the proposal to amend the definition of toxic pollutant to include the pollutants listed in 20.6.2.7 T2 or 40 CFR 401.15. The toxic pollutants listed in 20.6.2 T2 again may not meet the definition under the surface water quality rules. And then also 40 CFR 401.15 contains a list of the pollutants, but it's primarily groupings or categories of pollutants instead of a list of the individual pollutants. And so the groupings may not clearly specify which pollutants are in the list. And I didn't see any technical testimony from them supporting that proposal. The Commission has adopted criteria 900 for a significant number of the pollutants already and proposes to add several more in this proceeding. And so the rules use different factors for qualifying as a toxic pollutant, and it may be justifiable that the list should be different. And there may, again, there may have been reasons why the Commission did not adopt a list of these pollutants within the water quality standards, the surface water quality standards in the first place. But that's not in the record, so I don't know. In the absence of EPA adopted criteria, again, 13F, Section 13F, NMAC provides a process for New Mexico Environment Department to develop a new criterion should enough technical information be available to generate such a criterion. So, and again, there's no need to adopt a list of pollutants just because it's handy, especially when we don't know. We don't know verification of why they were adopted in the first place. So we recommend that the Commission reject the proposal to adopt a reference to the groundwater definition of toxic pollutant and to 40 CFR 401.15 into the surface water quality standards.
And do you have any opinion about the proposal to add a monitoring requirement in 20.6.4.13F?
One of the difficulties with that, I think we're objecting to it, but the difficulty is the proposal states a CEC shall be monitored if it may be present in effluent or receiving waters. But how do you know if it's present and at what levels if a permittee is not already monitoring for it? So we have this quandary from the permittee's perspective. You know, it's like, what do we need first? And so if for some reason the commission does not elect to adopt a definition for CECs, or if it does, I'm sorry, if the commission does decide to elect to adopt a definition for CECs, in my opinion, the definition of emerging contaminants proposed by CCW GRIP is a very appropriate definition, and it currently, because it focuses on potential adverse. So if you're going to include something for the CECs in there, at least it does highlight the potential adverse effects. But I think at this point that there's enough authority that if there is toxic, if it meets the definition of toxic pollutants, then there's the authority to regulate it, and we don't necessarily need these other terms defined.
And Mr. Rose Bamman, do you have any additional testimony you would like to give concerning the issue of contaminants of emerging concern?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hearing Officer, Ms. Rose Bamman will stand for cross-examination.
May I see a show of hands of which parties want to cross-examine this witness? Ms. Fox and Mr. DeSalen and Ms. Maxfield. Now, before we do the cross-examination of this witness, it is my understanding that we have a member of the public who would like to make a comment. Since I would like to proceed till 5:30 today, is that public member ready to make a comment?
Mr. Hearing Officer, it is Sue Sherman. And Ms. Sherman, if you would unmute yourself and turn your camera on, please. Well, now, Mr. Hearing Officer, I don't see her in the participant list.
That's fine. Ms. Jones, let me know through the chat when she's back. We'll try to work her in as close to 5 as possible. The first hand I saw was the first hand I saw was Ms. Fox. So Ms. Fox, would you like to cross-examine this witness?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I only have a couple of questions. I'm going to try to share again. So let's see if this can work. I do have share ability here, so let's see if I can get it to work. Mr. Hearing Officer, is 20.6.2 up on your screen?
We can see it clearly.
Mr. Rose Bannum, I heard you say in the beginning of your testimony something to the effect of that the list of toxic pollutants in 20.6.2 did not referred to groundwater and not surface water, something along those lines. Do you recall that testimony?
That the term toxic pollutant is only used in 20.6.2, referring to groundwater.
Correct. So I'd like to bring up 20.6.2, which somehow successfully I have this time, and I'd like to direct your attention to what that part states that it covers. What does 20.6.2 cover?
It's now I can read it. It was a little small.
I can make it.
I can read it now. Glasses are good. Okay. Thank you. Part 2 says ground and surface water protection. That's the
that was
title. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yes, part 2 says ground and surface water protection.
So that part expressly refers to both ground and surface waters, correct?
Yes.
And then let's look down at 20.6.23, which sets forth the statutory authority upon which this regulation is based. And what's the statutory authority upon which 20.6.2 is based?
Standards and regulations are adopted by the Commission under the authority of the Water Quality Act, New Mexico, I don't remember, NMSA 1978, sections 74-6-1 through 74-6-17.
So that's the whole of the State Water Quality Act, correct?
Correct.
Which applies to ground and surface water variously throughout the statute, correct?
Sure.
Then let's go down to the definition of toxic pollutant. The definition states that toxic pollutant means any water contaminant or combination of the water contaminants in the list below. And that definition is not exclusive to pertaining to groundwater, is it?
I don't know. I understand you're saying about the authority here, but I don't, I think looking at the language of the statute, the authority there may be, I'd have to look there. But based on what you see here, I can't tell you yes or no.
You can tell me whether it refers to groundwater or subsurface water only, correct? And it does not?
It just says toxic pollutant means this. It doesn't say one way or the other.
But I guess my question is, there's nowhere in this definition that it states that toxic pollutant definition applies only to groundwater, correct?
Oh, I agree with you. I agree.
It refers to a water contaminant or combination of water contaminants, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that throughout 20.6.2, the regulations variously refer to surface water, groundwater, subsurface water, and make those distinctions throughout 20.6.2?
My recollection is that there are specific sections that deal with each of those.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Ms. Judd. I just have a few questions here. I want to refer again to the toxic pollutant list that applies to, in your view, just to groundwater. And I think you testified that you didn't think it was appropriate to include that list in the surface water definition of toxic pollutant because those toxic pollutants under groundwater might not meet the definition of toxic pollutants under surface water. Did I get your testimony correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, toxic pollutants under groundwater are directed primarily towards human health, right?
I don't, we don't have any of that testimony in the record, but from what I know about the groundwater rule, I think it goes beyond just human health.
Okay, and the toxic pollutants under surface water standards are designed to protect human health. Is that correct? Among other things.
Among other things, and aquatic life. I mean, it covers toxicity is viewed on several levels.
Okay, and based on your experience at the Environment Department, are you aware that the department and the Water Quality Control Commission go through a fairly extensive process for adopting toxic pollutants under the water quality control regulations, including those for groundwater?
Yes, I am familiar with that. Okay,
and in adopting those regulations and listing those toxic pollutants, there's a lot of toxicity, human toxicity data and evidence that's entered into the record. Is that correct?
For the criteria, is that what you're asking?
I'm referring to the list of toxic pollutants in, as you refer to it, the groundwater quality standards.
For the list of toxic pollutants within the ground and surface water quality, which is in the definition, I don't know. I don't know the basis. I don't know that they went through it. I don't know how the extensive the review was to include them in the list.
Okay. If I drink a glass of water that's got contaminants in it, does my body care whether that water came from groundwater or from surface water?
Probably not.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
And that leaves Ms. Maxfield.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Ms. Duros-Bamman.
Good afternoon.
So to clarify, is it your testimony that contaminants of emerging concern don't cause the harm that's listed in the toxic pollutant definition in 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC?
You said T2, right? The groundwater?
T2,
okay.
No. Part 4, the toxic pollutant definition in part 4.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that? Sorry.
Yes. Is it your testimony that contaminants of emerging concern don't cause the harm that's listed in the toxic pollutant definition in part 4, i.e. 20.6.4.7 T2 NMAC?
No, I don't think we have enough. We don't always have enough information. So I'm not saying wholesale that it doesn't meet it. I don't know that we have enough information.
Would you agree that some contaminants of emerging concern cause harm, even though not at known concentrations?
It could be.
Would you agree that the department can currently develop permit conditions for monitoring and for toxic? I'm sorry, let me say that again. Would you agree that the department can currently develop permit conditions for monitoring for toxic pollutants and contaminants of emerging concern?
I do think that is correct. I know I've seen several permits where there have been pollutants, monitoring requests and pollutants or monitoring requirements. So yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Are there any commissioners that have questions for this witness? Are there any members of the general public that have cross-examination questions for this witness? Ms. McCallum, are there any redirect questions for this witness?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Rose Bamman, Ms. Fox pulled up for you a copy of the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule at 20.6.2 NMAC and asked you a few questions about that. I'd like to follow up on that discussion. Have you reviewed the rule? And in your experience at the Environment Department or any other relevant experience, are you familiar with the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
And when you testified that the list of toxic pollutants don't necessarily apply to the surface water quality standards, were you referring to your review or familiarity with the substantive provisions of the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule?
I'm not sure I understand, sorry.
Based on the knowledge you have of the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule, in every instance where toxic pollutants are referred to substantively, do those provisions relate to groundwater or do they relate to surface water?
When I was looking at the rule, just to kind of find out how it's used, the term toxic pollutant is really only referred to once in the, well, it's referred to only under the groundwater aspects of the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule. Toxic pollutant is never referred to under any other provision that may refer to the surface water related activities.
And is this rule commonly referred to as the groundwater rules?
Yes.
And in your opinion, why would the WQCC affirmatively adopt a portion of the list of the toxic pollutants in the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule? Let me start over. This question was going to get too long the way I was phrasing it. I apologize. The WQCC has adopted the list of toxic pollutants that is provided in the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified that a portion of that list has been adopted by the WQCC into the surface water quality standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why would the WQCC adopt portions or a subset of the toxic pollutants into the surface water quality standards and not the entire list if it intended for the entire list to apply?
Perhaps they didn't meet the definition of toxic pollutant in the surface water quality standards.
And Mr. DeSalen asked you specifically about the Ground and Surface Water Protection Rule and groundwater and human health standards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I am going to try to share my screen here and show you the human health standards in that rule that I believe Mr. DeSalen was referring to. If I can find the right screen. Can you tell me if you can see the rule there?
Yes.
Okay. And so I am going to just, this is just selected pages from the rule, but it's 20.6.2 NMAC. And we had the definition of toxic pollutant, which is the list that you have referred to. And if we scroll down to section 20.6.2.3103, A, human health standards, and the phrase standards for toxic pollutants in A2. Do you see that?
I do.
And Mr. DeSalen was asking you whether your body would care whether you drank water, groundwater or surface water, and the standard should be the same in terms of toxicity. For in 20.6.2.3103A2, do you believe that that standard for toxic pollutants matches the standard for toxic pollutants set out in the surface water quality standards?
I think there are differences, and especially this says to have the potential, if I'm reading that right, to have the potential for, this is like an eye test, I'm sorry, Counselor.
That's fine. Could you just read the entire first sentence up to the colon? If you can see it, I can try to increase the size for you.
A toxic pollutant shall not be present. Is that at
Yes,
the concentration shown by credible scientific data and other evidence appropriate under the Water Quality Act currently available to the public, to have potential for causing one or more of the following effects upon exposure, ingestion, or simulation. Okay, I'm done with the eye test. I'm sorry, I can't read the rest.
That's all right. I believe you've read far enough.
Okay.
You just referred to the phrase to have potential for causing one or more of the following effects. And in your testimony today, when you were discussing the definition of contaminants of emerging concern, what was your opinion about whether a contaminant of emerging concern met the definition of a toxic pollutant in the surface water quality standards?
That just based on the definition, it did not meet the definition of toxic pollutant under the surface water quality standard because of the fact that the definition under the surface water quality standards is a definite. You have a definite you have data to show definite endpoints are there, cause death, cause impairment. But under the CEC, that definition for those contaminants of emerging concern, it's not as certain. You don't have the information readily available to show with certainty the types of impacts.
And given the fact that here in the ground and surface water protection rule, standards for toxic pollutants are applied when they have the potential for causing one or more of the following effects, do you believe that that makes the list of toxic pollutants in this rule parallel with the definition of toxic pollutants in the surface water quality standards?
It's a different endpoint. It's a different bar. So I think they're different.
And moving on to Ms. Maxfield's question about, she asked you, are CECs, do CECs potentially cause harm? And when she asked you that question, she used the term CECs and did not specify any particular CEC. Do you believe that all CECs necessarily meet the definition of toxic pollutant?
No, by virtue of the name, by the virtue of the definition or the proposed definition.
And in your opinion, are CECs and toxic pollutants two different categories of contaminants?
If a CEC, if there's enough data for a pollutant that's in a CEC, it should be able to meet the criteria to become a toxic pollutant, or under the definition, then it becomes a toxic pollutant. And you no longer have to just define it or use it, refer to it as a CEC.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I have no further questions.
In fairness to the other parties, are there any recross on the redirect that Ms. McCaleb just conducted? Okay, let's see where we are now.
Mr. Hearing Officer, before you go further, there were questions about 20.6.2, and my recollection is that the entirety of the rule is not in evidence. Do we need to include it, or can the commission refer to it because it's published in the administrative code that's available from the Record Center? Or do they have to administratively notice it?
Okay, so let me make sure I understand you. You're not making an objection, are you?
No, it's just a procedural question.
A procedural question. So are you asking me to take judicial notice of something?
I was asking whether we need to have you take administrative notice of the rules, or whether the fact that they're published in the administrative code available from the Record Center is sufficient so that you don't have to take notice.
Well, and you're saying that they were referred to in testimony, is that right?
Yes, that's the 20.6.2 references that Ms. Fox referenced, and Mr. DeSala, I see that Ms. Fox has her hands up.
Okay.
Or hand up, opposed to hands. I don't think it's only that.
I'm going to take judicial notice of 20.6.2, so it is now part of this hearing, and hopefully that will address your concern.
Correct.
Okay, so
Mr. Hearing Officer,
who's speaking?
this is Tanis Fox.
Yes, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I would be hesitant to want to have to, for the hearing officer to have to take administrative notice of every regulation or statute or case that we may be citing in our legal briefs at the end. And so that is my only comment. I do not believe you need to take administrative notice of regulations, especially the commission's.
Okay, well, I have taken judicial notice of 20.6.2. Whether I need to take any other notice, we'll leave that for another day. But thank you for bringing up the subject. So
thank you.
You're welcome. So I think San Juan should be done at this point on this issue. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, that's correct.
Okay, so before we move on to CCW and Buckman diversion on this issue, we have two members of the public. Let's take them now so that they don't have to wait. Ms. Sherman, are you available now?
I am.
Okay, would you like to turn on your camera so we can get you sworn in? Okay. So Ms. Sherman,
Sure.
after you're sworn in, you will have 5 minutes to make a comment. So court reporter, would you swear in Ms. Sherman?
Yes, Ms. Sherman, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Would you please state and spell your full name?
My name is Susan Skirman, and my first name is S-U-S-A-N, and my last name is S-C-H-U-U-R-M-A-N.
Thank you.
May I proceed? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. My name is Sue Skirman, and I'm speaking as a longtime resident of New Mexico who cares deeply about our water quality. In fact,
Excuse
the
me.
water I'm drinking right now,
Excuse me. Your audio is cutting out.
maybe I'll speak slower.
Please. And maybe closer to the microphone.
Okay, is this better?
It is so far.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sue Skirman, and I'm speaking as a longtime resident of New Mexico who cares deeply about our water quality. In fact, the water I'm drinking right now is from north of Los Alamos National Labs, because I fear Albuquerque tap water downstream from Lanel is not safe to drink. I urge you to strengthen water quality standards for our state's surface water. I support defining climate change as human caused, and that combating climate change be a purpose of these regulations. I support adding PFAS chemicals to the list of contaminants of emerging concern due to how damaging PFAS can be to human health. I urge the Commission to protect the fish that we catch and eat from our rivers and lakes. I urge you to not be dependent on an outdated federal list of toxic pollutants and outdated monitoring methods. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Water is life. Agua es vida. Let's raise the bar higher on protecting the precious water that sustains all life forms. Also, I was told public comment would be at 5 p.m. every day and 8 a.m. every day. But I'm told that time frame has not been the case. Moving public comment time periods makes genuine public participation very challenging for workers who are attempting to protect their water while holding down full-time jobs and feeding their families. I urge the hearing officer to honor the public comment schedule that was originally advertised in the public notices, so public participation can be a meaningful part of this process. Thank you very much.
And Pam, did you say we have another public comment?
We do. Miss Catherine Shera would like to speak. Miss Shera, if you could turn your camera on, please, and unmute yourself.
Mr. Officer.
Yes, good afternoon. I would respectfully ask the hearing officer to allow me to turn on my camera only for the swearing in, and then to allow me to turn it off. I have some bandwidth issues.
That'll be fine. Did I hear Mr. Rose in the background?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, just to alert you, we had a power surge here that cut us off and we had to rejoin. I don't know if others have been in a similar situation. So we came back and towards the end of Ms. Schumann's testimony. So as long as you got it, I guess that's sufficient, but I think others may not have heard her as well.
Thank you.
I also did not, Mr. Hearing Officer, I also did not hear it, but I think that's okay.
Okay. So Ms. Shera, are you ready to be sworn in?
Yes, I am.
Okay. As soon as we see you, we will swear you in.
Okay, I have started my video. Can you see me?
Can you adjust your camera so that there you go. That's better.
Hi.
Court reporter, would you swear her in?
Yes. Ms. Shera, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And would you state and spell your full name, please?
It's Catherine Shearer, Catherine with a K, Atherine, Shearer, S as in Sam, Hera.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you have 5 minutes, Ms. Shera.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As I stated during my swearing in, my name is Catherine Shearer, and I'm a resident of Santa Fe. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the Commission today. I want to begin by expressing my support for NMED's proposed amendments to New Mexico water quality standards, taking into account the Amigos Bravos and CCW GRIP suggested changes. Second, I would like to emphasize the importance to me as a state resident of monitoring and regulating emerging contaminants, especially PFAS. The contamination by PFAS at Cannon and Holloman and at Lanel has already been recognized. Now, just 2 days ago, came the first public indication that PFAS is being used during hydraulic fracturing or fracking. Physicians for Social Responsibility, using records obtained under the FOIA Act, found that PFAS, or chemicals that can break down into PFAS, have been used by 120 companies in the fracking of more than 1,000 wells between 2012 and 2020 in 6 states, including New Mexico. PFAS represent a significant hazard to human health, bioaccumulate in the body, and are essentially impervious to natural environmental degradation. Widespread PFAS contamination of drinking water is increasingly being recognized in states across the U.S. Considering the number of major PFAS-using industries now recognized in our state, including the military, Lanel, and most recently the oil and gas industry, the ability to monitor and regulate PFAS is crucial to the protection of water quality in New Mexico. Given the vast number of PFAS chemicals, I hope the Commission will consider a criteria measuring total organic fluorine. My second comment to the Commission is much more general in nature. During these hearings, some have questioned the value of recognizing the anthropogenic nature of climate change. Yet these amendments to water quality standards are essential in that they signal a recognition of the severity and immediacy of the climate crisis. There can be no doubt that coming years will be unprecedented with respect to climate on this planet, a climate that is increasingly marked by extreme variation and rapid and unpredictable change. Negative impacts on lands and waters in our regions are likely to increase substantially, raising the stakes around water quality regulations for all New Mexicans. It is therefore essential to acknowledge the fact of this crisis and the ways that anthropogenic climate change differs from natural processes to provide context for the work of the Commission. This recognition will mark a turning point towards the most protective regulatory approach possible. In their desire to implement outdated chemical lists and antiquated analytical methods, the industry interests represented at this hearing seem to be seeking the existential comfort of an earlier era. To prevent the rapid degradation of water quality in our state, water quality regulation will need to be increasingly rigorous and forward-looking, not hobbled to the industry-friendly methods of the past. In their comments on NMED's proposed amendments to New Mexico water quality standards, industry has repeatedly asserted their desire for regulatory certainty. Yet, in the context of a rapidly and unpredictably changing climate, there can be no certainty of this nature. Upholding regulatory certainty for industry of both more human-centered values amidst a climate crisis will leave our waters and communities unprotected. Strong leadership around water quality in our state is urgently needed. The years ahead will demand regulatory approaches that respond nimbly, compassionately, and justly to emerging issues and crises in our region. They call for regulators to reject outdated models for defining, monitoring, and regulating emerging contaminants and toxic pollutants. I respectfully call on the members of the Commission to do everything in their considerable authority to strengthen water quality standards in our state, including implementing provisions that rigorously embrace the issue of emerging contaminants. Please reject NMMA and Lanel's changes to the definitions of toxic pollutants and uphold the Amigos Bravos and CCW GRIP suggested revisions to NMED's proposed amendments. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide public comment.
All right, thank you. CCW, Mr. DeSalen, do you have a witness on issue 3?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I do. CCW GRIP calls Ms. Pam Homer.
And I believe Ms. Homer has been sworn in already.
Yes, she has.
So please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Homer, have you prepared testimony on the topics of contaminants of emerging concern and the definition of toxic pollutants?
You might be muted, Ms. Homer.
Sorry. Yes, I did prepare rebuttal testimony on those topics.
Okay, could you go ahead and present your testimony? And let's start with toxic pollutants.
Yes. DOE and the New Mexico Mining Association proposed deleting the narrative definition for toxic pollutant and instead substituting the Clean Water Act list of toxic pollutants and other specific pollutants as might be eventually adopted. CCW GRIP counter-proposed to retain the narrative definition, but to also add the CWA list as well as the list of toxic pollutants in the ground and surface water protection regulations. Adding specific lists of contaminants avoids unnecessary future arguments about whether the listed contaminants qualify as toxic pollutants. The narrative portion of the definition, however, should not be deleted. If a discharge or surface water meets all the numeric criteria, but still causes death or chronic harm to organisms, then the state needs the ability to address a contaminant not currently on some list without waiting to go through a years-long regulatory revision. So we propose adding a sentence to the current existing definition of toxic pollutant. The narrative portion stays, and then we add this sentence. The term includes the toxic pollutants listed in the federal regulations at 40 CFR 401.15 and the ground and in, I'm sorry, let me read again. The term includes the toxic pollutants listed in the federal regulations at 40 CFR 401.15 and in the ground and surface water protection regulations at 20.6.2.7.t NMAC as those lists may be amended.
Thank you. And Ms. Homer, could you now please summarize your rebuttal testimony on emerging contaminants?
Yes. In direct testimony on behalf of DOE, Dr. Dale expressed several objections to the department's proposal to add a definition for contaminants of emerging concern and to add this group of contaminants to the criterion for toxic pollutants at 20.6.4.13F. He prefers the development and adoption of numeric criteria for specific pollutants, and he takes issue with the department's intent to require monitoring of some per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, commonly known as PFAS by some dischargers. The development of numeric criteria takes time and resources and significant documentation on the concentrations at which a pollutant has harmful effects. The emerging contaminant concept applies where that documentation may be lacking. Ms. Kahn testified on the extent to which PFAS has numerous pharmaceuticals and personal care products have been detected in New Mexico waters. The department needs to be able to require monitoring for contaminants of concern that are not currently on the Clean Water Act toxic pollutants list. Monitoring does not always lead to further regulation. It does provide data, though, so that New Mexicans can make informed decisions about identifying sources and risks and what further actions are warranted.
Okay, and so Communities for Clean Water and GRIP is recommending that the regulations be amended to make it clear that the Environment Department has the authority to require, and this would usually be in a 401 certification, but to require monitoring of contaminants, emerging contaminants. Is that right?
I'm sorry, part of that sentence cut out for me.
Okay, let me try again.
Can you repeat, please?
So my question is, Communities for Clean Water and GRIP are proposing that the regulations be amended to make it clear that the Environment Department has the authority, and that would usually be in a 401 certification, to require monitoring for emerging contaminants. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, would you change anything in the provision on monitoring that CCW and GRIP have proposed?
Yes, what is in our proposal right now, it says
You can buy one, but you can't.
I also think there's a citation error. We have listed 20.6.4.13 F NMAC, and I believe we would want that in 20.6.4 .14 F. And what we had proposed is an emerging contaminant shall be monitored if it may be present in effluent or receiving waters. I think I would change it to say an emerging contaminant shall be monitored if appropriate, if it may be present in effluent or receiving waters.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Homer, I'd like to ask you a few questions that are sort of in the context of Sir rebuttal. So first of all, were you present during the testimony of Mr. Barrios?
Mostly, yes.
And do you recall his testimony that he agreed with Amigos Bravos recommended addition of poly and perfluoroalkyl substances in the list of things that were included as contaminants of emerging concern?
Yes.
And do you agree with that addition?
Yes.
And were you present when Commissioner Dominguez suggested adding the word some before the words ingredients of healthcare products, in recognition of the fact that not all personal care products, that not all personal care products ingredients are potentially toxic?
I don't know if I heard that suggestion from Commissioner Dominguez, but I can see its merit.
Okay, so you would agree with that addition?
I would, yes.
Okay. And then there was also some questions about the adding the words "but not limited to" in the definition of toxic pollutant before the two lists. Were you there for that testimony?
I was, yes, yes.
Okay. And would you agree with that addition?
I think it would be fine.
Okay. And then finally, Ms. Homer, were you present for the testimony of Mr. Toll, in which he referred to an alternative definition of emerging contaminants for EPA from EPA?
Yes.
And do you have any thoughts on the adequacy of that proposed definition?
Yes, I noticed that DOE's proposed definition includes only substances that potentially cause deleterious effects on aquatic life. In contrast, our proposal, as well as the department's definition, refer to ecological and human health effects. We believe that's a significant difference. In our view, adverse effects on human health matter a lot. We don't think that human health effects should be excluded from the definition. And furthermore, I would point out that EPA has established a human health advisory for some PFAS, which we are considering to be emerging contaminants. That health advisory is 70 parts per trillion. That concentration is based on a drinking water exposure. That number is also the non-cancer tap water screening level in the department's risk assessment guidance. And that screening level is referenced in the monitoring condition the state has imposed on LANL's draft NPDES permit. So we think this difference is quite significant, and we oppose DOE's alternate definition.
Thank you, Ms. Homer. That's all the questions I have. And the witness is available for cross-examination.
Are there any parties that wish to do that? Are there any commissioners that would like to cross-examine Ms. Homer?
Mr. Hearing Officer Larry Dominguez.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
I'll try to pose this in a question. Ms. Homer, earlier, Mr. DeSalen asked you some questions about testimony during Mr. Barrios' cross-examination, and he referenced, as I heard what Mr. DeSalen said, was a suggestion that I made regarding placing the word some before the term personal care products. Just for clarification purposes, I asked Mr. Barrios whether all personal care products were CECs. I believe your follow-up to Mr. DeSalen indicated you had agreed with some suggested language. If there was suggested language, that came from Mr. Barrios and not from myself. That's all I have, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Are there any other commissioners?
Commissioner Dominguez, if I may, I want to apologize for mischaracterizing the way that the discussion went. But I was really just trying to get on the record that we agree with the suggestion that was based on your question.
Are there any other commissioners with questions for this witness? Okay. Mr. DeSalen, it looks like this is your witness for issue 3. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Hearing Officer.
So let's move on to Buckman diversion.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Buckman direct diversion calls James P. Biarzi.
I apologize, Mr. Pierpont, for interrupting you. Mr. Hearing Officer, thank you. My understanding is that we may have some additional members of the public who've arrived at 5 p.m. and may require instruction from you as to how to perhaps sign up for public comment if they wish to provide it.
Okay, Ms. Jones, would you give the members of the public the instructions, and then we'll take their comment at 5 o'clock?
Yes, certainly. If you are on this call and would like to make public comment, please alert me through the chat feature that you would like to speak. In the alternative, you can also send me an email, and I have received an email from one of the members of the public. But the more convenient way would be if you have signed on to this meeting to please chat with me and let me know your intention to speak.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Hearing Officer, it's 5 o'clock at this time. Are we taking comment from the public, or will that be after Mr. Biarzi's testimony?
Ms. Jones, do we have any members of the public?
Yes, sir, we do. We have two at this point.
Okay, what are their names?
Miss Emily Arasim, and I apologize if I've mispronounced that, Emily, but please, it's your turn.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, first you're going to be sworn in, so let's do that first.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And would you please state and spell your full name?
Emily, E-M-I-L-Y. Last name Arasim, A-R-A-S-I-M, as in mother.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Arasim, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Emily Arasim. I'm a resident of the community of Alcalde. I am a farmer, and I am a young person from New Mexico. I'm here to express my support for all of the requests and recommendations that are being made by Communities for Clean Water, and I'd like to share a few comments about why. First, I'd like to provide comment as a young farmer in my 20s who depends on our acequia irrigation to water my crops and for my livelihood. Our acequias, which draw water directly from our rivers, streams, springs, and lakes, are very vulnerable to any level of surface water contamination from various sources. Any contamination that spills, leaks, or drains into our acequias is the same water that I and thousands of other acequia farmers across our state use to grow food, make a living, and care for our families. As the farmer, I'm going to be directly exposed to any contaminants in the water, as the nature of acequia irrigation means walking in the water and touching the water constantly all season long. So as an acequia farmer, we have a direct connection to the water, which is very beautiful, but also puts us at extreme risk for any kind of toxic exposure to contaminants if our water is not protected to the highest degree possible. The nature of acequia farming also means that all of my neighbors and community members who eat the food that I grow would also be exposed to contaminants if our water is not adequately protected. The state of New Mexico constantly speaks about prioritizing our local food systems, protecting our cultural traditions, and the health of our communities. Jeopardizing exactly these things by approving weak or subpar protections is frankly an insult to our farmers and to all New Mexicans who deserve a healthy environment and healthy future. Next, I want to speak briefly as a young person from New Mexico. As a young person, it's honestly very frightening to think that state regulators are even debating some of the things that are up for debate in this triennial review. The bodies of our babies, our children, and our teenagers cannot process toxins at the same level that adults can, which means that inadequate protections, even things that seem like slight concessions and slight changes, first and foremost endanger the health and bodies and development of our young people, and that's just unacceptable. I'm asking regulators to take serious and brave action now to stand up for the most stringent possible protections of our water in alignment with the requests of Communities for Clean Water, or else it will be my generation and my future children that will have to deal with the impacts of failures and concessions. So again, I urge you to please incorporate all of the suggestions and comments made by Communities for Clean Water as a show of respect and understanding for the integrity of our water, and a show of respect and understanding for the health of our children, our farmers, and our families. Anything less than following the suggestions being made by community groups is a clear show that regulators are more interested in making things easy for industry and polluters than they are about protecting the health of our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Do we have the name of the next public commenter?
Yes, I received an email from Carlos Herrera. If you are on the call, Mr. Herrera, please identify yourself.
Pam, I don't see Mr. Herrera, so when you do see him, will you let us know?
I will do that.
Are there any others?
None that have identified themselves as wishing to speak at this time.
Okay, Mr. Pierpont, would you like to proceed with your case?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. As we were saying, the Buckman direct diversion calls James P. Biarzi to present rebuttal testimony on issues listed in number 3 on the spreadsheet. Mr. Biarzi, will you please state your name for the record?
James P. Biarzi.
Has he been sworn in yet?
Yes, he was sworn in yesterday with the group.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Biarzi, will you please describe your current position?
I am a senior environmental geologist with Glorieta Geoscience, Inc., a small environmental consulting firm based here in Santa Fe.
And how long have you worked in the environmental science field?
I've been an environmental scientist and manager for over 30 years, dealing with water quality, public health, and environmental protection issues during that entire time.
Mr. Biarzi, did you include a copy of your current resume with the rebuttal testimony that we filed in this matter?
Yes, it is filed as BDD Exhibit 2.
Can you please summarize your work experience that's relevant to this triennial review?
As I said, I've been an environmental scientist and manager for over 30 years, first as a hydrologist with the U.S. Geological Survey, and then with NMED's predecessor agency, the old Environmental Improvement Division of the New Mexico Department of Health, where I started in 1989 as a staff scientist. It was my privilege to serve over 20 years of that time at NMED as a bureau chief or district manager, which was among the longest tenures as a chief on record, including stints as chief of the underground storage tank, now petroleum storage tank, community services, since disbanded and reorganized, hazardous waste, hazardous and radioactive materials, and surface water quality bureaus. While chief of the Surface Water Quality Bureau, I had responsibilities more or less the same as those of Ms. Lemon that she testified to yesterday, so I won't really repeat them here. I've been with Glorieta Geoscience now for over 7 years, serving as a project manager and scientist for a wide range of water quality, regulatory, permitting, environmental, and water supply projects for dozens of private and governmental clients. I have a bachelor's of science degree in geology and geography and a master's of science degree in earth sciences, and have completed a program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government in strategic management of regulatory and enforcement agencies. My background and qualifications are outlined in more detail in my rebuttal testimony, and a copy of my resume is included as BDD Exhibit 2.
Thank you. And so just to reiterate, you did file rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I did. It is filed as BDD Exhibit 1.
Do you have any changes that you wish to make to that rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
Do you affirm and adopt your written rebuttal testimony submitted as BDD's Exhibit 1?
I do.
Can you briefly outline the scope of your testimony today? And this is specifically as to the issues of contaminants of emerging concern and toxic pollutants.
I can. I want to say good afternoon to the chair and the commissioners and Mr. Hearing Officer. It's good to see so many friends and colleagues I've known for decades here today, and I say hello to all of them too. I'm presenting this rebuttal testimony summary today on behalf of the Buckman Direct Diversion Board, which I'll refer to as the board. My testimony is provided primarily in rebuttal to Triad National Security LLC and the U.S. Department of Energy National Nuclear Security Administration direct testimony in this matter. Because both entities manage Los Alamos National Laboratory, I'll refer to them collectively as LANL or DOE. Sometimes I will also use the term LANL to describe the geographic area covered by the laboratory. For the issues I'll be addressing, other parties to this proceeding, such as San Juan Water Commission and the New Mexico Mining Association, have made proposals substantively similar to LANL's. For purposes of my summary today, reference to DOE or LANL in that context will sometimes include reference also to these other parties where applicable. I've also provided written rebuttal to certain portions of the New Mexico Environment Department's direct testimony. Generally, the board is supportive of NMED's amended petition in nearly all respects. In contrast, several of DOE's and other parties' proposed amendments, in our view, would undermine the Commission's surface water quality standards and the NMED's ability to certify that EPA-issued permits are protective of those standards. I provided written testimony on 3 of these issues and will address 2 of them here today. And those 2 are, first, DOE's proposal to limit the Commission's definition of toxic pollutants to those listed by EPA, and NMED's proposal to include contaminants of emerging concern as toxic pollutants. And the second issue is DOE's proposal to remove any reference at all to contaminants of emerging concern.
Thank you, Mr. Biarzi. Can you briefly describe the BDD's interest in this triennial review for the benefit of the Commission?
Yes. If you live in Santa Fe or Santa Fe County, while you may not have heard of the Buckman Direct Diversion, it has certainly touched you because unless you're served by a private well or a small water system and never venture into town and use the water there, you're using drinking water treated and distributed by the BDD. As BDD Council stated in our opening statement, the BDD is a municipal water supply project jointly operated by the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County to divert their San Juan Chama and native Rio Grande water rights, and is managed by the Buckman Direct Diversion Board. Since 2011, the BDD has treated diverted surface water from the Rio Grande to federal and state Drinking Water Act standards to supply clean and safe water to businesses and the citizens of the City and County of Santa Fe, including to the board's limited partner, Las Campanas. I provide this testimony on behalf of the board to offer its unique perspective and to underscore its unique interests that will be directly and adversely impacted by several of DOE's and other parties' proposed amendments introduced in their direct testimony. Now, I'd like to address a little bit about why the BDD is particularly concerned about DOE's management of and the NMED's ability to effectively regulate surface waters at LANL. The BDD is located west of the City of Santa Fe on the Rio Grande and downstream of several communities and NPDES permittees, also on the Rio Grande and its tributaries, including the community of Los Alamos and LANL, which is owned by DOE and cooperated with DOE by Triad. These geographic relationships are depicted in BDD Exhibit 3, and I'm not going to share it because I realize it's already 5:15, and in the interest of time, I know that the commissioners have Exhibit 3, but I have it up on my screen if you want me to share it. LANL is located on the Pajarito Plateau to the west of the Rio Grande and includes watersheds with a number of perennial, intermittent, and ephemeral streams that are tributaries to the Rio Grande, at least 2 of which are upstream of the BDD intake structure. Numerous sites where pollutants from industrial outfalls and stormwater discharge to tributaries of the Rio Grande are located at LANL or lands formerly occupied by LANL. Dozens of these sites are in the Los Alamos Canyon watershed, whose confluence with the Rio Grande is just below the Otoe Bridge, approximately 3 miles upstream of the Buckman Direct Diversion Project intake structure. Our Exhibit 4 is a map showing a portion of LANL and the Los Alamos Canyon watershed and locations used by LANL to monitor run-on to and runoff from contaminated site. If you look at this, you can say there are a lot of monitoring locations and a lot of contaminated sites caused by decades of discharge of pollutants. As a result of these discharges and other LANL operations that generated hazardous, mixed, and radioactive waste, some of this so-called legacy contamination is entrained in sediments in the canyons and periodically migrates down canyon with stormwater in response to flood events. I offer these two exhibits to drive home the point that BDD's interest in LANL is not some abstract or esoteric exercise. LANL waters have their confluence with the Rio Grande only a few miles upstream of the BDD intake structure. Their actions or inactions directly affect our ability to provide safe drinking water. Now, for almost 20 years now, the board has worked with DOE on numerous issues related to ensuring the quality of the BDD's Rio Grande source water and instilling public confidence in the utility. One component of this collaboration has been to establish and operate an early notification system, or ENS, to alert BDD operators when a stormwater event in Los Alamos Canyon is occurring. Our Exhibit 3 shows the ENS monitoring locations, which together constitute a group of strategically placed stormwater monitoring locations in Los Alamos Canyon that detect stormwater flow and transmits real-time data that the BDD operators can use to determine if the BDD intake structure should be shut down to avoid diverting contaminated water. The ENS provides critical information to the BDD operators, the board, and the public on runoff in Los Alamos Canyon and its tributaries that could adversely affect the Rio Grande immediately upstream of the BDD's intake structure. Any potential for increase in contamination or sedimentation of the Rio Grande caused by LANL, or reduction or limitation of monitoring of the Rio Grande or its tributaries, is of keen interest to the board and the public it serves. The water quality of the Rio Grande and its tributaries has a direct impact on the BDD's ability to divert and on the associated expense to treat this source water to federal and state drinking water standards. The BDD relies on the New Mexico water quality standards at 20.6.4 NMAC to ensure that discharges to receiving waters in the BDD's source area are appropriately regulated to protect human health and the environment. These standards are also part of the complex statutory and regulatory framework that ensures cleanup of legacy pollution at LANL, and that it is accomplished to levels that maintain and preserve the BDD source water quality. Additionally, any federal permit issued under the Clean Water Act by the US EPA in the state of New Mexico, including those for discharges at LANL upstream of the BDD intake structure, must be certified by NMED to ensure full compliance with the Commission's surface water quality standards. So NMED is a key partner in the BDD's ability to carry out its mission and to supply clean and safe water to Santa Fe and its environs.
Thank you. Now, specifically, will you please summarize your written rebuttal testimony as it relates to toxic pollutants and contaminants of emerging concern?
Yes, the first issue I'd like to address is toxic pollutants. DOE proposes to limit the existing definition of toxic pollutants to those listed by EPA under Section 307A of the Clean Water Act. DOE's proposal would delete long-standing language from the Commission's definition of toxic pollutants that protects the BDD's source water and human health and the environment generally. It's worth quoting the offending existing language that DOE proposes to delete. DOE believes that toxic pollutants should no longer, quote, include disease-causing agents that after discharge and upon exposure, ingestion, inhalation, or assimilation into any organism, either directly or from the environment or indirectly by ingestion through food change, will cause death, shortened lifespans, disease, adverse behavioral changes, reproductive or physiological impairment, or physical deformation in such organisms or their offspring, end quote. Replacing this language with a definition that limits toxic pollutants to EPA's list of toxic pollutants would take away the state's authority to protect New Mexico's waters from contaminants that have been well established by the scientific community as toxic. but that have not gone through the lengthy and laborious rulemaking process that EPA must undertake to add to its definition of toxic pollutants. The state should have the flexibility and discretion, relying on reproducible data and transparent science to protect the public and environment from contaminants that are toxic under the broader narrative definition in the current regulations. In combination with the general water quality criteria, the existing definition of toxic pollutants ensures that New Mexico's waters are free of toxic pollutants as the Commission and EPA have intended and previously ruled. I'll now summarize the board's concerns with various proposals concerning contaminants of emerging concern. This is a category of pollutants that NMED proposes to add as a new term to be defined at 20.6.4.7.C7 and in the general criteria at 20.6.4.13F. This issue is somewhat muddied, and not just as an annoying grammatical issue, as was so ably pointed out by Councillor DeSalen. In my view, NMED, in its amended petition, has, perhaps inadvertently, conflated CECs with toxic pollutants. DOE seems to agree with me on this point and proposes to remedy this by removing any reference to these contaminants of emerging concern. Now, CECs, as you've already heard, include pharmaceuticals, personal care products, poly and perfluorinated alkylated substances, or PFAS, and other chemicals that do not have regulatory standards, but are suspected to have adverse ecological or human health effects. For many of these compounds, the technical basis of their deleterious effects on organisms, including on humans, is evolving. Nevertheless, some of these CECs, including 3 of these PFAS, are listed as toxic pollutants at 20.6.2 NMAC. PFAS have also recently been detected in the groundwater beneath and in springs on the Pajarito Plateau where Lanol is located. DOE's proposal would remove any authority NMED has to require further sampling for PFAS or any other CEC in either surface water or stormwater. The BDD has conducted sampling of its own source waters for many of these CECs, and while it is confirmed that its treatment of source waters is consistently able to supply safe drinking water to the public, ongoing and routine monitoring of CECs by permittees subject to the Clean Water Act and the Water Quality Act will protect BDD's source water and sustain public confidence in the BDD. Now, I agree with DOE that without clearly stated criteria, compliance with narrative water quality standards for CECs at this time could be unclear to permittees. However, DOE's proposed elimination of CECs from the water quality standards is, in my view, an overreaction. But NMED's proposed inclusion of CECs as toxic pollutants under the general criteria is also problematic, as it would conflate CECs and toxic pollutants, inappropriately impose compliance requirements for toxic pollutants on CECs as well, and assume that all CECs are toxic pollutants where no such determination has been made. Instead of adopting either DOE's or NMED's proposal, the Commission could protect surface water quality in the state and develop the evolving science behind the toxicity and deleterious effects of CECs by giving NMED the authority to include sampling and monitoring of CECs as a condition of an individual federal permit under Clean Water Act Section 401. This would serve to advance the science of CECs, which all parties to this proceeding seem to agree is needed.
And Mr. Biarzi, did you hear the testimony of Christopher Barrios, the department's witness, relating to general criteria for toxic pollutants and specifically his summary in response to your rebuttal testimony regarding the inclusion of CECs in that section?
Yes.
Do you agree that his, I'm not going to call it revised language because it was essentially an offer of language that the department would find acceptable for section 20.6.4.13F that would limit the description of CECs to those that meet the definition of toxic pollutants? Would that address your concern with what I believe you call termed a conflation of toxic pollutants and CECs.
In concept, yes. Mr. Barrios clarified in his testimony today and on cross-examination by Ms. McCaleb and on redirect that it is not NMED's intent of the proposed language at 20.6.4.13.f to include an assumption that all CECs are also toxic pollutants. He also proposed language, at least in concept, that NMED would be amenable to that would limit the description of CECs to those that meet the definition of toxic pollutants in 20.6.4.7.t2. This would address this particular aspect of our concern. However, because this language is not reflected in the department's proposed amendments to the general criteria at this time, I think we would need to see that language and amendments before withdrawing our objection to the department's inclusion of contaminants of emerging concern as a broad category within the general narrative criteria for toxic pollutants. That said, there's been a considerable amount of discussion about this issue this morning and this afternoon, and I'm hopeful that the parties can reach an agreement on this.
Thank you. So just to clarify, what action is the Buckman Direct Diversion Board recommending that the Commission take with respect to these two issues?
The board has concerns about both toxic pollutants and contaminants of emerging concern as presented in this proceeding. Limiting the definition of toxic pollutants to EPA's list of toxic pollutants would result in diminution of New Mexico's water quality, adversely affect the BDD's ability to provide safe and reliable drinking water to its customers, and undermine NMED's ability to monitor and enforce New Mexico's water quality standards. This proposal should be rejected by the Commission. Including CECs as toxic pollutants under the general criteria conflates CECs and toxic pollutants, imposes compliance requirements for toxic pollutants on CECs, and assumes that all CECs are toxic pollutants where no such determination has been made. This proposal should also be rejected as proposed. As an alternative, the board urges the Commission to consider giving NMED the authority to require monitoring of CECs as a condition of individual federal permits. Mr. Barrios proposed some language that, in concept, would clarify that a CEC is a toxic pollutant only if the CEC also meets the definition of toxic pollutant. And as you've heard, we would also agree that once a CEC is determined to meet the definition of a toxic pollutant, it would no longer be a CEC, it would be a toxic pollutant. Mr. Barrios' proposal has merit, and we look forward to seeing the specific language before withdrawing our objection.
Thank you. Is there anything further that you would like to add?
Yes. With your indulgence, one more pitch for the BDD. The BDD is a unique party to this proceeding, as it's overseen by a board of appointed elected officials, derives its source water from the Rio Grande, and is immediately downstream of some of the most contaminated lands in New Mexico. The BDD's sole purpose is to provide safe drinking water to its customers. That's everyone and anyone who uses the system at all throughout much of Santa Fe County. The board has worked closely with DOE and NMED over the years and appreciates their cooperation and collaboration to ensure its mandate can be met consistently, continuously, and transparently. While this cooperation and collaboration is important, the New Mexico surface water quality standards are a crucial linchpin of the protections the board and the public it represents demands and deserves. The board can't serve the public without these protections, and these protections don't serve to protect at all without you, New Mexico's water quality commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biarzi. With that, we're ready to pass the witness for cross-examination. I have one housekeeping issue. I don't know if you want to address that now.
Let's address it in just a moment, Mr. Pierre. Mr. Herrera has joined us and would like to make a public comment. So are you there, Mr. Herrera?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes. Would you turn your camera on?
I'm working on it, learning all the buttons on this system. Let me try one more time. Is it coming on? I've attempted a few times.
Sure. It's down there next to the mute button. It says start and stop video.
That's what I'm trying, and it's not letting me start my video. I've pressed it several times, so. Hello, video.
Well, we need to swear you in before you make your public comment. And
yeah,
the court needs to see you raise your hand. So why don't you spend a few more moments? We're going to do a little housekeeping. You see if you can figure out how to turn it on.
Weird.
Yeah, it's totally weird. It's just not working.
Settings.
So, Mr. Herrera, would you click the mute button, work on your video, and we'll come back to you in about 5 minutes. Mr. Pierpont?
Yes, in the spreadsheet, we have indicated that Mr. Biarzi is unavailable tomorrow. He is available before 1 o'clock tomorrow, and he has one more issue, which is in bin 4, and I imagine we can address it with due haste and be through it quickly. So if there's any way we can have Mr. Biarzi do his rebuttal testimony on issue 4 tomorrow morning, that would be most appreciated.
We're going to start tomorrow with Mr. DeForest, and then we're going to start issue 4. And what we can do is take Mr. Biarzi. You said before what time? 1 o'clock?
For 1 o'clock.
We'll take him before lunch tomorrow, no matter what happens. He'll have an opportunity to testify. And is that the last time he will testify in this hearing?
That's correct.
All right. So what parties want to cross-examine Mr. Biarzi? I see Mr. DeSalen. And I only see Mr. DeSalen.
And Jolene McCaleb.
I didn't see you, Ms. McCaleb. Okay, so let me put down San Juan and CCW. Mr. DeSalen, please proceed.
Cannot hear you, Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. This will be very short. Good afternoon, Mr. Biarzi. Good to see you.
Hi.
The question that I have is, you expressed in your testimony, in your rebuttal testimony, a number of concerns that you had with the Environment Department's proposal and the DOE proposals on emerging contaminants and toxic pollutants. And I was wondering if you have reviewed the proposed revisions that Communities for Clean Water and GRIP have submitted in our corrected Exhibit 1.
I did. It would be helpful to see them. If you want me to refer to them, I'll have to find them real quick.
Sure. And I apologize, I don't have them handy.
Okay, so let me see if I can find them real quick. Let's see. Let's see real quick. Which exhibit, Counselor?
That was Exhibit 1.
All right. Well, let's open this thing up.
And while you're finding that exhibit, let's check in with Mr. Herrera and see whether he's managed to turn on his camera.
Okay, how we have been attempting to try and turn on my camera, but unfortunately
we're trying to get on in a different way.
Is it possible to log on a different computer and see if I can get on there?
Oh, of course, Mr. Herrera, we're going to work with you. And if for some reason we quit by 6 o'clock tonight and you haven't made your comment, you can make it at 8 a.m. tomorrow, but we'll work with you.
Thank you, guys.
Of course.
I'll stay
So-
on here so you might see another one of me pop up. So
That's fine. Just please mute your microphone while you do that.
Okay, great. Thank
Mr.
you, guys.
DeSalen, have you found the exhibit?
I have a copy of it here. I'm
Does
not
the witness
sure.
have it?
Yes, I have Exhibit 1, and I'm assuming you're looking at lines 17 through 24 of page 1.
Correct. And my question, and it's a simple one, does that proposed revision or those proposed revisions address your concerns?
I didn't artfully put it. Our concerns are not that there's a definition of contaminants of emerging concerns or that we should call it something else. It's really about the approach that the Environment Department took by including contaminants of emerging concern in the same bucket as it would be as toxic pollutants. You know, the board is very concerned about these contaminants of emerging concern, has spent a lot of money testing for them, has a robust treatment system to make sure that they don't get through into the finished water delivered to customers. But the board did not, and I didn't proffer any specific language one way or the other. We think that a definition is needed. We'll leave it to others to sort out the details and the wordsmithing of it.
Okay, Mr. Biarzi, that's fine. You probably haven't had enough time to review what we propose, but it does parse out the definitions of toxic pollutant and emerging contaminants. But I'll withdraw the question, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, court reporter, on the withdrawal of the question, would you please strike the answer as well?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Do we have, I think we have Jolene McCaleb.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Officer, thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Biarzi.
Good afternoon.
I just have a point of clarification to make. When you began your oral testimony today, I thought I heard you say that you were presenting testimony in opposition to proposed amendments made by LANL and also San Juan Water Commission and other parties. Did I hear you correctly?
I don't know what you heard because I'm not in your head, but what I said was, for the issues I'll be addressing, other parties to this proceeding, such as San Juan Water Commission and the New Mexico Mining Association, have made proposals substantively similar to LANL's.
Okay, are you aware that San Juan Water Commission has made no proposed amendments during this triennial review?
Another example, Counselor, of me not putting something as artfully as I should have. I would say that I would change that sentence if we were going to wordsmith it more precisely. That the San Juan Water Commission has put forth testimony similar to that of LANL on a similar amount of issues, advocating for some of the same outcomes, particularly with these two issues.
And which two issues would those be?
Toxic pollutants and contaminants of emerging concern.
And were you present for the testimony of Ms. DeRose Bamman today?
For most of it, there was a period of time where the internet cut out at my house because of a lightning strike.
And are you aware then that the San Juan Water Commission has given no testimony concerning changing the definition of toxic pollutants?
You have served to clarify my testimony that I think I just clarified, that San Juan Water Commission, I am aware, has not proposed specific language changing any of amendments to the rules in those two issues. The San Juan Water Commission has put forth testimony advocating for certain changes or advocating for resistance to other changes that the Environment Department has made. And Ms. DeRose Bamman testified both in her summary and also on cross-examination at some length about toxic pollutants.
And is it a fair characterization of her testimony that San Juan Water Commission opposes the inclusion of CECs in the toxic pollutant narrative standard because CECs are not toxic pollutants?
Well, let me just answer it with a statement. Hopefully this will be responsive. It was a little bit muddled, but what I took from the whole of Ms. DeRose Bamman's testimony is that the San Juan Water Commission does not think that that contaminants of emerging concern should be included in the narrative criteria for toxic pollutants. And she also said that I also take from that that when a contaminant of emerging concern has enough science behind it to become a toxic pollutant, then it is no longer a contaminant of emerging concern. It becomes a toxic pollutant.
And let me read to you from page 10 of, if you would turn to your testimony, which I believe is BDD exhibits. Exhibit 1, thank you. And I believe I heard you reading from this during your oral testimony. At the bottom of page 10, the third sentence starting NMED's proposed inclusion. Could you please read that sentence?
NMED's proposed inclusion of CECs as toxic pollutants under the general criteria is also problematic, as it would conflate CECs and toxic pollutants, inappropriately impose compliance requirements for toxic pollutants on CECs, and assume that all CECs are toxic pollutants where no such determination has been made.
And is that statement not in accord with the testimony of Ms. DeRose Bamman as you just characterized it a moment ago?
It is for the most part, if I understood her testimony correctly.
So do you still stand by the position that the Buckman direct diversion objects to proposals that have been made by the San Juan Water Commission? I believe we lost Mr. Biarzi.
Okay, well, until we get him, oh, there he is.
All right, I think I'm back. I was just letting my attorney know that my computer froze. But now I appear to be sufficiently thawed, Mr. Hearing Officer.
Okay. Did you hear the question that Mr. McCaleb asked you?
I don't believe so.
Okay, court reporter, would you repeat the question?
Yes. So do you still stand by the position that the Buckman direct diversion objects to proposals that have been made by the San Juan Water Commission.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I apologize. The very first part of that, I had a brief glitch too. If the court reporter could reread that question back, I would appreciate it.
Please.
Yes. So do you still stand by the position that the Buckman direct diversion objects to proposals that have been made by the San Juan Water Commission?
If by proposals, it is meant proposed language, then that would not be correct. And as I previously testified, it was inartfully put in my rebuttal testimony, and for that I apologize.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, let's check in with Mr. Herrera.
Hello, guys. Can you all hear me now and see me?
I can see you now, sir. So you're going to be sworn in.
Okay.
If you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay,
Would you
Mr.
please
Herrera.
state and spell your full name?
My full name is Carlos Herrera, Carlos Herrera.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Herrera, you have up until 5 minutes to make a public comment.
Okay, yeah, so I'd like to thank you guys for having me here to be able to provide you guys at least my forethoughts about some of these proposed changes happening at Lano. I'm a water quality scientist, and I've been working in the environmental field for over 21 years now. But one thing that's near and dear to my heart is where I'm from. I'm from Cochiti Pueblo, and spent my time growing up on the reservation, learning about water quality and how it has an impact to us. And but I am not a tribal official at this time, so I come to you guys as just a tribal member that has concerns about what's going on. But I'm also working for a company called River Source in Santa Fe, and we have supported the tribes in many different ways, as well as other local communities upstream and downstream from Los Alamos, including working with pueblos such as Cochiti, Santo Domingo, San Felipe, and Jemez. A lot of them surrounding the Jemez area. But we've seen some of the major impacts from Lano. Not only is Cochiti Lake a depository for a lot of these different contaminants that are being spoken of, but the potential of contamination from Lano impacting people all throughout the middle Rio Grande Valley is a concern to us at Cochiti Pueblo, as well as other communities that I exist a part of as the city of Santa Fe. And one of the biggest talking points in my experience as a water quality scientist, oftentimes we compare our water quality data to that of, is it healthy for a fish? And so that's one of the perspectives I like to take here, because by limiting the ability to protect the fish that live within the water around Los Alamos on their property, as well as in the Rio Grande, where a lot of these contaminants will eventually end up. For me, it's going to limit the responsibility that Lano has to the pollutants that they've for many generations provided upon the Rio Grande and the downstream users. And so we're already dealing with issues all the way from Ottawee Bridge down to Cochiti Lake, where we cannot eat a lot of the larger fish that exist in there because they do have heightened levels of contamination, as identified by both the New Mexico Environment Department and the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, by offering or suggesting no consumption orders for certain types types of fish there. And I think that getting an understanding of the different pollutants that are going to be impacted us is key. As we start talking about an outdated list of toxic pollutants, you know, a lot of times we don't know what's being imposed on us from upstream users such as Los Alamos, and having a better understanding of the different types of pollutants that can be coming downstream is for me a major concern, because you know things that can cause cancers such as personal care products or medications simply have the potential to impact our people from Cochiti Pueblo as well as the remaining Middle Rio Grande Valley. Somebody I think was trying to say something. Okay. All right, great. So, you know, I wanted my thoughts to be heard on this because, you know, it's something that's near and dear to my heart growing up at Cochiti Lake. We still don't have answers to the problems that already exist that have been imposed on us by being located near Los Alamos. So much that it's hard to drink the water, and it's hard to even utilize the soil there that got contaminated after the Las Conchas fire, when radiation was released from the biomass in the trees and is now impacting us. We can't even sell the soil or utilize the water for personal contact. So those are some of the concerns that I have. And thank you guys very much for having me here and letting my voice be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Is there any other cross-examination for Buckman's Mr. Bierzi? Ms. Maxfield.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. Mr. Bierzi, you had mentioned that your resume was filed in this matter detailing your professional experience, correct?
Yes.
And the experience that you listed, does that include your work for the New Mexico Environment Department?
Yes.
And also more specifically for NMED Surface Water Quality Bureau?
Yes.
Have you previously testified in a triennial review hearing on behalf of the department?
No.
And did you, in either your resume or your pre-filed written testimony, describe all the specific matters you worked on while employed by the department?
No.
Are any of the matters that you're testifying about in this triennial review the same matters on which you participated personally and substantially while employed by the department?
No.
And I know you're due to this virtual hearing, you're in a room that at least looks to me like you have a background of law books here. Are you receiving any communications from any other people while you're testifying here today?
Those are not law books. That is the great books of Western civilization, and those are my books. No, I have received no communications during this, except my dog saying that it's time to eat.
Well, thank you for your explanation, also of the books in your background, because we were all curious as to what they were. So thank you. I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
Thank you.
Were there any other parties that wanted to cross-examine Mr. Bierzi? Are there any commissioners that would like to cross-examine Mr. Bierzi?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Commissioner Thompson.
Please proceed.
Mr. Bierzi, it's nice to see you. Earlier this afternoon, we had testimony, I believe, it was from Triad, in which they said at one point that the Water Quality Control Commission can add contaminants of emerging concern, even if it's not listed as such in the regulations. And you, I hope that I represented that correctly. You have said with considerable confidence that that is not possible. I wonder if I have misunderstood Lannel's characterization, or if you have got documentation or interpretation or other information that you can support your assertion that the commission can add contaminants of emerging concern, even though they're not listed in the regulation.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. If I understood the question correctly, if I can try to rephrase it or condense it, you believe I asserted that the commission does not have the authority to add contaminants of emerging concern to toxic pollutant list? Was that the question? Or
yes.
What you took from my testimony?
Yes. What you written, excuse me, your written testimony says DOE's proposal would remove any authority NMED has to require further sampling for PFAS or any other CEC in either surface water or stormwater.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. And that is because DOE's proposal would remove contaminants of emerging concern completely, and in my view, at least, the commission or the department, however the process would work, would have to actually determine that these contaminants of emerging concern are actually toxic pollutants before they could be monitored or sampled. And so that that becomes problematic. I think that the department is trying to address that by including contaminants of emerging concern, and so that they could potentially use it as a have them be monitored, for example, as a condition in an individual certification and an individual permit. But I think that Triad's proposal to not only remove contaminants of emerging concern, but also remove the larger definition from toxic pollutants really reduces the commission's authority and the department's ability to go anywhere, really, with contaminants of emerging concern, putting aside that it emasculates the department's ability to deal with toxic pollutants as well.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Are there any other commissioners with questions for this witness?
Mr. Hearing Officer, this is Larry Dominguez.
Please, Commissioner Dominguez.
And I think this will be quick. Good afternoon, Mr. Biarzi. Thank you for your
Commissioner Dominguez, good to see you again.
The latter part of your testimony, you indicate that instead of adopting either DOE's or NMED's proposals, that their WQCC could solve that by giving NMED the authority to include sampling and monitoring of CECs as a condition of the individual federal permit, Clean Water Act 401. Are you just making that as a suggestion, or are you proposing that as an approach for WQCC?
That's an excellent question, Commissioner. And you zeroed in on let's call it deliberate vagueness. It's a suggestion, and I would view that as a Solomonic approach that the commission would take. If I may, on one hand, I see Triad and DOE saying that, you know, you've got to evolve the science on this, and so until the science is there, you shouldn't be able to do anything with CECs. The department shouldn't allow that. And I know I'm summarizing it and perhaps being a little flippant with the characterization. On the other hand, you have NMED saying, no, we're actually going to call these, put this in the bin of toxic pollutants, and so we could actually have compliance requirements with them, notwithstanding Mr. Barrios's testimony that that was not their intent. So I think that a middle ground would be, as a suggestion that the board has, is give the department the authority to impose monitoring requirements on these CECs, advance the science, and then they either fall off the list of CECs because they're not toxic, or they elevate someday to toxic pollutants. We did not propose specific language. It's really just a gentle suggestion.
Okay, and as a quick follow-up question to that, if the WQCC was to pursue that, that would require rulemaking, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Hearing Officer. Thank you, Mr. Biarzi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierpont. Are there any redirects specifically to the questions that were asked on cross?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I have no redirect for Mr. Biarzi.
Ms. Jones, are there any other public commenters?
No, sir.
Okay, then I think it would be a nice, it's 6 o'clock. I think it's time to call it quits for the second day of the Triennial Review. We will take up again at 8 a.m. with issue number 4, because we are finished with issue number 1 through 3. And we have 2 witnesses that are going to begin tomorrow. And they have been already designated. So we'll see you all tomorrow. We're off the record. Good night.